Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Of course, Uzumaki Mido had long noticed this. So, to avoid dealing with its outbursts, she temporarily silenced the ceiling space. The sounds and noise within were completely blocked out. If she couldn't hear it, it didn't count as being cursed. Besides, there was no way she was going to release Kurama anytime soon. At least not in the short term. Unless there came a time when she no longer needed Kurama's power, could easily subdue it, and releasing it posed no threat to her life, then she might consider setting it free. Having been Kurama's Jinchuriki for decades, she knew very well that the Nine Tails wasn't some embodiment of pure evil. It was intelligent and wise, even rivaling human intelligence. It wasn't just a mindless beast bent on destruction. In fact, Kurama hadn't done anything wrong in the past. It was simply unfortunate enough to be caught and sealed by her. Honestly, she felt a little guilty about it. But then again, it was Kurama's bad luck to be captured by Madara Uchiha, contracted, and forced to fight Hashirama. In the end, Kurama was too weak. If it hadn't been caught by Madara and used against Hashirama, it wouldn't have ended up sealed. Sometimes, being weak is the greatest crime. Thank you so much, Kaido. Truly. This feeling of being light and young again, I haven't felt this in so long. Uzumaki Mido spent a while moving around, savoring her restored youth, before sincerely thanking Kaido. Me too. Thank you. Tsunade added with equal gratitude. She was beginning to think that taking on this apprentice was the best decision she'd ever made. No need to thank me again. You've already done that. By the way, we're planning to head to the pirate world to train in swordsmanship. Want to come along and have a look? Kaido casually offered. At the moment, Kaido had already mastered the basics of swordsmanship and was now learning the Ishinra sword style from Kashiro. In just 2 days, Kaido had progressed to the proficient stage of Ishinru, once again astonishing Kashiro. Kashiro's respect and fondness for Kaido had grown immensely, and the relationship between them was steadily moving toward a formal contract. Really? We can go? Then let's check it out. I've been curious for ages. Me too. Just hearing about it has been exciting. The pirate world sounds so fascinating, completely different from the oppressive atmosphere of the ninja world. Both Mido and Tsunade's eyes lit up with excitement, their faces full of longing for the pirate world. That world was so much larger than the ninja world. Of course. Since you're under contract, you can travel freely to the pirate world anytime. However, it's not the right time to make the pirate world public knowledge. So every time you go, make sure to handle any pending issues here first. It's best to leave a shadow clone behind in the ninja world as a stand-in. Kaito nodded as he explained the situation. Once he unified the ninja world, he might consider revealing some information about the pirate world, possibly under a different guise. Or maybe not. He'd decide when the time came. For now, his plans always prioritized his best interests. Got it, we'll be careful. Mido and Tsunade nodded earnestly. They immediately created shadow clones to stay in the ninja world, then followed Kaido to Shimatsuki village, where they had purchased a house. Kashina, you don't need to train in swordsmanship today. Instead, why don't you show Lady Mido and Tsunade-sensei around this world? Just be careful. As soon as they arrived, Kaido turned to Kashina. Sure. Leave it to me. Kashina eagerly agreed. She grabbed Tsunade and Mido by the hands and happily led them out to explore the island. Meanwhile, Kaido and the others headed to the Ishin dojo to continue their swordsmanship training under Kashiro. Kaido, for now, focus on perfecting your basic swordsmanship while supplementing it with Ishinra techniques. I feel like you're already close to reaching the sword master level. If you lay a solid foundation, it'll benefit you immensely when breaking through to sword master or even great sword master levels. Don't underestimate the importance of the basics, got it? Kashiro couldn't help but advise Kaido after seeing his rapid progress in both basic and Ishinra swordsmanship. Back in the day, Kashiro had achieved mastery in basic swordsmanship before branching into Ishinru. By combining it with real combat, he gradually ascended to sword master and eventually great sword master status. I understand, master. That's exactly what I was thinking too. From the start, I noticed that the higher my basic swordsmanship skills, the faster I can progress with Ishinra techniques. The two are closely connected. Kaito nodded firmly in response. He knew his teacher worried that he might be too ambitious and squander his talent. But Kaito had the heaven rewards diligence talent, which allowed him to have constant progress. This sensation made even the basics utterly engrossing, hard to stop practicing. So there was no chance of him getting impatient or neglecting the basics just because he had advanced techniques like Ishinru. Chapter 79, Tashigi and Kuina are twins? Good. As long as you understand, I'm relieved. You're truly a dependable kid. Keep working hard. I'm looking forward to the day you become the world's greatest swordsman. That was my dream once too. Unfortunately, I couldn't achieve it. But maybe, just maybe, you will. No, you definitely will. Koshiro gazed at the distant sky with a nostalgic look, lost in thought for a while before turning back to Kaido with eyes full of expectation. Oh? Kaido raised an eyebrow, surprised. Sensei, that was your dream? Why did you give up on it? Koshiro smiled faintly, once again lost in his memories. His expression alternated between sorrow and happiness before settling into a contented smile. Finally, he turned to Kaido and said, because I found something more important than that dream. Kaito's brow furrowed slightly as he guessed, could it be love and family? Koshiro looked at Kaido, surprised. Why would you think that? He realized he didn't understand this disciple of his as well as he thought. Not only was this kid monstrously talented, but his thoughts were mature and grounded, with unique insights about the world. For a 6 or 7-year-old, it was almost unbelievable. Koshiro had a gut feeling that this kid was destined to shake the world someday, maybe even change it. Because I saw sadness and happiness on your face just now. Kaido replied seriously. It's clear that you've got a story to tell, sensei. And I've noticed how much you care for Kuina, but sometimes there's a hint of guilt in your expression. I'm guessing something unfortunate happened with her mother? These weren't baseless assumptions, Kaido had genuinely observed these things. You're sharp, I'll give you that. Koshiro said with a wry smile. Alright, Kaido, do you want to hear my story? Kaito made a gesture inviting him to continue, his curiosity piqued. He was genuinely interested in his teacher's past. Over a decade ago. Koshiro smiled softly and began reminiscing, speaking as he recalled his youth. The story was a bit cliché, honestly. Back when he was young, Koshiro set sail with the dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. He traveled far and wide, challenging swordsmen and honing his skills. During those travels, he met someone special, his other half. And during that time, they had their own love story, which resulted in 2 adorable twin daughters. Huh? Kaido's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open in shock. Sensei, are you saying you have 2 daughters? And they're twins? Are you sure? Koshiro's forehead twitched as he glared at Kaido, gritting his teeth. Are you doubting me, kid? You think I wouldn't know how many daughters I have? In that moment, Koshiro's nostalgic mood was utterly ruined. He felt a strong urge to smack his disciple. No. That's not what I meant. Kaido quickly waved his hands, trying to explain. It's just. I saw a girl in Logetown who looks almost exactly like Kuina. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. But now, hearing you say you have 2 daughters, twins no less, I can't help but wonder if that girl in Logetown might be your other daughter? This was a massive revelation. Kaido couldn't believe that Tashigi might actually be his teacher's daughter. Back in his previous life watching the anime, people thought her resemblance to Kuina was just a coincidence or deliberate design. But now, in this world, it seemed entirely possible that Tashigi was Kuina's twin sister. Yes, Kaido had been to Logetown. It was back when the map for Logetown was unlocked, and he had convinced his mother to take him there. At that time, Smoker wasn't yet the Marine commander of Logetown. What? Are you serious? Koshiro's expression changed drastically as he grabbed Kaido's shoulders and pressed him for details. You're saying you really saw a girl in Logetown who's about Kuina's age and looks just like her? Did you notice anything else? Seeing Koshiro's intense reaction, Kaido couldn't help but feel there was an even bigger story here. He nodded immediately. I'm serious. And there was also a young woman with her at the time. Sensei, could that woman be her mother? Kaido's curiosity was written all over his face as he asked. Koshiro froze for a moment before letting out a long sigh. After a pause, he nodded. If your information is accurate, then it must be her. We separated years ago due to some misunderstandings. I took Kuina with me, while she kept the other twin. I never thought she'd stay in Logetown all this time. That was where they had first met, after all. Now, Koshiro deeply regretted never going back to Logetown to look for them. He hadn't even tried once. Damn it. He muttered, his voice filled with remorse. No. I have to find her right now. Koshiro was instantly filled with determination. Letting go of Kaido, he was ready to set off. Wait, sensei. Hold on. Kaido quickly stopped him. I have the coordinates to where they are. I can take you there instantly, no need to waste time traveling. Really? Koshiro froze in his tracks, his face lighting up with excitement. Really? Kaito nodded firmly. Do you want to leave right now? Yes. Please, let's go. Koshiro nodded eagerly, gratitude evident in his tone. Alright, here we go. Kaido grabbed Koshiro's arm and, with a single thought, they vanished from Shimatsuki village, reappearing at the edge of a secluded forest near Logue Town. We're here, sensei. Kaito said. But as for actually finding them, that's on you now. I only ran into them briefly on a street, so I don't know exactly where they're staying. This is more than enough. Koshiro replied confidently. As long as they're still on this island, I can find them with my observation haki. Closing his eyes, Koshiro focused. Moments later, his eyes snapped open. I've got them. Let's go. Without hesitation, Koshiro wrapped an arm around Kaido, and with a whoosh, they disappeared, racing towards their destination at incredible speed. The sheer velocity made Kaido's hair whip wildly in the wind, his face feeling like it might peel off. Struggling against the discomfort, he quickly formed a chakra barrier around his face, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. After a few minutes, Koshiro came to a sudden halt in front of a small courtyard. Standing frozen at the gate, he stared inside at a woman seated with a little girl in her arms. The woman seemed frail, coughing softly, but her presence hit Koshiro like a tidal wave. Lisa. He whispered, his voice trembling as his lips quivered. The woman in the courtyard turned her head at the familiar voice. When her gaze landed on Koshiro, her eyes widened in disbelief, and a surge of emotions flickered across her face. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but after a moment's hesitation, she turned her head away, feigning anger. So? You're still mad at me, huh? Koshiro let out a bitter smile and pushed the gate open, stepping into the courtyard. What are you doing here? Get out. Lisa snapped, glaring at him over her shoulder. But Koshiro wasn't deterred. With a mix of thick skin and genuine regret, he walked up to her, his voice low and sincere. Lisa, don't be like this. I was wrong back then. I should never have chased after some foolish dream while ignoring your feelings. I've realized my mistake. I gave up on that dream, opened a dojo on a small island, and dedicated myself to teaching and raising Kuina. Please, forgive me. Kuina misses you so much. She asks about you all the time, wondering where you've gone. His voice cracked slightly. Today, no matter what, he was determined to bring his wife and daughter back home. It was time to right the wrongs of his past. Lisa's expression softened briefly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected Koshiro to abandon his dream or make such a drastic change. You. She began, but a fit of coughing interrupted her. The little girl in her arms, curious but shy, peeked at Koshiro through her bangs, her small hands gripping Lisa's sleeve tightly. Lisa. Are you okay? I'll take you to a doctor right now. Koshiro's heart clenched as he noticed how pale and frail she looked compared to the vibrant woman he'd fallen in love with. Back then, Lisa had been a swordsman of exceptional skill, just like him. It was their shared passion for swordsmanship that had brought them together in the first place. Now, seeing her so weak, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming wave of guilt and determination. Sensei, let me take a look. Kaito stepped forward, his voice calm yet firm. Right. Kaito, check on her immediately. Koshiro slapped his forehead, realizing he should have remembered Kaito's medical skills sooner. Got it. Kaito approached Lisa and gave her a polite bow. Hello, ma'am. I'm Kaito Uchiha, Sensei's new student. It's an honor to meet you. Could I examine you? Just hold out your hand, please. Lisa, taken aback by his respectful demeanor, managed a small smile and extended her hand. Kaito placed his fingers gently on her wrist, using chakra to assess her condition. After a few moments, he released her hand and looked up. It's nothing too serious, he said, his voice reassuring. Most of it stems from emotional stress, which has taken a toll on her health. On top of that, there are old injuries from her sword training that were never properly treated. That's what's been worsening her condition. He reached into his pouch and pulled out 2 bottles. These should help. Kaito held up the first bottle. This one will strengthen your body and heal the old injuries. And this one, he said, showing the second bottle, is for restoring mental and spiritual vitality. Even though the misunderstanding between you and Sensei is clearing up, the stress has already done some damage. This will help reverse that. Lisa hesitated, glancing between the bottles and Koshiro, her eyes softening further. I just want us to be a family again. Koshiro said quietly. Kuina needs her mother. And I need you, Lisa. Lisa's lips trembled, her resolve wavering. Perhaps it was time to let go of the past. Chapter 80, Koshiro's Gratitude. Thank you so much. You're truly thoughtful. Lisa immediately took the 2 bottles of medicine offered to her. Without hesitation, she gulped them down. Moments later, she felt 2 warm currents spreading throughout her body, reaching her head and every limb. These soothing sensations quickly began healing the hidden injuries and damage within her body. Her recovery was visibly rapid. Her pale, sickly complexion began to give way to a healthy, rosy glow. The signs of illness that plagued her were quickly vanishing. Her persistent coughing stopped entirely. She stood up, feeling more energetic and alive than she had in years. Mom, are you feeling better now? Seeing the transformation in her mother, Tashigi's face lit up with joy. Over the years, she had been deeply worried about her mother's declining health. The local doctors in Logetown had always said there was nothing they could do. But now, her mother was healed so easily, by this kind young man. Tashigi's admiration for Kaito soared in an instant. Yes, sweetheart, I feel completely better now. Lisa smiled warmly, stroking her daughter's head. She then stood up and bowed deeply to Kaito. Thank you so much, Kaito. Please, don't. There's no need for that, Master's wife. Kaito quickly stepped back, waving his hands to stop her. You deserve this gratitude, Lisa said with a sincere smile. For years, she had been plagued by this illness. She had even resigned herself to the thought that her life might end soon, leaving Tashigi to fend for herself in a cruel world. Even though she had connections that could help, like the local marine base captain, who could look out for Tashigi, Lisa knew it was no substitute for her own care. But now, with her health restored and her husband Koshiro here to make amends, she could finally envision a happy, united family once again. That's right. Koshiro chimed in, his voice filled with gratitude. Kaito, you've done more than I could ever repay. Without you, I might have never found Lisa and Tashigi. I owe you so much. Kaito scratched his head and stepped back, smiling awkwardly. Master, let's not make this awkward. If you really want to thank me, how about asking your father to forge 4 top-notch swords for me? I'll provide the materials myself, deal? Kaito knew well that Koshiro's father, Kozaburo, was a legendary swordsmith who crafted the great-grade blades, Wado Akamanji and Inma. It was the perfect opportunity for him to secure custom blades for himself, Minato, Mikoto, and someone else in his squad who might need one. These swords had to be more than just strong, they needed to conduct chakra exceptionally well, allowing them to fully unleash their potential in combat. Koshiro blinked, surprised by the request. Swords? Of course, I can arrange that. Honestly, I was already planning to have my old man forge a great sword for you, even if you didn't ask. But that doesn't erase the debt I owe you. I still consider this a huge favor. If there's anything else you ever need, just let me know. To Koshiro, Kaito wasn't just any disciple, he was the one who might carry on his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. In fact, Koshiro had already been considering gifting both Minato and Mikoto custom-made blades upon their graduation, recognizing their incredible talent in swordsmanship. Oh, come on, Master. Don't be so formal. We're family, aren't we? Kaito said with a grin. You took me in as a disciple and passed down the essence of your skills to me without any reservations. That's priceless. He glanced at Lisa, Koshiro, and Tashigi, discreetly activating his sensory ability to check their feelings toward him. As expected, Koshiro's favorability toward him had skyrocketed to 90. Lisa's favorability wasn't far behind at 89. And Tashigi? Her fondness for Kaito had soared to a staggering 94, off the charts. It was no surprise. After all, he had healed her mother, reunited her parents, and given her a family again. Wow, I can probably form contracts with the whole family at this rate. Kaito thought, a satisfied smile crossing his face. Each member of this family was a rare talent in swordsmanship. Koshiro was a great swordsman, and Lisa had been one in her prime. Now that her health was restored, her strength was naturally returning too. And then there was Kuina, their daughter, whose talent was undeniable, a rival to Zoro himself. Even Tashigi, despite her seemingly ordinary future in the original timeline, was brimming with potential here. Clearly, her weak foundation was due to a lack of proper guidance from a young age. But her talent was undeniable. She was definitely worth contracting. In fact, Kaito was desperate for people to join him right now. Even if someone didn't have enough talent, he'd still consider contracting them. Worst case, they could just be workers for his projects. If he had enough manpower earlier, he wouldn't have needed to rely on Dalton to help recruit for the Drum Island pharmaceutical factory. Haha. You're such a sharp one. Koshiro laughed heartily at Kaito's words, feeling truly proud. This disciple was a rare find, his talent was monstrous, and his character was top-notch. With a student like this, what more could a master ask for? Well then, master's wife, now that your family is reunited, how about heading back home soon? Kuin is probably looking forward to seeing you all again. Kaito suggested, stepping in to help his master, who seemed hesitant to bring it up himself. Yeah, Lisa. Koshiro immediately caught on, turning to Lisa with an eager expression. Please, come back with me. Kuin misses you so much. Besides, my old man was furious when he heard about us splitting up back then. He's been lecturing me about it for years. Lisa thought for a moment before nodding. Alright. She missed Kuin too. What mother wouldn't long to be with her young daughter? Back then, she had no choice but to leave, and when she wanted to look for Kuin and Koshiro, she realized she didn't even know where they lived. She could have taken both children with her, but that would have been too cruel to Koshiro. In the end, she only took Tashigi. But now, their family could finally be whole again. At this moment, Lisa felt like the luckiest person in the world. The heavens had truly smiled upon her. Haha. Kaito, I'll have to trouble you again. Koshiro said with joy, wrapping an arm around Lisa's waist and placing his hand on Tashigi's head. He extended his other hand toward Kaito, seeking his help. No problem. But master, doesn't this seem a bit unfair to your disciple here? Kaito teased with a sly grin. Koshiro froze briefly before pulling his hand back, glancing sheepishly at his wife and daughter. You. Lisa gave Koshiro a playful glare before handing Tashigi to him and heading inside to pack their things. It took her just over 10 minutes to get everything ready. All done. Let's head out. Lisa handed her belongings to Koshiro as she spoke. I'll take that. Before she could hand over the luggage, Kaito stepped forward and grabbed it himself. With a simple thought, he stored the bags in his personal spatial dimension. Lisa froze mid-motion. Wait. Is that a devil fruit space ability? She asked in amazement. Wow. Big brother, that's amazing. Tashigi's eyes widened with curiosity as she stared at Kaito's hands, trying to figure out where the items had gone. Sort of. Kaito replied vaguely, nodding slightly. He then grabbed Koshiro's arm and said, Alright, let's go. Koshiro understood and picked up Lisa and Tashigi in his arms, signaling they were ready. We're all set. Great. Let's move. In the next instant, Kaito teleported them all to the swordsmanship dojo on Shimatsuki Island. Was that spatial teleportation? And for a group? Lisa exclaimed in shock as she looked at their new surroundings. This ability is incredible, it's so convenient for traveling. Haha. It's not bad. Kaito said with a modest smile. He then waved his hand, bringing out Lisa's luggage from his space and addressing his master and Lisa. Actually, if you're willing, I could grant you both the same teleportation and storage abilities. What? Really? Lisa and Koshiro were both stunned. Koshiro quickly connected the dots, remembering that Minato, Mikoto, Kashina, and Nori Uchiha seemed to have similar abilities. He'd always wondered why they all shared this trait but never dwelled on it too much. He wasn't one to pry into his disciples' secrets. But now that Kaito was bringing it up on his own, he couldn't help but believe it. So, Minato and the other spatial abilities came from you? Koshiro asked curiously. Kaito nodded affirmatively. Exactly. But there are conditions. This ability requires a certain level of favorability toward me, as well as forming a contract. Once contracted, you won't just get spatial abilities, you'll gain even more benefits. But on the flip side, you'll also be tied to me to some extent. So, it's entirely up to you. There's no pressure at all. He added with a reassuring smile. Given their high favorability toward him, Kaito saw no harm in revealing this to them. He trusted their character enough to know they wouldn't spread the information recklessly. Chapter 81, Contracting Koshiro's Family. Really? Koshiro exchanged a surprised glance with Lisa, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected Kaito to have such an incredible ability. So, both my wife and I meet the requirements for your favorability level? Wait, can you actually see how much people like you? Doesn't that mean you can easily tell who's a friend or an enemy? Koshiro asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. He couldn't help but think this ability was downright strange. To think someone could gauge emotions and loyalty so easily, it was almost absurd. But then again, given the bizarre powers granted by devil fruits in this world, maybe it wasn't so unbelievable. Still, was this really a devil fruit ability? Could it be a contract fruit? But that didn't explain the spatial manipulation he'd witnessed earlier. Or perhaps, could Kaito be a dual fruit user? Koshiro's head spun with all the possibilities. Deciding it was too much to figure out, he set the thoughts aside. Personally, he didn't mind entering into a contract, but his wife's opinion mattered most. Actually, it's not just you two. Kaido added with a smile. Even Tashigi has reached the required favorability level. And Kuina, once she learns about everything that happened today, should also qualify. Her favorability was already quite high before this. Really? Koshiro and Lisa looked down at Tashigi, who was nestled in Lisa's arms. Tashigi blinked her wide, innocent eyes and looked up at her parents before turning to Kaido. She nodded firmly. I like Big Brother Kaido the most. If it wasn't for him, Mommy wouldn't have gotten better, and Daddy wouldn't have found us. Hearing this, Koshiro and Lisa couldn't help but chuckle. They understood why Tashigi was so attached to Kaido, even after meeting him just once. Lisa, what do you think? Koshiro asked, looking at his wife. Kaido's character isn't in question, and I don't have any objections. But this decision is up to you. Lisa glanced at Kaido, then smiled warmly. Didn't Kaido say before? We're family. Signing a contract is just formalizing that. The pros and cons are clear, and I trust he wouldn't harm us. Let's do it. Maybe we should test it out first? Though she was willing, there was still a hint of caution in her tone. It was their first time meeting, after all. Koshiro understood her reasoning and nodded in agreement. Alright, Kaido, what do we need to do? It's simple. Kaido said, conjuring two intricate runes from the center of his brow. The symbols floated in the air, shimmering faintly. Just touch these runes and agree to the contract in your mind. Lisa and Koshiro looked at each other before reaching out with a finger to touch the runes. The moment they made contact, a voice echoed in their minds, explaining the contract's terms and asking for confirmation. Agree. They both said silently. The runes dissolved into streaks of light, entering their hands and traveling up to their brows before vanishing into their consciousness. In the next instant, a torrent of knowledge rushed into their minds, fragments of the past and future of the pirate world, glimpses of another realm, and the benefits of being a contract member, access to chakra refinement techniques, health enhancement methods, and even the possibility of extended lifespan. For a while, the two stood in silence, absorbing the flood of information. When they opened their eyes, both were visibly shaken. Wow! Lisa muttered, looking at Koshiro. So, you're from another world? Her voice dropped as she said the last part. Wait, I can't say it out loud. She realized immediately that certain information was restricted, likely due to the terms of the contract. Oh, this must be the information limitation. That's incredible. Then, her expression turned serious. Dear, let's have Tashigi contract as well. And Kuina, she needs to know about Kaito saving me and reuniting us so she can also qualify. Koshiro hesitated for a moment before nodding. Alright. He said, turning to Kaido. Thank you for everything. I'll go get Kuina right away. With that, he quickly left the room. A short while later, he returned with Kuina, who looked puzzled as she followed him in. Koshiro wasted no time introducing her to Lisa, explaining how Kaito had healed Lisa and brought their family back together. Are you really my mom? Kuina asked hesitantly, her voice trembling as she looked at Lisa. When Lisa and Koshiro had separated, Kuina had been just a baby. She had no memory of her mother's face. Yes, Kuina, my precious daughter. I'm your mother. Lisa said, her voice choked with emotion. Tears welled up in her eyes as she set Tashigi down and carefully pulled Kuina into her arms. Tears streamed down Lisa's face as her body shook with emotion. At long last, she had been reunited with her other daughter. From the moment they were separated, she had regretted leaving Kuina behind. That regret had turned into a deep-seated pain that never left her. But now, they were together again. This regret was the root of her obsession and the illness in her heart. Now, finally, that obsession and resentment were completely resolved. After a while, Kuina reluctantly pulled away from her mother and then greeted Tashigi, taking her little sister's hand. Smiling brightly, she turned to Kaido and gave a slight bow. Senior brother Kaido. Thank you for helping me find my mom and sister. Hey, no need to thank me. That's just what an older brother should do. Kaido replied with a carefree wave. Using his ability to check, he saw that Kuina's affection level toward him had now reached 88 points. Perfect? How is it? Koshiro and Lisa asked nervously. She's met the requirements. The contract can be formed. Kaido confirmed with a nod. That's great. Both parents were overjoyed. Huh? What's going on? Kuina asked, confused. Unlike her, Tashigi already knew about the contract. She eagerly explained, after Dad and Mom made the contract with Big Brother Kaido, they were super happy and shocked. Now, they want us to make one with him too. It must be because they got a huge benefit and took advantage of him. Humphrey. Tashigi added with a pout, shooting her parents a side-eye full of disdain. Lisa and Koshiro couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It wasn't that they were opportunistic, they were just being cautious and protective of their daughters, wanting to test things out first. Oh, I see. Kuina nodded, understanding. She looked at Kaido with curiosity. Senior brother, can we form the contract now? She couldn't help but feel excited. Just the thought of gaining space-related abilities was enough to make her eager. Recently, she had seen Mikoto and the others using teleportation and storage techniques, and even Kushina had taken her on a few teleportation trips around the village. Kuina had been utterly amazed. She'd assumed those powers were innate, but to think they all came from Kaido's ability. If she'd known, she would have maxed out her affection level with him ages ago. Who could resist teleportation and storage powers, and me? I want it too. Dashigi chimed in, raising her hand eagerly. Of course. You know the process. Just touch the sigil and agree in your mind. Kaito said, forming 2 intricate sigils and preparing to send them over. Wait a moment. Koshiro interjected. Can you limit the information about our world and yours that they'll receive for now? They're still young, and knowing too much wouldn't be good for them. Please. He'd only just realized this concern. Kuina and Tashigi were only 4 years old, far too young to handle the burden of too much knowledge. You're right. Kaito said after a brief pause. My apologies for overlooking that. I'll seal most of the information in their sigils for now. When you think they're ready, I can help unseal it. I'll also exclude the life force jutsu. They're too young for it, so this technique would be unnecessary and might even have adverse effects. This small adjustment was well within his power. That's perfect. Thank you. Koshiro and Lisa both agreed, relief evident in their expressions. This arrangement was ideal. All right. Kaito nodded, spending a few minutes sealing unnecessary information into the sigils. Once everything was set, he sent the sigils to Kuina and Tashigi. All done. Go ahead and form the contract. He said. Thank you, senior brother, big brother. The 2 girls nodded obediently, each reaching out to touch a sigil with their finger. The sigils dissolved into streams of light, entering through their fingers and traveling up their arms until settling in the centers of their brows. Instinctively, they closed their eyes, processing the influx of knowledge. After some time, they opened their eyes and looked at each other in awe. So amazing. Senior brother, big brother, Kaito is really from another world? They exclaimed in unison. Hey, yep. Kaito chuckled, nodding. Can we go visit your world? Kuina asked, curiosity lighting up her eyes. Dashigi looked just as hopeful. You can, but only if I or someone like Mikoto takes you. That world isn't safe, so you can't go on your own. Kaito explained. He added a restriction to their interdimensional travel, just to be safe. Alright, it's set. You'll need supervision to cross worlds. Okay. When can we go? The 2 little ones asked excitedly, unconcerned about the restriction. They understood it was for their own good. How about tomorrow morning? I'll take some time to show you around the shinobi world. Kaito suggested. He then turned to Koshiro and Lisa. Master, Madam, why don't you join us too? Absolutely. Lisa and Koshiro agreed enthusiastically. The whole family was on board. Afterward, Kuina and Tashigi spent some more time chatting with Kaito, asking about some of the things they had learned through the contract. Eventually, Lisa led them away, leaving Koshiro to sit with Kaito for a private conversation. Pouring tea for them both, Koshiro hesitated before finally asking, Kaito, in the information about the future, is it true that Kuina would have died at age 10 from such a ridiculous accident? His voice wavered slightly, and Kaito could sense his unease. Master, you don't need to worry. Kaito said, shaking his head with a reassuring smile. From the moment I arrived, the future has been changing. Now that you've all formed contracts with me, things are even safer. Meditation jutsu, and refined chakra jutsus, Kuina will be so physically strong by the time she's 10 that even if a massive boulder crushed her, it'd probably only leave a scratch. Besides, I've set up a safeguard for all contract members. If they're ever in life-threatening danger, they'll automatically be teleported to the dimensional space for safety. There's no way anything could happen to her. Koshiro let out a long breath, relief washing over him. A smile spread across his face. I see now. I was overthinking it. You really have thought of everything, Kaito. With this, my wife and I can rest easy. But please, continue to guide my daughters in their training. I don't expect them to become invincible, I just want them to live happy, peaceful lives. Of course, if they can grow strong while staying safe, even better. He added with a laugh. Thinking of Kuina inheriting his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, Koshiro couldn't help but feel a deep sense of satisfaction. Perhaps, in this way, everything was falling into place. Chapter 82, Roronoa Zoro, the Shimatsuki descendant. With the techniques Kaido provided and his assistance, Kuina truly had the chance to achieve her dream. As for Tashigi, this girl dreams of collecting all the legendary swords in the world. Koshiro thought her goal was even harder than Kuina's. Still, whether he said it or not, Koshiro would train both Kuina and Tashigi. It didn't matter much in the end. Having a direction to work toward was always better than wandering aimlessly. No problem. Kaito smiled and nodded. After all, he was counting on them to help him conquer the world in the future. By the way, Kaito, do you think I should bring that kid Zoro to the dojo early, or maybe settle him in the nearby village? Wouldn't it be better to start building a good bond with him now? Koshiro asked. That kid was going to be another genius disciple for him in the future. While he wouldn't be as gifted as Kaito, he shouldn't fall short of someone like Minato. As I thought, you've had your eye on Zoro all along, haven't you? So, is he a descendant of Wano too? Kaido asked knowingly. Exactly. Koshiro nodded firmly. He's also a descendant of my Shimatsuki family. He was entrusted to me by someone. For certain reasons, I had him temporarily placed in a nearby village. That's right. All that stuff about Zoro challenging the dojo in the future? That was actually Koshiro's arrangement. Where do you think all those so-called coincidences come from? Works for me. Do whatever you think is best. Kaido replied with indifference. Starting to build a good relationship with Zoro early wouldn't hurt. But that kid was still too young to start serious training. Alright. Koshiro nodded and then hesitated before asking, I've been reviewing the future information you shared about our world. Do you have any plans or goals for the future here? If so, could you share them with me? That way, I can start preparing. After all, his entire family had gained immense benefits from Kaido. Having received so much, it was only natural to contribute in return. Otherwise, it just wouldn't sit right. Not to mention, since the contract was in place, Kaido could take it back anytime. If that happened, all the gains they had made after forming the contract would vanish. Koshiro didn't want things to come to that. Of course, as long as he didn't cross the line, Kaido probably wouldn't go that far. Well, Kaido looked at Koshiro in mild surprise before thinking for a moment. The ultimate goal is definitely to overthrow the world government, take control of the world, and become the new ruler of this world. Not just the pirate world, but also the ninja world and beyond. Koshiro's pupils contracted sharply, and he gasped, Whoa. Kaido, your goal is insane. Can it even be done? You know the world government is incredibly powerful. And according to the information you shared, the true ruler behind the world government is someone named Imu. This person has supposedly lived for over 800 years and was present during the founding of the world government. Can we really take down someone like that? He had expected Kaido's ambitions to be grand, but this was on a whole other level. Then again, thinking it through, if he had the same once-in-a-lifetime abilities, talents, and insights that Kaido possessed, he'd probably have similar aspirations. It's all about perspective. Of course, it's possible. Kaito smiled slightly. Sensei, you've got to have faith in us. Besides, it's not like we're going to openly declare war on the world government right from the start. We'll make a plan, break it into stages, and take it step by step. For now, we need to lie low, grow stronger, expand our forces, and bide our time. When we're fully prepared, then we'll make our move. Meanwhile, we need to set things up in advance, rally enough allies and supporters. We don't have to frame it as an anti-world government crusade at first, we can grow under a more conventional guise. By the time we take action, these forces will already be so deeply tied to us that they won't be able to back out. At that point, even if we drag them into a rebellion against the world government, they'll have no choice but to fight alongside us. Besides, over the next decade or so in the pirate world, up until Zoro and his crew set sail, we'll remain in our development phase. My main focus right now will be on the ninja world. Only after I've unified the ninja world and consolidated its strength will I fully enter the pirate world and set the stage to overthrow the world government. That day was still a long way off. I see. I understand now. I'll do everything I can to support and help you. Koshiro nodded in realization. If Kaido could unify the ninja world before fully committing to the pirate world, it would significantly reduce the difficulty of their mission. By then, Kaido would need to be invincible in the ninja world. That would mean he had already surpassed Madara Uchiha, the Sage of Six Paths, and even Otsutsuki Kaguya. With that level of power, he'd be nearly unstoppable in the pirate world as well. The two continued discussing many things. Koshiro mostly asked questions, and Kaido answered. With so much knowledge about the future, Koshiro was bursting with curiosity. Oh right. Is the rumor about Moria stealing my ancestor Shimatsuki Rima's body and the legendary sword Shushui confirmed? Is he really in the Devil's Triangle right now? Koshiro suddenly remembered this issue and couldn't help but ask with a calm tone. His ancestor's grave had been desecrated, and both the body and the treasured sword buried with it had been stolen. How could Koshiro not be furious? At this moment, he wished he could cut Moria down himself. It's confirmed, Kaito said with a nod. Honestly, teacher, even if you didn't bring it up, I was planning to. You should retrieve your ancestor's remains and the legendary sword. Moria's actions are totally out of line. No wonder he got wrecked by Kaido. After being defeated by Kaido once, Moria's confidence was completely shattered. He couldn't even use Haki properly anymore. Instead, he developed an obsession with manipulating corpses, dreaming of using a zombie army to take on Kaido again. What a pipe dream. Thanks for telling me about this. Koshiro replied gratefully. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. I need to make a trip to the Devil's Triangle soon. Do you have a map of the area? Kaido shook his head. There's no direct map of the Devil's Triangle. But the nearby Sabati archipelago has been mapped out for a while. If you're planning to go there, you can teleport to Sabati first and then figure out how to get to the Devil's Triangle by boat. Alternatively, you could summon Kuro and fly from Sabati to the Devil's Triangle. Later, you and your family can leave your names on Kuro's summoning contract. That way, you'll be able to call on him whenever you need. Kuro's strength and size were growing rapidly. Carrying a few people for long-distance flights would be a piece of cake. That works. Thank you. Koshiro agreed readily. Oh, one more thing. Kaido suddenly remembered something. When you find Thriller Bark, let me know. I'll head over to grab the clear fruit for myself. Also, Perona has great potential. Maybe we can bring her back and train her. By now, Perona should already be living under Moria's care. However, her attachment to him likely wasn't too deep yet, making this the perfect time to bring her on board. The ghost fruit, hollow fruit, was incredibly overpowered. With proper training, she'd definitely be an asset in the future. Wouldn't that be dangerous? There are tons of zombies there, and Moria himself isn't weak. Especially during this time period. I can't promise I'd be able to protect you in a fight with him, Kaido. Unless your mother agrees to go with us, I can't let you take that risk. You'd have to wait until after I've dealt with Moria before you can come over. Or I could bring back the 2 devil fruit users for you. Koshiro wasn't about to let Kaido put himself in danger. If something happened to Kaido, forget Naori Uchiha, Koshiro himself would never forgive himself. Fine, I'll wait until you're done. Kaito reluctantly agreed. His mom had been super busy lately. He didn't want to add to her plate. Alright. I'll let you know when it's safe. Koshiro said, satisfied. Still, he didn't leave right away. Instead, he spent some time with Kaido to get his family bonded with a ninja hawk, Kuro. Afterward, he and his wife Lisa learned the primal chakra refinement technique, successfully forming their own chakra seeds and extracting some chakra. They mastered the summoning jutsu next. Finally, after 5 days of settling family affairs, Koshiro said goodbye to his loved ones and Kaito before setting off. By this time, Kaido and his classmates had finished their first semester exams and officially started their vacation. Kaido. It's time to keep your promise. Where are we going first? As soon as vacation began, Kushina eagerly found Kaido to ask about their plans. She could barely contain her excitement. No need to rush. Kaido chuckled. I promised you, so of course, we'll head out soon. Actually, Lady Mido and the others have already been contracted. Even if it's not vacation, you can now visit this world anytime without worrying about getting caught. That's not the same. Kushina shook her head. Traveling for a few hours here and there isn't the same as a proper trip. Don't tell me you're backing out? She teased, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. Not at all. Let's wait for Mikoto and the others to get here, and then we'll decide together. Kaido reassured her. Before long, Mikoto and Minato arrived. After some discussion, they set out on a long vacation journey. Over the next month, they spent most of their time traveling and exploring. They visited many places in the East Blue. For example, they befriended Nami's family in Kokoyasi village and met Ace and Sabo in Windmill village. They also visited Syrup village, where they met Usopp and Kaya's family. Unfortunately, the pirate Kuro, Klahadore, hadn't yet infiltrated the village disguised as a shipwreck survivor. Otherwise, Kaito would have dealt with him and earned Kaya's gratitude right then and there. Still, Kaito cured Kaya's congenital illness, bringing her favorability toward him up to 76 points, just a bit shy of 80. He planned to visit her again later and teach her some medical skills. That should do the trick. As for Usopp? Hey. Kaito never thought Usopp was worth the time. Chapter 83, Author Style, Time Skip Jutsu. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Kaito was 10 years old. In those years, his strength had grown at an astonishing pace. He had truly reached the peak of Kage-level power. And not just any Kage level, it was a dual mastery of both physical strength and chakra. Within the realm of Kage-level strength, he had advanced significantly. Over these years, Kaito also held ideological training sessions for Uchiha children and teens, helping them in their training and boosting his favorability with them. He successfully secured favorability above 80 points from over 100 Uchiha ninjas, contracting them one by one. Then, he trained them intensively. Some of the older ones were even sent to the world of pirates to train, gain battle experience, and improve their skills. At the same time, this conveniently expanded his influence in the pirate world. Apart from the Uchiha clan, Kaito also contracted figures like Nawaki, Perona, Zoro, Ace, Sabo, Nami, Nojiko, Belmir, Kaya, Konas, Rossi, Ganfall, and others, turning them into his loyal allies. Those contracted earlier had already grown quite strong under his guidance and were advancing rapidly. The more recent recruits showed great promise for the future. Profile: Kaito Uchiha. Talents: Space-Time Gate, Heaven Rewards Diligence. Lifespan: 612 years, 4 months, and 21 days. Level: Kage level. Peak: Dual Mastery of Chakra and Body. Chakra amount: 567 units. Chakra nature: Water, Wind, Lightning, Fire, Earth, Yin, Yankei Genkai, 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Skills: Primal Chakra Refinement Jutsu, 950,341 out of 1 million, nearing mastery. Medical Ninjutsu, 221,133 out of 1 million, nearing mastery. Eternal Life Jutsu, 384,536 out of 1 million, nearing mastery. Sharingan Meditation Jutsu, 1 million out of 1 million, perfected. Advanced Taijutsu, 53,346 out of 1 million, nearing mastery. Chakra Control, Max. Hand Seals and Sealless Casting, Max. Observation Haki, 273,782 out of 1 million, nearing mastery. Armament Haki, 12,325 out of 100,000, advanced. Conqueror's Haki, 6,783 out of 10,000, novice. Rumble Fruit, 326,334 out of 1 million, nearing mastery. Swordsmanship Intent, 230,784 out of 1 million, true one-hearted sword style. Ishinryu, 236,543 out of 1 million, nearing mastery. Even though Kaito had trained in a vast array of techniques and skills, he managed to bring most of his primary skills close to mastery or even perfection. His basic taijutsu had evolved into advanced taijutsu, which provided an even more terrifying boost to his physical strength. His basic swordsmanship had advanced into sword intent. Chakra control and hand seals had reached their absolute limits, achieving true mastery. It was at this point that Kaito realized not all skills could transcend their limits. To break past a limit, the skill needed the potential and possibility for evolution. After his body reached a certain level of strength, he also successfully grasped armament haki. As his resolve grew firmer and his spirit more transparent, he managed to awaken Conqueror's Haki under his teacher's intense pressure. Currently, he could even wield advanced techniques like Conqueror's Haki infusion. He fully mastered the Navy 6 styles, achieving a qualitative leap in his control over his body and unlocking life return. In short, Kaito was now terrifyingly strong. At the same time, the Uchiha clan had changed dramatically from a few years ago. Their strength had steadily recovered and improved. The Senju clan had also regained some of its vitality and strength. The Uzumaki clan was no exception. But this resurgence only made the third Hokage and his allies more wary of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. They wished to eliminate them entirely. Unfortunately for them, the 3 clans had united over the years, secretly allying with other smaller clans. This made it impossible for the third Hokage and his allies to act against them. Meanwhile, the tensions in the ninja world grew worse. Conflicts escalated steadily. In the Land of Rain, a figure known as Hanzo the Salamander, hailed as a demigod, emerged with growing ambitions. Hanzo sought to expand the Land of Rain's influence, aiming to make it the 6th great nation and elevate the Hidden Rain village into a major power. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, our chance has come. This time, Hanzo from the Hidden Rain attacked the Land of Fire and seized our territory. Even the daimyo has sent a letter demanding we retaliate. We can't miss this opportunity. Denzo spoke with excitement, urging the third Hokage. Tap, tap. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe and glanced at Denzo. Don't think I don't know. You're the one pulling strings behind the scenes. Hanzo isn't an idiot. His real targets for expansion right now are the Land of Iron and the Land of Wind, not the Land of Fire. They were old friends, after all. How could one not know the other's true intentions? To all old friends, no secrets between us. Denzo's intentions were crystal clear. What's the difference? Denzo shrugged nonchalantly. Even without my nudging and scheming, this was bound to happen sooner or later. With Hanzo's ambitions, he'd never settle for just the Land of Iron and the Land of Wind. Those two places? One's full of rocks, and the other's just sand. Anyone with half a brain knows that if the Rain Village wants to become the sixth great ninja village, and the Land of Rain the sixth great nation, invading the Land of Fire is the only real option. All I did was move the timeline up a bit. And let's not forget, this isn't just my doing. The Hidden Rock and the Hidden Sand are also playing a role behind the scenes. For years now, the major ninja villages have been recuperating, and their Jinchuriki have matured and stabilized. They've been itching for expansion and looking for ways to grab more resources. And tell me, is there a better target than the rich and fertile Land of Fire and Hidden Leaf Village? So really, this whole situation was inevitable. Denzo's words weren't just baseless bravado. Both the Hidden Rock and Hidden Sand had been pulling strings behind the scenes. Hanzo likely knew this too, but for his own interests and ambitions, he chose to play along. At the same time, he wanted to test Hidden Leaf Village's response and gauge its strength. If Hidden Leaf Village proved too strong, he could always retreat, apologize, and negotiate. But if Hidden Leaf Village showed any signs of weakness, he'd gladly carve out a big chunk of the Land of Fire for himself. The Hidden Rock and Hidden Sand are involved too? That makes things a real headache. The third Hokage furrowed his brows, a worried expression on his face. But a closer look revealed a flicker of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. He'd been waiting for this moment for years. Watching the Uchiha grow stronger, the Senju and Uzumaki recover, it had been a constant source of stress. But during peacetime, there was no valid excuse to target those clans. Especially since they now avoided taking dangerous missions and weren't dependent on them for survival. Even setting traps to slowly chip away at their strength was no longer an option. To make matters worse, more and more smaller clans were aligning themselves with the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki, deepening their connections. But now, with the war he'd been waiting for on the horizon, everything was about to change. Only in war could he regain the upper hand. Then let's declare war on the Hidden Rain. I'll convene a meeting of all the Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village shortly to discuss our deployment to the Land of Rain. The third Hokage made his decision with a determined nod. This time, coordination will be key. Denzo grinned slyly. Don't worry, I won't oppose letting the Uchiha or even the Senju participate this time. In fact, I'll do my best to encourage them to take part voluntarily, to deplete their forces. Don't go overboard right away. The third cautioned, narrowing his eyes. If you push too hard from the start, I'm afraid Uzumaki Mido and Nari Uchiha might outright refuse. So here's the plan: aside from the village's registered ninja forces, I'll have each clan contribute a squad to the front lines in the Land of Rain. And as for the commander of the Hidden Rain campaign, Denzo, I'll leave that to you. What do you think? It was only fitting for Denzo to handle the dirty work, he excelled at it. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly. Denzo's grin widened. This was exactly what he wanted. Not only would this weaken the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans, but he also aimed to secure victory on the Hidden Rain battlefield, earning enough merit to boost his reputation. If everything went according to plan, by the end of the Second Shinobi War, he'd have the leverage to overthrow Hiruzen and take the position of fourth Hokage for himself. Merely acting as Hiruzen's lackey, taking the fall for controversial decisions, and targeting powerful clans wasn't enough for his ambitions. Of course, he didn't share any of this with the third. Are you sure this will work? Won't they catch on? Yutane Koharu furrowed her brows in concern. It wasn't that she underestimated Hiruzen or Denzo, but Nari Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido were no pushovers. Over the years, the two had repeatedly outmaneuvered and outplayed them. That's true. Better to proceed cautiously, Denzo, Hiruzen. Mitakato Hamura added. We don't want this backfiring. If they catch wind of what we're doing, they won't hold back. Denzo snorted, crossing his arms. What are you worried about? I've already taken precautions. Trust me, there won't be any problems. Or are you doubting my abilities? Koharu and Hamura quickly waved their hands, trying to smooth things over. Of course not. We're just concerned. We want to make sure everything goes smoothly. Enough talking. The third Hokage interrupted. Now that the decision's made, let's start organizing. I'll summon the Jonin and clan representatives to finalize everything. With a nod, The third called for the Anbu captain, issuing orders to inform the village's leaders and high-ranking ninjas about the upcoming war council. Chapter 84, The Second Shinobi War is Coming. A little over an hour later, at the Hokage Tower, the large assembly hall was filled with people. Nearly all of Hidden Leaf Village's registered jonin and representatives from the various ninja clans had gathered. Sitting together were Uzumaki Mito, Naori Uchiha, and Uzumaki Ashina. Any word on what this is about? Uzumaki Mito asked Naori Uchiha in a hushed tone. Despite her efforts, alongside Tsunoda's and the Uchiha clan's support, the Senju had only just begun to regain some of their former strength over the past few years. It wasn't enough time. Their intelligence network was far from fully restored. The Uzumaki clan's resources were even more limited in that regard. It's probably about the Hidden Rain's invasion of the Land of Fire. Naori replied through mental communication. The ability to transmit thoughts directly was a skill she had mastered 6 months into practicing her Sharingan meditation techniques. It was incredibly useful, especially in situations where speaking openly wasn't wise. Even whispered words could easily be overheard in a room full of sharp senses and powerful ninjas. It's clear some people have grown restless during these years of peace. Naori continued. Now that they feel their strength has recovered, they're eager to start another shinobi war and reap the benefits. The third Hokage and his circle won't miss this opportunity either. Naori's tone was sharp. It's time for us to play along and move forward with the next phase of our plan. Mito nodded, her expression calm but her eyes gleaming with understanding. So that's how it is. Too bad for them, they're blind if they think this will work. They've been waiting for their chance, but haven't we been doing the same? Next, we'll need to carefully orchestrate things. We need to ensure the elite forces of Sarutobi and the other allied clans are heavily damaged on the battlefield. Mito added. And we'll make sure Denzo and the third Hokage take full responsibility for any failures. She continued. At the same time, we'll have our people earn as much merit as possible while winning over the hearts of neutral ninja clans and civilian ninjas. That way, when the war ends, we can finally topple the third Hokage and his allies, driving them into irrelevance. Naori nodded in agreement. We also need to use this opportunity to deal with the other 4 great ninja villages, making sure they're unable to start any more wars for years to come. That will give us time to reorganize and reform Hidden Leaf Village internally. At the moment, the Uchiha clan was terrifyingly strong. They had over 100 elite jonin with 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and countless more regular jonin. If it weren't for many of the younger generation still maturing, their numbers would be even greater. However, most of the elite jonin weren't bound by Kaido contracts, which limited the clan's ability to fully support their growth. Otherwise, a good number of them would likely have already reached Kage-level strength. You're right. Mito replied. If that's the case, should we step in directly this time? After all, Onoki and the third Raikage aren't exactly easy opponents. Over the past 3 years, both Mito and Naori had made tremendous progress. With access to resources from the pirate world and Kaito's guidance in advanced techniques, their powers had far surpassed the typical Kage level. They were no longer at the initial stages of Kage-level strength but firmly beyond it. Physically, they were incredibly strong, comparable to, if not quite at, the level of admirals in the pirate world. They were certainly at the admiral candidate level. Both had also awakened Conqueror's Haki, something Kaido wasn't surprised by. Mito and Naori were both determined, strong-willed women with unwavering beliefs. Awakening Conqueror's Haki felt natural. Through mastering and refining it, Kaido had came to understand the essence of Conqueror's Haki. It was an extension of one's will and spirit. We'll see. Naori replied vaguely. Kaido is already at the peak of Kage-level strength. With his mastery of both physical and spiritual techniques, he can handle Onoki and the third Raikage. Even without him, Tsunoda has reached Kage-level peak strength. She shouldn't need our help either. Naori paused briefly before adding, besides, if we want Kaido to take the position of Hokage after the war, we can't intervene too much. We need him to earn the highest merit on his own and erase any doubts about his qualifications. Otherwise, it'll be hard to win everyone over. The urgency to elevate Kaido to Hokage was clear. It would pave the way for him to earn widespread respect and admiration. This would make it easier for him to garner support from Hidden Leaf Village's ninja and prepare for the village's eventual move to the pirate world. Without the title of Hokage, achieving this would be much harder. Otherwise, letting Tsunoda serve as a transitional Hokage after the war would have been the better option. True. Let's hold off for now. Mito said through their mental link. For now, just keep an eye on things. She added. Unless that old geezer Madara can't resist making a move. Then we'll see if it's worth stepping in. Mito continued. When it came to Black Zetsu and Madara Uchiha, Uzumaki Mito knew quite a bit. In recent years, they had frequently detected traces of black Zetsus and even white Zetsus activities, especially in Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan's territory. If it hadn't been for poor timing, they would have already acted. Even though they hadn't made a direct move, they hadn't been idle. After more than a year of effort, 2 years ago, Mido and Nori developed a sealing technique specifically designed to counter yin-yang release and black Zetsu. When the time came, they could take black Zetsu down with confidence, assuming it became necessary. At that moment, the third Hokage entered the hall, flanked by Denzo, Uchiha Koharu, and Mikado Hamura. Their entrance instantly drew everyone's attention. The four of them made their way to the front, where Sarutobi Hiruzen took his seat at the head of the table. Hiruzen's gaze swept across the room, pausing briefly on Mido, Nori, and Ashina before moving on. Then he stood up and began to speak. Everyone. The reason I've gathered you here on such short notice is simple: war is upon us. A few days ago, Hanzo of the Salamander led a force from the Hidden Rain into the Land of Fire, causing serious damage. They've killed more than a dozen of our border patrol ninjas. This has enraged the daimyo, who has ordered us to mobilize, reclaim our territory, and teach the Land of Rain a lesson. After discussions with the council, we've decided to officially declare war on the Hidden Rain. We'll deploy our forces to drive them out of the Land of Fire, invade the Land of Rain, and defeat Hanzo of the Salamander. We'll show him, and anyone else watching, that Hidden Leaf Village is not to be trifled with. The moment those words left Hiruzen's mouth, the room erupted in chatter. Since when did the Rain Village have the guts to provoke Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Fire? Does Hanzo really think his demigod title makes him untouchable? Maybe he does think that way. No question about it, we've got to hit them hard. Otherwise, every small time nobody will think they can invade the Land of Fire whenever they feel like it. Exactly. We can't show mercy here. Time to strike back with full force. The discussions grew louder, filled with indignation and enthusiasm for war. Hiruzen nodded, satisfied with the response. This was precisely the reaction he wanted. The crowd's energy and unity were essential for the battles ahead. Once the chatter began to die down, Hiruzen raised his hand to quiet the room. Now that we're all on the same page, let's discuss the specifics of the deployment. He continued. According to our intelligence, the Rain Village's actions have been instigated by the Hidden Rock and Hidden Sand. This isn't just a conflict between us and the Hidden Rain, it's likely the prelude to a larger shinobi war. If we engage with the Land of Rain, the Rock and Sand villages will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to act. And if we become bogged down fighting the Rock, Sand, and Rain, there's no guarantee that the Cloud and Mist won't make moves of their own. They've always had their eyes on our Land of Fire's territory. Hearing this, many in the room grew serious, their expressions tense. That's entirely possible. The signs of another major war have been there since the last Shinobi War. Damn the Rock and Mist. I knew Hanzo wouldn't dare provoke us on his own. There's definitely someone backing him. This just got more complicated. What's so complicated? Let's fight. Since when has Hidden Leaf Village backed down from a challenge? Reactions varied, but the disdain for the meddling Rock and Sand villages was unanimous. Hiruzen, seeing that he had sufficiently steered the mood, raised his hand again for silence. Given the situation, we must prepare to fight not just one, but potentially 2, 3, or even 4 major villages simultaneously. He said. To do this, we'll need to reinforce all our borders with elite forces as a precaution. Within the village, we must also prepare additional ninja units to respond to any threats. However, the current ninja forces within the village and the Anbu alone won't be enough. That's why I'm asking all of you clan representatives to send your clan's ninjas to support Hidden Leaf Village. The clan representatives exchanged glances, their expressions subtle but telling. So that's why Hiruzen had called them all here and made such a big speech. It was to recruit their clans for the war effort. The reactions among the clans were mixed. Some seemed willing, others cautious, and a few downright resistant. Still, no one spoke up immediately. They all waited for Hiruzen to continue, watching to see if his words would convince them. After all, if Hiruzen expected their clans to send their forces, then surely the clans behind Hidden Leaf Village's leadership, the Sarutobi, Shimura, Uchiha, and Mikado, would lead by example, right? Otherwise, why would they willingly sacrifice their clan's strength? Hiruzen's 12 years in power had been fruitful for his own clan, the Sarutobi. With their naturally large population and his access to resources, they had quietly grown significantly stronger. Although he had tried to keep this hidden, the larger clans weren't entirely in the dark. The same was true for the Shimura, Uchiha, and Mikado clans, whose expansions had been blatant and aggressive. In fact, their overt growth had drawn so much attention that it helped Hiruzen expand the Sarutobi clan quietly in the background. A smart move from Hiruzen. But Chapter 85, Pre-War Schemes, Bonus. Seeing the reactions of the various ninja clan representatives, the third Hokage didn't hold back and directly made his stance clear. As Hokage, and as a member of the Sarutobi clan, it's only right that I lead by example. He continued, this time, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will dispatch 500 clan ninjas to the battlefield, including 20 Jonin. Denzo followed immediately, on behalf of the Shimura clan, I declare that we will send 400 ninjas, including 18 Jonin. Uchiha Koharu added, the Uchiha clan is a small ninja clan, but we will still contribute 50 ninjas, including 5 Jonin. Midokado Hamura chimed in, the Midokado clan will also send 50 ninjas, with 5 Jonin among them. When the four finished speaking, they turned their gazes to the other clan representatives, their eyes subtly landing on Naori Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido's group. The message was clear. At this point, who in Hidden Leaf Village didn't know that the Uchiha clan was the true powerhouse of the village? Naori Uchiha smirked inwardly but kept her expression calm. In that case, the Uchiha clan will send 300 clan members to the battlefield, including 80 Jonin. Her intention was clear, prioritize elite forces over sheer numbers. Instead of sending young, inexperienced ninjas to die, it was better to let them train and grow stronger first. Most of the younger generation in the clan were already bound by contracts with Kaido, often sent to the world of pirates to train and gain experience. Of course, among the forces being deployed, there were still a number of Chunin and Genin. These individuals, too, were bound by contracts, ensuring their survival through emergency teleportation mechanisms. The crowd murmured in astonishment. What? 80 Jonin? Damn. All are Uchihas. A true nightmare for the enemies. Yeah, the number might not be huge, but the quality is insane. The Uchiha clan sure knows how to show sincerity. Many in the room gasped when they heard Naori Uchiha's declaration. The sheer number of Jonin alone was almost double the combined total of the four clans led by the third Hokage. And everyone knew that the Uchiha clan's Jonin were far stronger than the average Jonin from other clans or villages. Each 3 Tomoe Sharingan Jonin was a real elite. Over the past few years, this superiority had become even more apparent, as the Uchiha's physical strength and vitality had significantly improved. The third Hokage and Denzo's pupils constricted as they heard Naori's announcement. They hadn't expected her to make such a move. She's deploying a large number of elites to reduce the involvement of weaker members. They thought. It seems Naori Uchiha doesn't want her clan to suffer heavy losses on the battlefield. But that's not a wise decision. Hiruzen and Denzo mused. After all, wasn't it common knowledge that awakening the Sharingan often required extreme emotional triggers? And what better catalyst for the Sharingan than the battlefield itself? Sure, the Uchiha's elites were powerful, but most of them already had awakened eyes. By keeping the weaker members out of the war, wouldn't that mean abandoning opportunities for them to awaken their Sharingan? The third Hokage and Denzo couldn't fathom Naori's reasoning. They didn't believe someone as shrewd as her would overlook this. She must be preparing against us, they concluded. Such caution is misguided. Both of them smirked inwardly, determined to ensure that as many of the Uchiha elites as possible would perish in battle. This would significantly weaken the clan's strength, making it easier to suppress them in the future. What they didn't realize was just how much the Uchiha had grown over the years. The elite forces Naori planned to deploy were less than half of the clan's total Jonin and elite Jonin. Most of their power was hidden, either sealed away or sent to the pirate world for training. If Hiruzen and Denzo knew the full extent of the Uchiha's strength, they would have been horrified and possibly driven to desperate measures. Naori and her group were deliberately keeping a low profile, avoiding provoking the third Hokage and his faction into reckless actions that could harm Hidden Leaf Village's overall stability. The time simply wasn't right before. But now, the situation was nearing a turning point. As for awakening the Sharingan, in recent years, Kaido and many other Uchiha members had proven that meditation techniques were highly effective in stimulating the process. Other methods, like life force and chakra refinement techniques, had also shown promise. These approaches not only extended lifespans and enhanced chakra quality but also subtly purified and strengthened their bloodlines. With these advancements, even someone with mediocre talent could awaken the Sharingan after a few years of training. There was no need to rely on the trauma of war to achieve this. And if battle was truly necessary, the pirate world offered plenty of opportunities, hunting pirates, sea kings, and fierce beasts, for instance. These experiences were abundant and didn't risk exposure to Hiruzen and Denzo's schemes. Unfortunately, the third Hokage and Denzo remained oblivious to all of this. They assumed Naori's choice was a foolish one, born out of a desire to preserve the younger generation of the clan. The third Hokage and his faction weren't the only ones who thought Naori Uchiha's decision was a dumb move. Many representatives of other clans, familiar with the general methods for awakening the Sharingan, held similar views. Under their scrutinizing stares, Naori appeared unfazed, though inwardly, she was scoffing. Hey, you think I'm foolish now? Just wait until the truth comes out, you'll regret underestimating me. Naori thought to herself with a mocking smile. Following Naori's declaration, Uzumaki Mido spoke up. The Senju clan will send 30 members to the battlefield, including 15 Jonin. She said, her calm gaze sweeping across the room. As you all know, over the years, most of the Senju branch families have merged with the general population, and many of the main family members were lost in the previous ninja war. The clan's numbers have dwindled, and these people represent the finest of what remains of the Senju. Her explanation was only partially true. Behind the scenes, Mido had been working to locate and gather members of the Senju clan, including those from branch families that had separated long ago. These individuals were brought into the clan's fold for training and education. To facilitate this, Mido had secretly arranged for Kaido to use shadow clones to instruct them, steadily building goodwill. Once trust was earned, these recruits were bound by contracts and sent to train in the pirate world. Over the past 3 years, more than 100 Senju clan members had been sent to the pirate world. They still returned daily to the clan compound to rest and live, but their presences were hidden through sealing techniques that masked their auras. The third Hokage and his allies were aware of Mido's efforts to reclaim Senju bloodlines. Mido hadn't made much effort to conceal it, after all, it was hard to hide so many people. But what could they do about it? Stop her? That would only create unnecessary trouble. After all, this was an internal Senju matter, what justification did they have to interfere? Could they use the second Hokage's policy of integrating the Senju into Hidden Leaf Village as an excuse? That policy never said clan members who had merged into the civilian population couldn't be re-educated or brought back into the fold. Mido could easily frame her actions as being in Hidden Leaf Village's best interests, strengthening the next generation of the village. The third Hokage understood this and chose not to challenge Mido directly, though he kept a close watch on her activities. Thank you for your support, Lady Mido. Despite the inner turmoil, the Hokage bowed respectfully to Mido, hiding his true intentions behind a courteous facade. Inwardly, however, his thoughts mirrored Denzo's. If we can ensure these last remnants of the Senju are wiped out on the battlefield, the clan's backbone and final hope will be utterly crushed. As for the younger generation, they'll be easy to deal with before they grow strong. It's just a matter of time and planning. The Hokage was confident. After all, any aspiring young ninja would eventually have to graduate, take missions, and gain experience. Each of these steps presented opportunities for accidents. The same strategy applied to the Uchiha. This time, the goal was to eliminate as many of the Uchiha elites as possible, crippling their power. Once weakened, it would be easier to target the remaining forces and up-and-coming talents within the clan. In the process, they could even take control of the Uchiha's medicinal formulas, their mysterious shell resources, and other valuable secrets, turning them into assets for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. With these resources in their hands, the 4 clans, especially the Sarutobi, would rise to new heights. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen dreamed of a day when the Sarutobi clan would become so powerful that it wouldn't matter if the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, or Hyuga existed in Hidden Leaf Village. If he grew strong enough, he wouldn't mind renaming the village Sarutobi Village. Although Uzumaki Mido wasn't privy to Hiruzen's exact thoughts, she could guess his intentions. When the Hokage bowed to her, she merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further response. Hiruzen didn't seem bothered by her lack of enthusiasm and instead turned his attention to the Uzumaki's representative, Uzumaki Ashina. Sensing the Hokage's gaze, Ashina stepped forward and declared, the Uzumaki clan will contribute 200 members to the effort, including 20 Jonin. As you all know, our clan suffered heavy losses a few years ago. This is the most we can offer under the circumstances. The Uzumaki clan had around 1,000 members left. Of these, about 500 were active ninjas, with the rest being elders, children, or non-combatants. Sending 200, nearly half of their active forces, was no small gesture. In truth, the Uzumaki's ability to contribute so much was due to the secret support of the Uchiha and Senju. Over the years, the Uchiha had provided advanced nutritional pills and other resources, significantly boosting the Uzumaki's strength and recovery. Otherwise, their contribution would have been much smaller. Still, there was no way for them to refuse participation entirely. The Uzumaki had only formally joined Hidden Leaf Village 3 years ago, and their foundation within the village was still shallow. Taking Hidden Leaf Village's protection during wartime without contributing any effort? That wasn't an option. You have my gratitude, the Hokage said, nodding with satisfaction. In his mind, this was another opportunity. By sending such a significant portion of the Uzumaki forces into battle, he saw the chance to further weaken them. The young would be left vulnerable, easily manipulated or eliminated before they could rise. As the Hokage prepared to finalize the arrangements, he couldn't help but feel a twisted sense of triumph. Chapter 86, The Truth About Kagami Uchiha's Death. The Hyuga clan is sending 300 members, including 30 Jonin. The Nara clan is sending. The Aburame clan is. With the biggest ninja clans taking the lead and a third Hokage backing them up, representatives from all the other clans in Hidden Leaf Village began pledging their support one after another. When the last clan representative finished speaking, the third Hokage did a quick estimate. Just from the ninja clans alone, there were already over 6,000 ninjas pledged for this operation. Including Anbu, Root, active duty ninjas, and even civilian-born shinobi, his total available forces had now exceeded 10,000, reaching a staggering 14,000. This was the largest military strength the third Hokage had ever commanded. However, he knew they couldn't deploy the entire army right away. Thank you all for your support. Given that the war hasn't fully erupted yet, we can't afford to send out all of our troops at once. We'll deploy small elite units to monitor the borders of Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Stones Village, keeping a close watch on their movements. But for now, the main battleground will be the border of the Land of Rain. At this point, the third Hokage's gaze swept across the room, his tone turning serious. This will be the first battle of the war. We must make a statement, showing the other villages that Hidden Leaf Village is not to be underestimated. We need to crush the Hidden Rain in one decisive blow, intimidating them and the other 4 great ninja villages in the process. If we achieve this, we can deter the other villages from ganging up on us. Therefore, we'll send our elite forces to deal with the Hidden Rain. So, I propose appointing Denzo Shimura as the supreme commander of the Rain battlefield. We'll deploy 4,000 ninjas to Denzo's command, including members of the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and the Inoshikacho clans. We'll also assign Sarutobi, Shimura, Minakato, and Utatane clan ninjas, along with sensory units from the Hyuga clan. This force will strike a decisive victory against the Hidden Rain, shattering their will and sending a clear warning to the other villages. That's all. The room was filled with mixed reactions, but no one openly objected. The meeting ended quickly. Once most people had left, the third Hokage approached Nori Uchiha with a friendly smile. Thank you, Lord Nori, and the Uchiha clan for your support this time. Since the Uchiha clan is contributing such a significant force, I intend to appoint an Uchiha as the deputy commander. I was thinking of Zen Uchiha. What do you think? Zen Uchiha, son of the late Kagami Uchiha, husband of Jisi Uchiha, Nori's younger sister, and father of future Shizue Uchiha. The third Hokage had chosen Zen because he believed he'd already brainwashed him into trusting Hidden Leaf Village. This would make it easier for Zen to cooperate with Denzo in eliminating the Uchiha forces sent to the battlefield. Zen? Sure. Nori agreed with a sly smile after a moment of thought. Then it's settled. The third Hokage was ecstatic inside but kept his composure, calmly nodding and bidding farewell to Nori before leaving. Nori, along with Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Ashina, also left the Hokage's office. The 3 went straight to Nori's house to discuss their plans for the upcoming battle. They even summoned Tsunade, Kaido, Mikoto, and Jisi to join them. Interestingly, Uzumaki Ashina had already been under Kaido's contract for years. It had taken months of effort, with help from Uzumaki Mido and Kashina, to build enough goodwill to establish the bond. Combining Kaido's insane sealing talent and his ambiguous relationship with Kashina, they finally made it happen. It was a monumental effort, but it was worth it to fully bind the Uzumaki clan to their cause, restore their strength, and ensure they aligned with them completely. Zen Uchiha. Isn't he the son of Kagami Uchiha? Uzumaki Mido asked, puzzled, once everyone had gathered. As she spoke, her gaze landed on Jisi Uchiha, who had been specifically called over. That's right. Nori Uchiha and Jisi both nodded in confirmation. Well then. Uzumaki Mido frowned slightly. Kagami Uchiha was very close to the third Hokage back in the day and was heavily influenced by Tobirama. To him, the village likely came first, and the clan second. That mindset might have affected his son, Zen Uchiha, don't you think? Especially since, after Kagami's death, Zen received a lot of attention, and brainwashing, from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you sure letting him lead the Uchiha forces in this battle is a good idea? Be careful he doesn't team up with Denzo to betray the Uchiha. Mido gave an apologetic smile to Jisi after saying this. I know this might sound harsh, but I hope you understand. I don't want the Uchiha to suffer unnecessary losses in this war. It's okay. I understand. Jisi smiled awkwardly. It's true, Zen was deeply influenced by Saratobi and Denzo in the past. For years, even I was affected. But fortunately, after I was contracted with Kaido, I learned a lot about the past and future of the ninja world. I saw the true faces of Hiruzen and Denzo, and finally woke up. After that, I helped Zen form a contract with Kaido as well. Through it, he learned about the tragic fate of the Uchiha and our son's grim future. Now, Zen is firmly on our side. He won't be swayed by Hiruzen or Denzo anymore. On the contrary, he's pretending to cooperate with them, serving as a spy for us. He is waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to Hiruzen and Denzo. And this battle is the perfect opportunity. Jissee's Sharingan activated, her three tomoe spinning wildly as a sinister expression took over her face. Since Hiruzen wants to use my husband to help Denzo destroy our Uchiha forces, we'll turn the tables. We'll use this opportunity and the advantage of hidden information to eliminate the elite forces sent by Hiruzen, Denzo, and their allies. If the chance arises, we'll make sure Denzo stays on the battlefield, permanently. This is our revenge. Her voice dripped with venom as she spoke, her hatred for those who had schemed against her family palpable. The others were shocked by Jissee's intensity. Naori Uchiha gently patted her back, trying to calm her down. Alright, calm down. The time for revenge is near, and we'll make sure they pay for what they've done. Jissee took a few deep breaths, slowly regaining her composure. She offered an apologetic smile to everyone. Sorry, I got carried away. It's fine. They all reassured her. Uzumaki Mito, however, was curious. So, you're saying Kagami Uchiha was actually killed by those monkeys? That's right. Jissee confirmed with a nod. This is something my husband and I only learned after forming contracts with Kaido. Denzo had long ago stolen a Mangekyo Sharingan from my father-in-law and used it to brainwash and manipulate my husband, altering his memories. This kind of tampering was nearly undetectable and almost impossible to reverse. Even my sister and I didn't notice anything wrong for years. It wasn't until Zen was contracted by Kaido that the Mangekyo's Genjutsu was forcefully broken. Only then did we learn the truth from him. She felt fortunate to have such a capable nephew and relieved that Denzo had only tampered with Zen's memories to make him loyal to Hidden Leaf Village, rather than instilling outright hatred toward the Uchiha clan. Maybe Denzo feared that going too far might lead to mistakes or raise suspicions among the Uchiha. She added. This caution allowed Kaido, leveraging the familial connection, to gradually earn Zen's trust and form a contract with him. So that's how it happened? Uzumaki Mito frowned deeply. So Kagami Uchiha was actually killed by Denzo and his cronies? And they stole his Mangekyo Sharingan? Those bastards deserve to rot. She was well aware of the policies and plans Senju Obirama had in place for both the Uchiha and the village. Kagami had clearly been Obirama's chosen disciple, meant to balance and integrate the Uchiha into Hidden Leaf Village. But Denzo and his actions, murdering Kagami and enacting cruel policies against the Uchiha, had completely destroyed Obirama's vision. They even had the audacity to claim they were acting according to Obirama's will. Shameless. TSK. Hidden Leaf Village's internal politics are a real mess. If you didn't already have a plan to counter this nonsense, I might have regretted bringing the Uzumaki clan into this village. Uzumaki Ashina quipped sarcastically. A village that plotted against its own people and dressed it up as noble intentions, what kind of future could it possibly have? Minato, hearing all this, frowned deeply, visibly shaken by the revelations. His perception of Hiruzen and Denzo had hit rock bottom. In his heart, he felt that they were no longer fit to hold power or lead the village. Isn't that the truth? Naori Uchiha shrugged helplessly before continuing. For now, let Denzo keep holding on to Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan. Soon enough, I'll take it back. Zen is already one of us, but the third Hokage has no clue. He's still planning to use Zen to manipulate the Uchiha, which works perfectly for us. We'll flip the script using this knowledge gap. With the right strategy, we can bait Denzo into a trap and wipe out the elite forces Saratobi, Denzo, and their allied clans sent to the front lines. Even better, we can carefully frame everything to pin the blame squarely on Denzo and the third Hokage. That way, we can undermine Hiruzen's reputation and force him out of power. Not just that, Saratobi, Shimura, Mitakato, and Utane's clans must all pay the price for their actions. Stepping down won't be enough. These clans will need to return all the wealth, jutsu, and resources they've hoarded over the years, tenfold. And they'll lose a significant portion of their top ninjas as well. Frankly, if the political fallout weren't a concern, Naori would have loved to obliterate those four clans entirely. But such ruthless action might provoke backlash from other clans and civilian shinobi, which would be problematic. Fine by me. Uzumaki Mito nodded in agreement. Same here. Uzumaki Ashina added, smirking with a hint of schadenfreude. He clearly wouldn't mind seeing Hiruzen and his allies fall from grace. Then it's settled. Nori declared. I'll call Zen over, and we'll discuss the details together. Sounds good. Chapter 87, The Four Great Grade Blades. Nori Uchiha secretly called Zen Uchiha over. To avoid detection by the third Hokage and his allies, she specifically had Zen use a shadow clone and transformation jutsu to sneak over. After a meticulous and detailed discussion, they came up with dozens of contingency plans for various battlefield scenarios. Zen, Tsunade, and even Kaido committed them to memory. Naturally, Kaido made sure to remember everything as well. After all, this time he, Mikoto, Minato, and even Nawaki would all be heading to the battlefield one after another. With that, they completed their preparations and submitted their application for action. For now, we'll leave the discussion here. Nori concluded. Moving forward, we'll adjust our strategies in real time using the communication space based on changes in the battlefield situation. Our ultimate goal is to completely annihilate the Sarutobi and Shimura clans elites stationed on the front lines, trap Enzo, and pin their deaths on the rain, rock, or sand shinobi. Even if the third suspects the truth, he won't find any evidence. Mito and the others nodded in agreement. Mito specifically reminded Tsunade, you'll be participating this time as well. Remember to stay in touch with Zen through the communication space and coordinate with him. Understood. Tsunade nodded quickly. She didn't need to be told, this was personal for her. She still wanted revenge for the Senju who died in the first Shinobi War, for Nawaki, who would have been betrayed in the original timeline, and for her own future, which had been left in chaos. This time, she wouldn't hold back because of any sentimental attachment to her old teacher. Mito then turned to Uzumaki Ashina. What about you? Who will lead the Uzumaki clan's forces in this operation? Ashina thought for a moment before replying, let's have Kushina's father, my son Uzumaki Daiki, lead the team. He's also a contracted ally, so it'll be easier and more reliable that way. The rest of the Uzumaki clan's adult shinobi haven't interacted with Kaito much, so their favorability level is too low to establish a contract. Meanwhile, the younger generation has plenty of potential candidates, but they lack the strength or reputation needed for this mission. Daiki is our best option. I'll talk to him when I return and have him contact Zen and Tsunade through the communication space. Daiki had only managed to earn enough favorability points because of his connection to Kushina. Daiki, huh? That works. Mito said approvingly. She turned to Tsunade and Zen, adding, you two heard him. Make sure the three of you discuss this further later. Yes. Tsunade and Zen replied immediately. For now, let's call it a day. Mito said with a nod. Then she turned to Kaido and the others. Get ready to graduate early. Nawaki will be joining this mission as well. Do you have any preferences for your team leader? Should we assign someone from our three clans? Kaido and the others exchanged looks before Kaido replied, how about having Tsunade lead us? I'm her student, after all, so it makes sense. The third should approve, right? As for Nawaki, isn't he Orochimaru's student? It makes sense for Orochimaru to handle his arrangements. But ideally, Nawaki's team should include at least one contracted Uchiha and one Uzumaki as teammates. There are some qualified candidates among those preparing for early graduation, just pick two strong ones. It wasn't that Kaido didn't want Nawaki on his team, but his group was already large enough. Adding Nawaki wouldn't be practical. That works. Mito said, glancing at Tsunade. When Tsunade nodded, Mito added, with the emergency teleportation ability in place, we don't have to worry about Nawaki's safety. But something tells me you have a bigger plan in mind. She said, looking at Kaito knowingly. Leaving Nawaki with Orochimaru, is this your way of trying to strengthen ties with him and increase his favorability for a potential contract? Mito, knowing a lot about the future, understood the value of Orochimaru despite his descent into madness. His brilliance as a researcher could greatly benefit Hidden Leaf Village and the shinobi world as a whole. Ha! I can't hide anything from you, Lady Mito. Kaido chuckled. That's exactly my plan. Orochimaru is tough to approach. Without a good reason, getting close to him could backfire and make him suspicious, which would hurt my chances of building a good rapport. Nawaki provides the perfect opportunity to ease his guard and lay the groundwork for a contract. In comparison, even leveraging Tsunade's relationship with him wouldn't be as effective. That's why Kaito had refrained from using Tsunade to contact Orochimaru over the years. The few times they met were during the Sannin's gatherings, where Tsunade had casually introduced him as her promising student. Those brief interactions left a decent impression on Orochimaru. As for Jiraiya, he was even harder to deal with. Jiraiya's loyalty to the third Hokage ran deep, and his personality was far too stubborn. While he seemed carefree on the surface, He was inflexible when it came to important matters, making it nearly impossible to sway him. Adding to the challenge, Jiraiya was under the influence of Mount Myabaku's Elder Toad and its prophecy, making him unsuitable for recruitment at this time. He might even leak Kaido's secrets to the Elder Toad. Moreover, Jiraiya's value didn't match Orochimaru's. At best, Jiraiya could serve as a top-tier fighter, but Kaido already had plenty of those in the pipeline. With the new generation from the three clans growing stronger thanks to his amazing techniques and chakra refining methods Kaido had introduced, Hidden Leaf Village would soon have no shortage of elite shinobi. Exactly. Tsunade agreed, giving Kaido an approving look. You really seem to understand Orochimaru, even though you've barely interacted with him. I hope you can recruit him soon and keep him from going down the wrong path. Honestly, his behavior has been getting worse over the years. He's already delving into immortality research and even started working with Denzo. If nothing changes, it'll only get harder to reach him, let alone gain his trust. Over the years, Tsunade's strength had skyrocketed with Kaido's help, propelling her to Kage level. Her rapid progress had put immense pressure on both Orochimaru and Jiraiya, forcing them to keep up. But everyone had their limits. While Jiraiya had Sage Mode to push his boundaries, Orochimaru had already failed at mastering it. This failure might drive him to more extreme measures, something Tsunade hoped to avoid. I feel the same way. Kaito nodded. He planned to use Nawaki to gradually build a relationship with Orochimaru, then lure him in with enticing resources, eventually leading to a contract. Once contracted, Kaito would share some of his secrets and send Orochimaru to explore the One Piece world. By combining the resources and technology of both worlds, Orochimaru could create incredible innovations. Kaido mused further, speaking of science and talent, I should find time to visit the North Blue and locate Germa 66. Their lineage factor research, artificial humans, and battlesuit technology could be invaluable. Eventually, I could even seek out Vegapunk and explore his innovations. Also the Karakuri Island, Mechanical Island, it's definitely worth investigating. Kaido thought to himself. There's still so much to prepare for in the future. By the way. Suddenly, Tsunade glanced at Mikoto and the others, then asked curiously, Kaido, are you planning to team up with Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato? If that's the case, wouldn't you have one extra person on your team? How about assigning one of them to Nawaki's team? Normally, rookie teams are composed of 3 people plus a supervising teacher. Let's not. Kaido immediately shook his head and replied, the 4 of us are already used to working together. There's no need to split up. Besides, Tsunade-sis, you're about to head to the front lines to take on a crucial role, right? You won't have much time to guide us anyway. Later, we'll likely have to act independently. If we split now, we'll be short a person when that time comes. So having an extra person now works out perfectly, doesn't it? The Hidden Leaf Village, had already declared war on the Hidden Rain. By the time the troops reached the front lines, full-scale combat wouldn't be more than half a month away. Considering the early skirmishes, reconnaissance, and negotiations, it wouldn't take more than 2 months at most. So, even if Tsunade delayed her deployment to train them, it wouldn't last more than 2 months. That's true. Hearing Kaido's explanation, Tsunade suddenly realized and gave him a thumbs up. You're pretty sharp, kid. Alright then, it's decided. I'll talk to the old man later and finalize the arrangements. While you're at it, bring Orochimaru along and sort out Nawaki's team too. Got it. Meeting adjourned. Everyone, go about your business. Naori Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido exchanged knowing smiles and waved everyone off. The group dispersed quickly, each going their separate ways. Tsunade headed straight to find Orochimaru, while Kaido and his crew returned to the pirate world to continue their training. In Shimatsuki Village, at the Ishin Dojo, huh? Kaido, is it true there's a war starting in your world? Won't it be dangerous? Are you guys participating? Hearing them talk about the war while training, Kuina couldn't help but ask with worry written all over her face. Yeah, isn't war dangerous? Dashigi chimed in, nodding with concern. 3 years had passed, and the 2 girls had grown a lot. They started training under Kaido and his group 3 years ago. Initially, due to their young age, they focused on nurturing techniques for a year. Only after turning 5 did they begin more intensive training. Haha. Don't worry about us. Kaito chuckled as he paused his movements and patted their heads. Don't forget, we've got our life-saving teleportation function, space-time gate. Even if we run into real danger, we'll be fine. War is something we'll have to face sooner or later. We're already old enough to handle it. But as for you two, keep working hard, alright? In the future, if they wanted to explore the pirate world or help Kaido, fighting, even in wars, was inevitable. Alright. Kuina and Tashigi nodded, though a bit downcast. We'll train hard and do our best to help you one day, Kaido. Haha. That's the spirit. Now, get back to training. Kaido laughed, patting their heads again before sending them off. Kaido, you guys be careful out there. When we're a bit older, we'll come and help too. At that moment, Nami, Nojiko, Kaya, Ace, and Sabo all expressed their concern. That's right, after raising their affection levels to 80 and forming a contract, these little ones frequently joined Kaito's group for training. Of course, they also trained in places like Skypiea, Drum Island, or various Beast Islands for variety. This rotation of locations ensured consistent growth without drawing unnecessary attention or trouble. Haha. Thanks for caring, everyone. Keep training hard, I'm looking forward to the day you can join us. Kaito smiled as he patted their heads one by one. The girls, Nami and the others, were shy but happy. Ace and Sabo, though feeling warm inside, acted all awkward and quickly pulled away. Kaido found their little tough guy act amusing. The morning training session flew by, and during lunch, Koshiro sat next to Kaido and brought up a serious topic. So, about this war you mentioned, do you need me and Lisa to come help? Don't hold back. Both of us have grown a lot stronger lately. Koshiro had always been a master swordsman, on par with an admiral candidate. Thanks to his contract with Kaido and the techniques he received, like the life force methods and crystal meditation, his strength had skyrocketed over the past 3 years. Now, Koshiro confidently stood near at admiral-level strength, capable of holding his own against future admirals like Aokiji, Kizaru, or Akainu. His wife, Lisa, had also undergone incredible growth, becoming a peak-level swordswoman, close to the rank of master swordsman, with the combat abilities of a high-ranking marine vice-admiral. Not for now. Kaido shook his head after thinking for a moment. We're not at the point where we need you to step in. If that changes, I'll let you know immediately. He then explained the situation in the ninja world, to which Koshiro nodded in understanding. As long as you've got a handle on it, that's fine. But remember, if you need help, just say the word. I'm always available. Oh, and by the way, the 4 custom ninja blades you ordered are ready. My father crafted them with great care, they're all classified as great grade blades. Let's go pick them up after lunch. As for the rest of the ninja blades, since they're not as high spec, they'll be finished much faster, probably in about a month. Really? Kaido's eyes lit up. They're ready already? That's fantastic news. With great grade blades, our overall combat power will get a huge boost. Lord Kozaburo really went above and beyond. It must have been a lot of hard work. Indeed, forging 4 great grade blades, especially with chakra conducting metals and other rare materials, had taken years, even for a master smith like Koshiro's father. 4 great grade blades, huh? This is incredible. Chapter 88, Brilliant Glaze Ultimate Azure Wind/Blade. After lunch, Koshiro gathered Kaido, Mikoto, and Minato to head to the mountains to meet with his father. Kushina and the others, curious as ever, tagged along. Soon, the group arrived at the forge in the back mountains, where they found Koshiro's father, Senior Kozaburo, hard at work. The forge was located near a natural geothermal vent, ideal for smithing. You're here. Kozaburo greeted them with a pipe dangling from his lips. While puffing on his pipe, he pointed to a rack nearby. These 4 swords here are the ones I made for you. Go on, see if you like them. The top one's for Kaido, the second is for your mother, Nari Uchiha. The third is for Mikoto, and the last one is for Minato. Thank you, sir. The group bowed respectfully before stepping forward to take their swords. Kaido, meanwhile, used his communication space to notify his mother. Moments later, Nari Uchiha appeared through a portal. After scanning the scene and spotting the remaining sword on the rack, she gracefully bowed to Koshiro Sr. Thank you, Senior Kozaburo, for your hard work. Don't mention it. Kozaburo waved dismissively with a laugh. If it weren't for you lot, I'd just be an old man halfway to the grave by now. I wouldn't have the youth or the drive to pursue my passion for swordsmithing anymore. And let's not even get into how much I've benefited from those powerful techniques and rare materials you've shared with me. Honestly, crafting these swords was an honor for me. It's not every day a smith gets access to such incredible materials. For a master craftsman like him, this kind of opportunity was a rare treat. You're too kind. Nari Uchiha replied with a knowing smile. Go on, try out your sword. Kozaburo gestured. Of course. Nari Uchiha, unable to contain her excitement, stepped forward and picked up her blade. The moment her fingers touched the hilt, the sword let out a crisp hum. Her eyes lit up in delight. She walked to an open space outside the forge and started testing its balance and feel. Every swing felt perfect. The length, weight, and balance were all precisely tailored to her. Kozaburo's craftsmanship was truly unparalleled. Injecting her chakra into the blade, she was startled as it resonated with a clear hum, glowing a brilliant azure blue. This level of chakra conduction. It's almost on par with weapons made entirely from chakra-conducting metal. Senior Kozaburo, how did you manage this? She turned to him with genuine curiosity. Exactly. Kaido chimed in as he approached, still marveling at his own blade. I can sense that this sword is made with a mix of rare metals. The chakra-conducting metal doesn't seem to be the dominant material, so how is it this responsive? Same here. Mikoto and Minato joined in, their own swords in hand, eager to know the answer. Haha. Kozaburo chuckled. It's the difference between worlds. This world has haki, which allows us to process and align metals during forging. Chakra, at its core, is just a form of energy. If it can conduct haki, it can conduct chakra too. He explained how he combined chakra and haki during the forging process to refine the metal, creating blades with unmatched conductivity while maintaining their durability. Wow! The group marveled at his explanation. Nori tested the blade with fire chakra, creating blazing arcs of energy that split the ocean, leaving fiery trenches in their wake. Mum's swordsmanship has improved again. Kaido observed. Give it a few more years, and reaching the pinnacle of the blade is within her grasp. Kozaburo couldn't help but agree. Nori's talent wasn't surprising, after all, she was the mother of a prodigy like Kaido. Senior Kozaburo, we don't know how to thank you for all this. Nori said sincerely. Haha. It's nothing. Koshiro laughed heartily and said, compared to the help you've given my family and my old man, this is really no big deal. Besides, ever since you made that contract with him and he took the longevity pills, restoring his youth, the old man's passion for forging blades has been reignited. He's genuinely interested in continuing to forge swords again. Even without your request, he probably would have taken the initiative to craft a masterpiece for you. This time, it was only a matter of limited time and materials. If we'd had more rare ores gathered, he might have gone ahead and forged you weapons of the supreme grade level. At this, Kozaburo shook his head wistfully and added, but alas, forging a supreme grade blade isn't that easy. It takes skill, luck, materials, and timing, none of which can be lacking. On the other hand, starting with a great grade blade as a foundation and tempering it with armament haki over time can create a personal supreme grade blade, a black blade, which is more achievable. Plus, a blade you forge into a supreme grade weapon yourself will be more in tune with you as its wielder. You should definitely try that someday. With your current age and the strength of your armament haki, you might be able to nurture your own supreme grade blade in just a few years. Kozaburo himself was also diligently nurturing his personal blade, eagerly awaiting the day it would become a true black blade. As for the famed sword Shujui, which he had retrieved long ago, it sat stored safely at home, unused. He intended to pass it down to Zoro when the latter became a true swordsman. A sword needs a master, otherwise, it will only decay over time. I understand. Kaito nodded with a smile. A great grade blade is more than enough. Plenty of people would do anything just to get one. It's important to stay grateful. Speaking of forging, when my skills improve and I have more time, I might even try learning how to craft a sword myself. After all, he had his chi abilities, he wasn't worried about not mastering it. Oh? Kozaburo raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. Well, it's not a bad idea. If you're willing to learn, I'd be more than happy to teach you. But for now, it's best to focus on training and strengthening yourself. Kozaburo wasn't overly concerned and left it at that, trusting in Kaido's self-discipline and planning. Got it. Kaido responded cheerfully. Finally, Kozaburo asked the group what names they'd give their new weapons. For a master swordsmith, a blade's name is just as important as its craftsmanship. To them, a sword isn't just a weapon, it's their child. Naturally, every parent wants their child to have a good name and a fitting destiny. I've had it figured out. I'll call it Moonfang, said Naori Uchiha with confidence. Mine's Mystic Blade. Kaito chimed in. I'll go with Storm Gutter, Mikoto suggested. But then, Radiant Glass Ultimate Azure Wind/Blade, Minato proudly announced, his eyes shining. Everyone? Seriously, Minato? They all stared at him in disbelief. Are you sure that's the name of a sword? Really? Minato scratched his head awkwardly, unfazed. What, you don't like it? I think it's perfect. Look at this blade, it's so flashy. When you infuse it with wind chakra, doesn't it shimmer like glass? To prove his point, he drew the sword, channeled wind chakra into it, and watched it gleam with an iridescent glow. Everyone remained silent. Let's just call it the light glass blade, Kozaburo finally declared, cutting through the awkwardness with a tone of finality. To shut down any chance of Minato arguing, Kozaburo went ahead and carved the name light glass right onto the hilt of the sword before handing it back to Minato. Minato could only accept his sword with a sad and disappointed expression. At that moment, it felt like his dreams had been shattered. Chapter 89, Hokage's gate-crushing kick jutsu in the ninja world. Outside the Hokage's office, boom. Once again, Tsunade kicked open the office door with a loud crash and strolled in like she owned the place. The third Hokage's eye twitched as he looked at her. He couldn't hide his frustration. Do you have to break the door every single time you come here? Why do I have to keep replacing this thing every time you visit? He sighed, rubbing his temples. Fine, I'll deduct the cost from your next mission payout. Tsunade shrugged nonchalantly. Fine by me. Deduct away, it's not like it costs much anyway. And honestly, old man, I've gotten used to it. It's a habit now, and habits are hard to break. She smirked, crossing her arms. You might as well get used to it, too. Just think of it as part of my charm. The third Hokage could feel a vein popping. The audacity. Do you even hear yourself? He snapped internally. Who in their right mind uses habitual destruction as a justification? He sighed deeply. What misfortune to have taken this one as a student. And not just Tsunade, his other two disciples weren't exactly model shinobi either. One was Jiraiya, a hopeless pervert who preferred climbing in through windows instead of using doors. The other was Orochimaru, who started out normal but had gone full mad scientist, experimenting with poisons, snakes, and body modifications. Why couldn't I have just one student who didn't give me a headache? Alright, what is it this time? The Hokage asked, resigned. Shouldn't you be preparing for the front lines right now? Tsunade shook her head. I'm not heading to the front just yet. The third Hokage blinked. What? Why not? What are you planning to do instead? My student, Kaido Uchiha, along with Uzumaki Kushina, Mikoto Uchiha, and Minato Namikaze, all want to graduate early. Tsunade replied matter-of-factly. They want to get some experience before the war breaks out in full swing. As their teacher, I can't let them down. So, I'll be guiding them for a while. Oh, and Nawaki's planning to graduate early too. I'm guessing Orochimaru won't be heading to the front lines either since he'll need to mentor him. And honestly, I bet a bunch of parents are going to push for their kids to graduate early soon. They'd rather their kids have some training before being thrown straight into a war zone. The third Hokage frowned. Who's been spreading these rumors about the village forcing early graduations? That's nonsense. Rumors? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Didn't it happen during the First War? You sent plenty of students to the battlefield after rushing their graduation exams. Look at how many of my classmates are still alive now. Barely any of us made it. She folded her arms. Everyone knows what's coming. The smart ones are making sure their kids are prepared before it's too late. The Hokage fell silent, his expression tightening. She's not wrong. He admitted to himself, though he hated to do so. Back then was different. He said after a moment, trying to defend himself. This time, things might not escalate to a full-scale war. If we defeat the Hidden Rain village quickly, it might all blow over. Tsunade gave him a skeptical look. Do you actually believe that? Or are you just trying to convince yourself? It's been 20 years since the First War. She continued. Every major village has been quietly rebuilding and growing stronger. They're not satisfied with the current status quo. They want war to grab more resources and missions. She crossed her arms and leaned forward. Just look at what happened to Hidden village. 3 villages joined forces to wipe it out. Why? To get their sealing techniques and make better jinchuriki for their tailed beasts. They're gearing up for battle, plain and simple. And you think we'll be the exception because we value peace? Sure, you've kept the warmongers in check here, but what about everywhere else? You know this is only the beginning. The third Hokage's face darkened. You don't need to remind me about Hidden village. He muttered. Tsunade shrugged. Then let's cut the pretense. You've already stationed elite squads at the borders to guard against other villages. You know what's coming. She leaned back and smirked. So why not let the kids graduate early? Give them a chance to gain some real experience before the chaos hits. Pair them with experienced jonin and use this lull to strengthen them. Or are you going to deny that makes sense? The Hokage sighed heavily. And if I say no? Then I'll do it anyway. Tsunade said with a grin. He shook his head. There's no stopping her. Fine. He relented. You can have your way, for now. Tsunade grinned wider. Thanks, old man. I knew you'd see reason. Some things never change, the third Hokage thought with a resigned sigh. And Tsunade is definitely one of them. I'll give you an Orochimaru 2 months to train these students. That's the absolute limit I can manage for you. During this time, the war with the Hidden Rain won't escalate into full-blown chaos yet. The early stages will mostly involve low-intensity skirmishes and intelligence gathering. But after those 2 months, both you and Orochimaru must head to the front lines in the Land of Rain. Understood? And if you refuse? He narrowed his eyes. I won't approve Kaido Uchiha and the others for early graduation. It was clear the Hokage still had ways to keep things under control. Deal. Tsunade said confidently. With Kaido and the others' abilities, 2 months will be more than enough. By then, I'm sure they'll be capable of handling themselves. She didn't argue further. Good. Said the Hokage. Then go. I'll issue the orders soon. I'll have the early graduation exams wrapped up in a few days. He added, waving her off. Got it. I'm off then. Tsunade said with a grin. As she left, she even took the time to close what was left of the destroyed door behind her. It wasn't clear if she was being considerate or just mocking him. Either way, the Hokage's eye twitched at the sight of the broken half-door. He immediately summoned an Anbu to have it replaced. Meanwhile, Tsunade wasted no time heading straight for Orochimaru. Coincidentally, Jiraiya was there too. Yo. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. What's up? Tsunade greeted loudly as she strolled into the room. What brings you here, Tsunade? Orochimaru asked, raising a brow. He knew her too well, she wouldn't show up without a reason. Jiraiya looked equally curious. I've got news. Tsunade said, jumping straight to the point. She explained the plan for Kaido, Nawaki, and the others to graduate early. I've already convinced the old man. She continued. I'll be taking Kaido, Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato under my wing as their sensei. The goal is to prepare them for battle while the war is still in its early, less intense phase. And I got approval for you, too. She added with a sly grin. The old man gave us 2 months. After that, we'll have to head to the Land of Rain for the front lines. So, I came to let you know. Nawaki will be your responsibility. She paused, then added, I spoke with Granny and Lady Naori about it. They'll assign 1 Uzumaki prodigy and 1 Uchiha genius to your team as well. You good with that? Orochimaru sighed dramatically and rolled his eyes. You've already made all the decisions and locked everything in. What's the point of asking me if I'm okay with it? Tsunade smirked. Because you don't really have a choice. Well, there you go. Orochimaru shrugged, clearly resigned. Fine. Nawaki is no problem, we already discussed that. But as for the Uzumaki and Uchiha kids, they'll have to pass my test first. I don't just accept anyone as my student. He added with a sharp glint in his eyes. Test them all you want. Tsunade replied breezily. They'll pass for sure. My granny and Naori Uchiha wouldn't send anyone who'd disappoint you or me. She had full confidence in their abilities. Thanks to Kaito's guidance and the training they'd received over the years, the new generation of Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Senju kids had all become exceptionally strong. Even the ones who'd started off mediocre had grown immensely through the unique methods they'd been exposed to. Those who were already prodigies had risen to near legendary levels of talent. Orochimaru raised an intrigued brow. You're awfully confident in them. He smiled faintly. It's interesting. It seems the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha are truly united now. Wonder what the second Hokage would think if he knew these clans were allied like this. Orochimaru's tone turned thoughtful, almost mischievous. Maybe I'll revive him someday with Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, to ask him myself. The idea amused him, though he hadn't yet perfected the technique. Too bad I haven't managed to get my hands on the full notes for Edo Tensei. He muttered to himself. Maybe I can get them through Denzo. His eyes gleamed with ambition. And I'll need the spirit transformation jutsu as well. Both are tied to soul manipulation and resurrection. Perfect for my research into immortality. He sighed wistfully. If only I could access all of the second Hokage's forbidden research notes. Unfortunately, most of it is locked away in the village's archives. He cast a sideways glance at Tsunade. If the Senju clan had kept those notes, I could have just taken them from her. That would have been much easier than dealing with the Hokage's vault. Chapter 90, The Genius. Orochimaru wonder what the second Hokage would think if he knew his clan were allied like this with the Uchiha. Who knows? Tsunade rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested. Honestly, whether he's happy or not, or even agrees or not, it doesn't matter, it's not his decision to make. Even if he were resurrected, do you really think he'd dare interfere with my grandma's or Lady Naori's business? Tsunade smirked. Yep, I don't think so. Her grandmother's authority alone was unquestionable, being the wife of the first Hokage. Her word would have held weight even back then. As for Lady Naori, Tsunade had heard enough stories from her grandmother to know that even her granduncle had been put in his place by Naori on more than one occasion. And that was the old Naori. If he were to face the super upgraded version of Naori now, Oh, the chaos would be glorious. Oh, and her grandmother wasn't exactly the same old granny either. She was upgraded too. Tsunade couldn't help but snicker at the thought of what would happen. The mental image alone was pure entertainment. Yeah, that would be a sight to see. She had her own grudge against her granduncle. If he hadn't taken on those 4 useless disciples, and if he hadn't pushed for that ridiculous policy of the Senju blending with the civilian population, the Senju wouldn't have ended up in their current state. Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't be the mess it was now, or worse, what it would become in the future. All of it could be traced back to her granduncle's mistakes. Humphrey. It's all his fault. Oh? Sounds like those two are even stronger than I imagined. Orochimaru remarked, his interest piqued. I've got to admit, the Uchiha clan's nutritional pills are impressive. They're great for enhancing a ninja's physique and even their vitality. I'm sure the internal versions they keep for themselves are much stronger. You can tell just by looking at how quickly the Uchiha's physical prowess has improved over the past few years. He paused, then added, I've tried extracting the essence from those pills myself. It worked to some extent, but I couldn't replicate it perfectly. The best I could do was combine the essence of several pills and consume it all at once. The results were remarkable, though. Over the past few years, my body and vitality have improved significantly. My chakra reserves have also grown considerably. Honestly, I owe a lot of my recent breakthrough to Kage level to those pills. Orochimaru's voice carried a mix of awe and curiosity. If only he could unlock the full secret of these pills. But alas, his research alone hadn't been enough. There was a crucial ingredient, one he couldn't identify and one that didn't exist anywhere else in the ninja world. Oh? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, giving Orochimaru a scrutinizing look. So that's why your physique and strength have been skyrocketing lately? I thought you developed some groundbreaking technique and applied it to yourself. Turns out, it's all thanks to those pills, huh? Leave it to you to come up with such a method to enhance their effects. Tsunade couldn't help but be impressed. This was practically equivalent to consuming the full effect of the pills or eating meat from a sea king. If Orochimaru had techniques to boost absorption, refine his body, and strengthen his soul and spirit, like meditation practices, his progress might have been even greater. No wonder Kaido wants to recruit him. He is perfect for research. Tsunade mentally acknowledged she'd underestimated her teammate in the past. It's a great method, sure, but it's expensive. Orochimaru groaned. Even with all the missions I take and all the inventions I sell, I still can't keep up with the cost. Not like you, Tsunade. You've got access to even better versions of these pills. That's something anyone would envy. No wonder your 3 clans allied. Makes total sense now. If I were in your shoes, I'd have done the same. Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze sharp and calculating. If he could get his hands on the higher grade pills Tsunade had, he might finally unravel the full mystery behind them. Who knows? Maybe he'd even create a pill with effects that far surpassed the originals. But he knew better than to ask directly. Tsunade would almost certainly refuse. Worse, it might strain their relationship. For now, he held back. Tsunade caught on to Orochimaru's barely hidden thoughts but didn't bother addressing them. There was no way she'd hand over the top-tier pills. Even the regular ones, diluted tenfold, could be refined into perfect versions. Giving Orochimaru access to the pure ones? Absolutely not. Who knows what he'd create with them? Besides, it'd be better if he sought Kaido for that. It'd serve as a perfect way for Kaido to win Orochimaru over. Once Orochimaru formed a contract with Kaido, he'd get everything he wanted, and more. Tsunade was doing this for his own good, after all. The future of the ninja world was undoubtedly Kaido's. It was better to join early and reap the rewards than to oppose him later. What are you two even talking about? Jiraiya's voice broke through their conversation, laced with confusion and a tinge of jealousy. Orochimaru, when did you break through to Kage level? Why didn't I know about this? Damn it. I haven't even reached that level yet. He grumbled, glaring at Orochimaru. Jiraiya had been working his ass off over the past few years, even managing to grasp Sage Mode. Well, sort of. It was still incomplete. Sage Mode was ridiculously hard to master, after all. Still, he thought he was doing pretty well. Wasn't he supposed to be talented? You idiot. I broke through over a year ago. You really didn't notice? Orochimaru rolled his eyes at Jiraiya's cluelessness. And Tsunade surpassed me even earlier, over a year before I did. Honestly, I can't even figure out how strong she is now. Right now, out of the 3 of us, you're the only one who hasn't reached Kage level yet. Orochimaru smirked. You'd better hurry up, Jiraiya, or you'll fall too far behind. Hearing that, Jiraiya immediately flared up, jumping to his feet. Who are you calling the weakest? Your whole family is weak. I'm way past the old me. Humphrey. Just wait and see, I'll surpass you all soon enough. Jiraiya declared confidently. And besides, even now, if I enter Sage Mode, there's no guarantee either of you could beat me. He was proud of his Sage Mode, even if it wasn't quite perfected yet. Oh, please. Orochimaru scoffed. Do you think I don't know you? That half-baked Sage Mode of yours? It's practically useless in a real fight. He continued, it takes you way too long to enter Sage Mode. Plus, your incomplete mastery means you start sprouting toad features, making you look even uglier. Knowing how much you care about appearances, you'd never willingly show that form in public unless it was absolutely necessary. At least I can use it. Unlike you two. Jiraiya shot back, smirking as he threw in a jab. Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged a glance, both suppressing the urge to punch him. That was a sore spot for them. Who would have thought that out of the three of them, Jiraiya, the guy they always saw as simple-minded, would be the one to get the hang of Sage Mode. Neither of them would admit Jiraiya had an edge. Instead, they rationalized it, Sage Mode must suit straightforward people better. Smart people like them had too many thoughts running through their heads, which made it harder to achieve the calm and unity with nature that Sage Mode required. That day, Kaido, Mikoto, Minato, Kushina, and Nawaki all applied for early graduation. The third Hokage, already prepared for this, approved it without hesitation and scheduled their exams for the following day. Additionally, he announced that senior students across the academy would soon undergo group early graduation exams. Those who passed would be assigned mentors and sent on missions to gain experience. Kaido's group received confirmation of their exam schedule later that day. None of them were worried. With every member of their group already at least Jonin level in strength, the exam was hardly a challenge. Even if the third Hokage himself oversaw the test, Kaido was confident they'd all pass. Finally, we're graduating. Kushina stretched with a grin as the group left the academy. No more sending shadow clones to school. I'm free. Exactly. Mikoto agreed with a laugh. Even with shadow clones, we still get the memories of attending class every day. It's been such a headache. Still. She added with a more serious tone, we can't relax just yet. Missions are coming, and with the war underway, we'll need to stay sharp. Training and caution are key, we can't afford to slip up. Among their group, only Kaido had the strength to handle most problems on his own. The others were strong but still had a lot of room to grow. A single misstep could lead to disaster. While they had Kaido's space-time portal as an emergency escape, it was better to avoid relying on it unless absolutely necessary. Using it too often might expose its existence and cause trouble for Kaido. Unless, of course, they dealt with every witness afterward. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Kushina assured them with a firm nod. Oh, by the way. Minato said suddenly, yesterday I ran into this white-haired old guy. He said he was the Toad Sage from Mount Mayabaku and wanted to take me as his disciple. Should I accept? Honestly, it feels like it'd just be a hassle. With Kaito's guidance, Minato didn't really need another teacher. Besides, he had too many secrets to keep. Adding a teacher into the mix would complicate things. Jiraiya. You mean that perverted teammate of Tsunoda's who likes spying on women? Kushina asked, frowning. Mikoto and Kaido exchanged knowing looks. Kaido, in particular, thought to himself, even after I've changed so much of Minato's fate, Jiraiya still managed to find him. Should I call this good intuition or sheer luck? Minato's frown deepened. A pervert? That guy has that kind of hobby? And as Tsunoda-sama's teammate, how has he not been beaten to death by her for it? Guess he really does have some skill to survive her temper. Having spent so much time around Tsunoda, Minato had learned a lot about her personality. She was quick-tempered and didn't hesitate to use her monstrous strength to deal with people who annoyed her. Someone like Jiraiya, with his pervy tendencies, should have been at the top of her hit list. Chapter 91, Minato refuses to be Jiraiya's disciple. Isn't that the truth? Kushina nodded, exasperated. From what I've seen, Jiraiya's been beaten half to death by Tsunoda at least 4 or 5 times. Every time, he'd have to spend 2 weeks or even a month in the hospital. But this guy just doesn't learn. Even Tsunoda sometimes gives up on trying to deal with him. Now, unless she catches him in the act or he's stupid enough to confess in front of her, she just turns a blind eye. Out of sight, out of mind, I guess. Of course, she warned me and Mikoto to avoid the village's hot springs to keep from running into him. Kushina suspected Tsunoda had probably given similar warnings to all her close female friends. As for the rest of the women in the village, well, there wasn't much she could do. It's not like she could just kill Jiraiya. Hearing this, Minato's eye twitched. He looked utterly speechless. Well, that's something. I was actually debating whether or not to become his student. I mean, he seemed so sincere, and he's the Hokage's student. It felt kind of rude to outright reject him. But now. Yeah, I think I'll just pass. There was no way he wanted to be associated with Jiraiya. No amount of power was worth it if it meant people might think he shared Jiraiya's hobbies. That'd be a social death sentence, and who'd want to marry him then? Absolutely not. Sure, Minato had long since given up on Kushina, but that didn't mean he didn't want a wife someday. There were plenty of promising candidates among the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans. He figured he could pick someone and see where it led. As for being like Kaido, with his playboy ways, Minato didn't dare. Uchiha and Uzumaki women were notoriously fierce, after all. That's the right call. If you turned out like him, don't think we wouldn't cut ties with you. Kushina threatened, waving a fist for emphasis. Hey. Minato chuckled wryly. I'll find him later and explain everything. Hearing this, Kaido and the others nodded approvingly. They were all glad Minato wasn't going to study under Jiraiya. Kaito had even considered contracting Orochimaru but had hesitated about including Jiraiya. For now, it seemed best to wait and see. It wasn't just about Jiraiya's pervy tendencies. The bigger issue was that Jiraiya had been deeply brainwashed by the third Hokage and Mount Myabaku. There was a risk he might eventually stand against Kaito. For now, it all depended on Jiraiya's choices in the future. As for the third Hokage, Kaito was determined to dethrone him. Later, Minato parted ways with the group and spent some time tracking down Jiraiya to explain his decision. Huh? Jiraiya looked stunned when Minato rejected his offer to become his disciple. He hadn't seen this coming at all. He thought this was a sure thing. After all, he was Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, a disciple of the third Hokage, and a ninja with plenty of accomplishments. Minato was certainly talented, but he was still just a civilian ninja. At most, he hung out with Kaido Uchiha and trained with him and his friends. Can I ask why? Jiraiya asked, his voice tinged with disappointment and confusion. He couldn't help but wonder if someone had sabotaged him. Minato hesitated before explaining, well, for one, I'm already getting support and guidance from Kaido and Tsunade-sama. I don't really lack training or resources. And second, well, you know how Tsunade and Kushina feel about you. He'd checked with both Kushina and Tsunade beforehand, even reaching out to Tsunade through their communication network. Both of them had encouraged him to reject Jiraiya, so Minato felt no guilt about it. What? Tsunade and Kushina? Jiraiya's face turned red with anger. What gives them the right to interfere? This is outrageous. I need to have a word with them. Especially Tsunade. What, is she afraid I'll train a genius student who'll outshine hers? Minato broke into a cold sweat. Comparing him to Kaido? That was absurd. Any success Minato had achieved was thanks to Kaido. He was well aware of just how monstrous Kaido's talent was. At Kaido's current strength, even the third Hokage might not be able to defeat him. Comparing Minato to Kaido was practically an insult to the latter. I could never compare to Kaido. Minato shook his head firmly. Also, I wouldn't recommend confronting Tsunade or Kushina about this. Unless, of course, you feel like getting beaten up. They're just worried you'd be a bad influence on me, which is why they told me not to take you as a teacher. I hope you understand. Still, I appreciate the offer. Minato added sincerely. I'm sure you'll find students even better than me. If all went as expected, Jiraiya would soon take in Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan as his disciples after the upcoming Rain Village War. Minato knew this was the case in the original timeline. Back then, Jiraiya had taken him as a student during this same period. But with the war demanding most of Jiraiya's time, he hadn't been able to teach Minato much. By the time the war ended, more than a year had passed. What made it worse was that after that, Jiraiya left to train Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. And he was gone for 3 whole years. Minato had been completely left behind, with no teacher for over 4 years. Thankfully, he had an extraordinary natural talent. Otherwise, missing out on those critical formative years could have severely limited his growth and potential. In Minato's eyes, Jiraiya might be a good teacher overall, but he could also be an irresponsible and self-centered jerk at times. In the original timeline, Jiraiya's biggest contribution to Minato was arranging for him to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. But now, he had already learned it from Kaido. He didn't need Jiraiya to pull strings for that anymore. Although, he hadn't quite mastered it yet. For now, he was still working on improving his sealing techniques. Ah. You. Jiraiya finally understood why Tsunade and the others had interfered. At the same time, he saw how firm Minato's decision was. He sighed heavily, feeling a wave of regret as he patted Minato on the shoulder. Fine. Since you've made up your mind, I'll let it go. Just know this, I'm really disappointed. But even if you don't become my apprentice, don't slack off. Don't waste your talent. You have to become a dependable ninja, someone who can protect Hidden Leaf Village. And if you ever run into problems with your training, don't hesitate to come to me. I'll help however I can. It hurt, really. But there wasn't much else to say. He knew that once Tsunade got involved, this matter was as good as dead. As for confronting Tsunade or even Kushina about it? Yeah, no thanks. He didn't want to risk getting pummeled by Tsunade, or, heaven forbid, Lady Mido. He couldn't afford to mess with either of them. Damn it. This is all because of my habit of peeping. Curse my teacher for leading me astray. Jiraiya cursed under his breath and disappeared in a flash. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. Minato bowed deeply as Jiraiya left. Only after Jiraiya was out of sight did he turn and walk away. Achoo. Achoo. Damn it, who's bad-mouthing me now? In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen sneezed several times in a row. He rubbed his nose with a confused look. Hiruzen, don't change the subject. Denzo, seeing this, immediately snapped, I don't mind letting senior students take the graduation exam early, but why didn't you discuss this matter with us first? Now is absolutely not the time to send children to the battlefield. You should have approached us for consultation, at the very least. Indeed. Koharu and Hamura nodded in agreement. Hiruzen looked at Denzo, clearly annoyed. Denzo, don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Do you really care about kids graduating early? Don't tell me you're not planning to use this to handpick recruits for the route? Denzo's eyes narrowed slightly, his dissatisfaction flashing briefly before he retorted, the matter is done, but I need to select a group for the route. The route is too weak right now, with too many missions and not enough manpower. I need fresh blood. I've got my eye on some talented kids from the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and even some Senshu descendants. Hand them over to me. Since he couldn't directly meddle with clans like the Uchiha, Senshu, or Uzumaki, he figured starting with their younger members was a viable alternative. Denzo believed in his brainwashing techniques. Once these kids were under his control, he was confident he could turn them into his loyal operatives. In the future, they could be used to suppress the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans. He also wanted to recruit people from other ninja clans into the route. Eventually, with enough influence, he could control the clans from the shadows, secure their support, and finally achieve his dream of becoming Hokage. Did people really think he wasn't preparing for this? Of course, he knew he needed strong support to claim the title of Hokage. In his eyes, winning over the civilians and regular ninjas wasn't that urgent. He could manipulate public opinion to sway them when the time came. All he needed was control over most of Hidden Leaf Village's major ninja clans to secure his position. Huh? Are you crazy, or am I? Hiruzen stared at Denzo, dumbfounded. Even Koharu and Hamura were looking at Denzo like he'd lost his mind. Hiruzen's face darkened as he shouted, are you seriously asking me to make decisions for the Senshu, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans? Do you really think I can dictate terms to Lady Mido or interfere with those clans without consequences? Don't you realize that if word got out about me trying to do something like this, those three clans would revolt and overthrow my rule in a heartbeat? They already have enough power to take me down whenever they want. If not for their concerns about public opinion and village stability, they might have acted already. Do you think this is still like it was 4 years ago? Over the years, Denzo had secretly forced some talents from certain clans into the route. This had caused many clans to distance themselves from Hiruzen, lowering his favorability among them. While Hiruzen and the Sarutobi clan still had many supporters, most of them came from smaller clans and civilian ninjas. It wasn't the post-4th Hokage era yet, the time when Hidden Leaf Village's leadership had alienated nearly every clan and ninja in the village. Back during the First Shinobi World War, Hiruzen had garnered massive respect for his efforts. But now, their underhanded tactics to exploit the village's resources and suppress various clans hadn't yet become widely apparent. Not every clan had suffered direct losses or seen through their true nature, like the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki had. And not every clan was as smart as the Nara. Chapter 92, The Great Politician Sarutobi Hiruzen. They wouldn't dare to refuse the Hokage's orders. Hearing this, Denzo's eyebrows shot up as he snarled. They wouldn't? What makes you think that? The third Hokage sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You're blatantly trying to brainwash and train their new generation. You think they wouldn't do anything? What if they don't give a damn about the bigger picture? Why do you assume they're obligated to play along? You're so shameless. Denzo's face flushed red with anger at Hiruzen's cutting remarks. He clenched his fists, almost ready to lunge across the room. Shameless? If I'm shameless, then what are you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? You dump every dirty, shady task on me, yet you sit back acting like some saintly figure? If there's anyone here whose shamelessness is unrivaled, it's you. Denzo sucked in several deep breaths, trying to calm himself. His voice low but insistent, he said, "So, there's no room for negotiation? What if I ask for just a small fraction? The route needs fresh recruits." The third Hokage kept his stern expression and shook his head. "No room for discussion. Also, stop targeting talented children from those clans. Especially the ones graduating this year. Hands off, Denzo. You've already caused an uproar. The other clans are complaining to me about how overbearing and unreasonable you've been. Clearly, they've got issues with you, and now they're starting to direct those frustrations at me too. Do you really want to push things to the point where we're completely isolated, alienated from everyone, and I'm forced out of office? You might want to consider how your actions affect me as Hokage before you act." Not that Hiruzen was necessarily against recruiting talented children for root, he had tolerated it in the past as a way to weaken the clans. But couldn't Denzo be a little more subtle about it? At least leave him out of the crossfire. Denzo's eye twitched at the hypocritical lecture. He exploded. "You're blaming me for this? Do you think I did this for my own benefit? This was all done with your approval. And now they're whining to you? Push back. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, Hiruzen, you're the Hokage. Hiruzen. That's supposed to be my line, you bastard." Denzo stole the words right out of his mouth, leaving Hiruzen speechless. What was he supposed to say now? That Denzo might regret this later? That didn't feel right either. Hokage or not, I can't act recklessly. Anyway, the current graduating class is off limits. And stop harassing those clans for recruits. If you need to expand route, figure something else out. Pull from the orphanage if you have to. Or find a way during the war. You've always been resourceful. Denzo laughed bitterly. "So, you're giving me no support, no resources, and I'm expected to figure it out on my own? But you still want me to handle all the dirty work? Convenient, isn't it? Hiruzen, you'll regret this." Denzo shot him a glare filled with resentment, left a parting jab, and stormed out of the Hokage's office, his anger boiling over. As he exited the building, Hiruzen shouted after him, "Denzo! I am the Hokage!" Denzo nearly tripped as those words hit him. His fury skyrocketed. "Hokage? Hokage? Do you think I need to be reminded? I've heard it enough. I'm sick of it. Stop throwing that in my face." He clenched his fists tighter, veins bulging on his neck and forehead. His rage threatened to consume what little composure he had left. Fearing he'd turn back and start a fight, Denzo quickened his pace and disappeared into the distance. After Denzo left, Uchiha Koharu sighed heavily and turned to Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, that last jab wasn't necessary. You know how bitter Denzo is about the Hokage seat. Those words were the last thing he wanted to hear. You're not afraid of provoking him into doing something reckless, are you?" Sometimes, Koharu felt like Hiruzen and Denzo were a pair of feuding siblings, constantly at each other's throats, never truly resolving their issues. "She's right," added Mitsuko Hamura, nodding. "I could feel Denzo's anger boiling over just now. This time, you really pushed him to the limit." Hiruzen took out his pipe, packed it with tobacco, and lit it with deliberate slowness. Taking a few puffs, he sighed deeply. "Do you think I wanted this? Do you think I don't want to weaken the Uchiha, Uzumaki, or even the Senju? I want to but I can't. Those three clans have openly allied themselves with each other. Their strength is growing every day. If we follow Denzo's reckless suggestions, we won't even make it to the battlefield, they'll crush us first. The truth is, with their growing power, all they need is the right excuse to strike. The more desperate we act, the closer we push them to taking action. No, we have to wait. Be patient. When we win this war and eliminate a few of their elites, the balance of power will shift back in our favor. At that point, public opinion and the initiative will be back in our hands. Only then, riding the momentum, can we truly suppress the three clans again, further weakening their strength and influence. Ultimately, we'll seize complete control of Hidden Lee Village's power. Not just the Rain Country battlefield. If the other villages don't plan to start a war with us later, I'll deliberately guide them into doing so. When that happens, we can mobilize another batch of elites from the three clans to the battlefield. We'll repeat what we've done before, grind down their elite forces completely. At the same time, we'll crush the four other great villages. When that happens, we won't be stuck in this passive position anymore. Denzo just doesn't understand this, he's too impulsive, unable to stomach even a little setback. That's not how this works. Hiruzen said, while inwardly thinking of Denzo. Denzo's personality simply isn't suited to being Hokage. He thinks being Hokage is about being supreme, issuing orders without resistance. But in my experience, being Hokage means being a punching bag and a mediator. You constantly have to balance the village's factions, handle disputes, and endure endless blame. Do you really think this plan will succeed? Naori Uchiha and Lady Mito aren't idiots. Uchiha Koharu frowned slightly, her tone filled with concern. If we screw this up, it'll backfire spectacularly. Maybe it's better to keep tolerating things, avoid conflict, and just give them some leeway. As long as we don't make a huge mistake, they won't be able to rally enough support to overthrow us, right? She thought Hiruzen and Denzo's plan was way too optimistic. Taking such risks, one misstep, and it could lead to total disaster. Too reckless. Hey, do you think I want this? Hiruzen let out a bitter laugh. It's because we've been forced into a corner, we have no other choice. Ever since the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans joined forces, their strength has been growing abnormally fast. It's clear, they've gained access to some major resources, likely from the Uchiha clan or maybe the Uzumaki clan. We can't compete with them in development. And with our past conflicts, it's only a matter of time before things escalate into a life-or-death struggle. We don't have a choice. This war is our only chance to turn the tables. I suspect the three clans view this war as their opportunity too. It all comes down to who can seize the upper hand. This game of strategy, whoever wins will dominate Hidden Leaf Village completely. The victor takes all, the loser is cast aside. Hiss. Koharu and Hamura gasped, their faces pale as they finally realized the gravity of the situation. This is already happening? Koharu muttered, disbelief etched on her face. You thought we still had options? Hiruzen shook his head. We've been out of options for a long time. Ever since the three clans began their alliance and their unnatural growth started, we've been backed into a corner. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to uncover the secrets behind the Uchiha clan's medicinal advancements. If we had, we might have gained more leverage. We're just unlucky. As for why I provoked Denzo earlier, it's because we can't afford to provoke the three clans, or even the other smaller clans, right now. If we push too hard, they might all join forces and flip the table early, removing us from power before we even get a chance to fight back. If that happens, we won't even get to take our shot at turning things around. The reason Denzo didn't completely blow up earlier is that, deep down, he knows this too. Denzo's earlier suggestion? It was just his impulsive, aggressive nature trying to test the waters. He thought that by taking hostages, there might be a chance of success. But Hiruzen couldn't agree to such a risky move. That wasn't his style. Testing the waters could very well end in disaster. I see. Koharu frowned deeply, her expression serious. Looks like there's no turning back. Then let's do it. I'll start preparing the supplies. You handle the rest. Me too. Hamura added, nodding. The two left the Hokage's office and exited the building. But instead of immediately handling the supplies, they found a secluded spot, set up a sound barrier, and sat down for a private conversation. Koharu. Hamura began cautiously, what are you thinking? Should we really get deeply involved in this? Hamura's brows furrowed in confusion as he studied her face. Don't bother playing dumb. Koharu rolled her eyes. I just think Hiruzen and Denzo's plan is too reckless. Getting too involved could drag us and our families into an irreversible disaster. That's not something I want to see, and I don't think you do either. After all, their positions of influence were built on their ties to the second Hokage, along with their loyalty to Hiruzen and Denzo. Their families had gradually prospered because of it. But they were still small players in the grand scheme of things. They couldn't afford to take such a gamble. Especially since their involvement in suppressing the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans had been minimal, barely scratching the surface. They weren't mortal enemies of those clans and saw no reason to risk everything on Hiruzen and Denzo's grand schemes. Chapter 93, The Early Graduation Exam. You're right. Mitakato Hamura nodded in agreement, letting out a sigh. Ugh. Who would have thought that after just a few years, things would spiral into such a mess? Life's unpredictable, isn't it? We're not like Hiruzen and Denzo. We can't gamble like that, and honestly, we don't need to. So, from now on, let's stick to our own pace. We can offer a bit of support from the sidelines but avoid getting too involved in their plans. I'll make sure to remind the clan members participating in the battle. Hamura continued. Survival first. Don't meddle in anything else. Sound good to you? Their reasoning was simple. If Hiruzen and Denzo succeeded, their close ties would ensure they'd share in the benefits. Hiruzen would still need their support, they were his loyal comrades, after all. But if Hiruzen and Denzo failed, they could claim they had no part in it, sever ties immediately, and avoid being dragged down. At worst, they'd lose some power and influence but still survive. Living, even with reduced status, was far better than being wiped out entirely. As for whether this was unfair to Hiruzen and Denzo, Koharu and Hamura didn't see it that way. They felt they hadn't gained as much from Hiruzen and Denzo's actions, So naturally, they shouldn't bear the same level of risk. Anything else wouldn't be fair. The two quickly and secretly reached an agreement. The next morning at the Ninja Academy training grounds, the stands were packed with spectators gathered to watch the early graduation exams for Kaido and the others. Among the crowd were Uzumaki Mido, Naori Uchiha, Uzumaki Ashina, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Hyuga Head, and many other clan representatives and elite Jonin. Naturally, Denzo and Hiruzen were there as well. As the time approached, Hiruzen stood on the stage, surveying the audience before speaking. Today marks the early graduation exams for Kaido Uchiha and his peers. I didn't expect such a large turnout. But that's fine, it's a great opportunity to witness the strength of Hidden Leaf Village's next generation. Kaido, if you can last 10 minutes against your opponent, you'll pass the exam. Now, let the exam begin. At his signal, a skilled Chunin leapt onto the stage, ready to serve as Kaido's opponent. I'll go first. Kaito nodded slightly to Mikoto and the others, then used the body flicker jutsu. In a flash, he covered over 10 meters and appeared on the stage. Whoa. The speed of his move made many in the audience narrow their eyes. That was fast. Yeah, his speed is already comparable to a Jonin. This kid seems impressive. I think he's Naori Uchiha's son, isn't he? That's right. Lady Naori raised a genius. The spectators buzzed with discussion, but Kaido remained unaffected. His opponent, however, felt his heart tighten as he watched Kaido's display. Damn, this kid looks tough. If his strength matches his speed, I might be in trouble. Ugh, if I'd known, I wouldn't have volunteered for this task. I thought this would be a good chance to show off, but now, begin. The referee's command cut through his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, Kaito vanished and reappeared right in front of the Chunin. All the Chunin heard was Kaido's calm voice in his ear, spacing out already? Thud. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through the Chunin's abdomen. He felt as if a speeding carriage had slammed into him. His back arched, his eyes bulged, and his mouth opened wide as he spat out a mouthful of bitter liquid. Before he knew it, his vision blurred, and he was sent flying backward. Boom. He landed over 10 meters away, hitting the ground with enough force to create a shallow trench. The Chunin passed out cold. His final thought before losing consciousness, what the hell just happened? The referee quickly rushed to the Chunin's side, checking his condition. To his surprise, the injuries weren't severe, just a few bruises. The force had merely knocked him out. Breathing a sigh of relief, the referee stood and glanced at Kaido before announcing, winner, Kaido Uchiha. Next participant, Mikoto Uchiha. Please come to the stage. Whoa. The crowd erupted into chatter, finally snapping out of their stunned silence. That was incredible. He didn't even use chakra, right? Yet his speed was insane, and he took down a Chunin with one punch. That's terrifying. I think he's stronger than me. As expected of Naori Uchiha's son. His strength is at least comparable to a special Jonin. Special Jonin? That's too low. With that speed alone, I'd say he's already on par with a full-fledged Jonin. A Jonin? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Kaido looks like he's only 11 or 12. Not necessarily. He's over 170 centimeters tall, he might be 14 or 15. Stop joking. This is an early graduation exam. There's no way he's older than 12. He's probably just tall for his age. True. I heard growth supplements can boost height. Yeah, height is probably thanks to those supplements. I've heard long-term use during training can help you grow taller. For real. I've grown 5 or 6 centimeters in the past few years, and I'm already 28, way past my growth stage. I need these supplements. Seriously? Supplements can do that? Why didn't I know? It's true. Lots of people have confirmed it. For example, there's that Genin named Might Dewey. I heard the Uchiha clan took a liking to him and started training him. He's been popping supplements like candy, and now he's over 2 meters tall. What the heck? Why didn't you guys tell me earlier? I'm buying some of these supplements right after this. I'm going all in, I need to grow taller. Haha. Tanaka, you really do need to. At 145 centimeters, it's tough to find a wife. You jerk. I'm not 145 centimeters, I'm 150. Sure. My 11-year-old kid is 145 centimeters and looks about your height. Stop lying to yourself. You're dead. Come here. Unsurprisingly, the conversation on the stands had veered completely off course, focusing instead on Kaido's impressive height. After all, he was unusually tall. If not for his youthful face, people would have easily believed he was 17 or 18. Kaido didn't care about any of this. After hearing the referee announce his victory, he smiled and waved at his mother and her group in the stands before stepping down from the stage. Mikoto, your turn. Good luck. Got it. Next, Mikoto Uchiha faced her opponent, another skilled Chunin, as both stepped onto the stage. In the corner of the stands, Orochimaru had been observing everything. He couldn't help but be impressed. Your student's strength is probably at least Jonin level, right? Orochimaru asked, his eyes following Kaido. Something like that. Kaido's naturally talented and works hard. Tsunade replied with a faint smile. Jonin? Who's he kidding? Tsunade thought to herself. Kaido's real strength far surpassed hers. She, an experienced Kage-level ninja, couldn't last more than 3 moves against him if he got serious. Of course, she wouldn't say that out loud. Keeping Kaido's abilities under wraps was crucial to avoiding unnecessary trouble. Jiraiya, standing nearby, seemed sulky. He glanced at Minato, then at Tsunade, and sighed dramatically. I could have had an amazing student too, you know. Oh? Orochimaru looked between Tsunade and Jiraiya, puzzled. What's the story here? Tsunade crossed her arms, smirking as she replied, Minato didn't need you as his teacher. He already had Kaido and Lady Naori backing him up, not to mention his own talent. You were just deluding yourself. Jiraiya huffed. If you hadn't badmouthed me to him, he wouldn't have refused. Really now? Orochimaru perked up. Minato's the blonde kid near Kaido, right? He does seem impressive. Tsunade scoffed, as if I needed to badmouth you. Everyone in Hidden Leaf Village knows you're a peeping perv. Minato's a good kid with a bright future. Why would I let him learn from you? Do you want him to ruin his reputation? Or maybe have trouble finding a wife later? Seriously, Jiraiya, leave the boy alone and try to redeem yourself for once. What's Minato going to learn from you? How to spy on women in the hot springs. Jiraiya was left speechless, utterly defeated. Nearby, several ninjas had been quietly eavesdropping on their exchange, struggling to hold back their laughter. Most of them thought Jiraiya had it coming. Anyone who knew his personality found him annoying. After all, no one wanted to risk their wives, daughters, or girlfriends being spied on at the hot springs. If Jiraiya wasn't one of the third Hokage's students, he'd have been ostracized, or worse, beaten to death, long ago. Even the third Hokage, who had overheard everything, felt exasperated. Sigh. Jiraiya, there's no saving you. You've made your perversion so well known that even I'm ashamed to associate with you. Still, Hiruzen couldn't help but glance at Minato. But that Namikaze kid is really something. Too bad Kaido already got to him first. If I'd noticed him earlier, he could have been a valuable ally in the future. Maybe I can still recruit him. Hiruzen started plotting. Minato's got incredible potential. Even with seals suppressing his chakra and life force, he's already Chunin level. And he's only 10 years old. A top-tier genius, and a civilian-born one at that. Hiruzen clenched his fist slightly, regret gnawing at him. I should have noticed him sooner. But maybe it's not too late. If I can win him over, his value would be immeasurable. I could even use his connection to Kaido and the Uchiha to gain influence over them. He resolved to have a word with Jiraiya later, urging him not to give up on taking Minato as a student. If it works, it'll pay off big time. Chapter 94, The Four Geniuses, Kaido, Mikoto, Minato, and Kushina. On the arena platform, Mikoto and her opponent stood face to face, ready to fight. Begin the test. With the referee's signal, Mikoto sprang into action. Whoosh! In a flash, she mirrored Kaido's earlier moves. Before her opponent could react, she closed the gap and punched him hard in the stomach. Her punch sent him flying out of the ring, crashing into the ground, where he immediately passed out. The crowd was stunned. Then, an uproar erupted. No way. Is this Mikoto Uchiha really that strong too? The Uchiha clan is rising, huh? 2 incredible geniuses back to back. Rising? Have you been living under a rock? The Uchiha have been gaining strength for years now. I hadn't noticed much, though their reputation did get better after the reforms to their police force. Exactly. Ever since the Uchiha police force started treating people fairly, their attitude and reputation have improved dramatically. Plus, I heard they added ethics and interpersonal skills to their academy curriculum. They're way easier to work with now. Right? An Uchiha partner is now strong, reliable, and much less arrogant. They're the dream teammates these days. But they don't take on many missions lately, do they? I heard their shops make them plenty of money, so they don't need to. And isn't that a good thing? Their medicines and those weird shell items are helping us all improve. If they're not competing for missions, there's more for the rest of us. Win-win, right? I don't know. Avoiding missions sounds like dodging their duty to the village. Oh, stop. Contributing medicine and tools that boost our strength is helping the village. How is that not valuable? Exactly. Hearing all the chatter, the third Hokage's expression darkened. He thought to himself, I can't believe how quickly the Uchiha have turned their reputation around. In just 3 years, they've become not just respected, but admired. They even have supporters now. It seems I need to act against them sooner rather than later. Nearby, Denzo's sharp gaze swept over the crowd, mentally noting everyone who spoke favorably of the Uchiha. He inwardly sneered. These fools daring to side with the Uchiha. Just wait. You'll regret it. Denzo's eyes shifted to Kaido and Mikoto, his hatred palpable. Damn Uchiha. Why do they keep producing such prodigies? If only talents like them were part of my root. Part of my Shimura clan. He shot a bitter glance at Hiruzen. This is your fault, Hiruzen. If you'd just agreed with me, these talents could have been mine. I could have molded them into loyal weapons for the village, tools for my rise to power. But since I can't have them, I'll destroy them. Denzo's expression turned cold. They want to graduate early and head to the battlefield? Perfect. I'll make sure they meet their end there. Meanwhile, the referee announced the result. Test over. The winner is Mikoto Uchiha. Next up, Minato Namikaze. Please come forward. Minato stepped onto the stage, but he took a different approach. Unlike Kaido and Mikoto, he didn't end the fight instantly. Instead, he engaged his opponent in a series of taijutsu exchanges before finally landing a decisive blow that knocked his opponent out of the ring. The defeated ninja picked himself up, smiling wryly. At least I lasted longer than the others. That's something. The crowd clapped politely but without the same fervor as earlier. Still, those with sharp eyes saw through Minato's restraint. That kid held back. His real strength is probably on par with Kaido and Mikoto. And he's just a civilian-born ninja. That's incredible. Well, he is backed by the Uchiha. That explains a lot. You think that's all it takes? If he didn't have talent, the Uchiha wouldn't bother with him. Resources alone can't create strength like that. Hearing the crowd's admiration, Jiraiya clenched his fists. His heart ached. Damn you, Tsunade. You've ruined my chance at a prodigy disciple. He muttered to himself, clutching his chest dramatically. The third Hokage, on the other hand, was even more determined. This kid is a must-have. Such talent can't be left to the Uchiha. After the tests, I'll have Jiraiya try again to take him as a disciple. Denzo, standing not far away, was even more determined. This commoner genius should belong to me, not the Uchihas. Hiruzen, you fool. How could you let this happen? I'll make sure he ends up in my root organization. The referee called the next match. Next up, Uzumaki Kushina. Please step forward. Kushina wasted no time. She delivered a single, powerful punch that sent her opponent out of the ring. The matches continued smoothly. Senju Nawaki, Uchiha, and Uzumaki Reiko all displayed their impressive talents, easily passing the tests. The gathered clan leaders and senior ninjas couldn't help but comment. Even the young Senju heir has such potential. It seems their alliance with the Uchiha is paying off. Indeed. The Senju clan might be on the verge of a revival. And let's not forget the Uzumaki and Uchiha. Their kids are all monsters in the making. That Ota kid could already be at Chunin level, maybe higher. Seriously. How does the Uchiha keep churning out geniuses? The chatter continued, but the graduation tests concluded without further incident. The third Hokage stepped onto the stage, addressing the young ninjas with a warm smile. Congratulations on passing the test. From today onward, you are officially Genin of Hidden Leaf Village. I hope you will continue working hard, contribute to the village, and grow into its future pillars. I have high hopes for all of you. As for your team assignments, I've already made the decisions. You'll be informed shortly. For now, please follow your supervising teachers to take your ID photos and officially register as Genin. With that, the third Hokage paused, sweeping his gaze over the crowd before continuing. In light of the exceptional performance from Kaido and the others, I've realized that there may be other talented individuals stuck in the academy, wasting their potential. This is undoubtedly a waste of talent. And with the looming threat of the Second Shinobi War, we must prepare for harsher challenges ahead. So, in 5 days, we will conduct a unified graduation exam for the Academy's 4th, 5th, and 6th year students. Anyone who passes the test will graduate early. The village will assign suitable instructors to these graduates, so they can begin honing their skills in real-world situations. This will give them a head start before the war fully erupts, increasing their chances of survival. The announcement stirred a mix of emotions. Some were excited, others worried, and a few even opposed the idea. This is also an opportunity to better prepare the next generation of Hidden Leaf Village. That's all for now. After finishing his speech, The third Hokage turned and left, leaving behind a crowd with mixed reactions. Despite differing opinions, his decision had been made, and there was no room for argument. Soon after, Kaido and the others, led by Tsunade and Orochimaru, went to the Hokage building to take their ID photos, collect their forehead protectors, and officially register as Geinin of Hidden Leaf Village. "Minato, are you sure you won't reconsider becoming my disciple?" Jiraiya asked, looking at Minato with puppy dog eyes. "I really admire you. And trust me, I'm an amazing teacher. If you agree, I can even teach you Sage Mode." Jiraiya's persistence wasn't random. Earlier, the third Hokage had pulled him aside for a stern talk, emphasizing the importance of recruiting Minato, a civilian-born genius, and pulling him away from the influence of the Uchiha. The third saw this as a chance to plant a key piece in his game. Though Jiraiya was initially reluctant, the third's insistence, and his reasoning that the Uchiha and their alliances were disrupting the village's balance, eventually swayed him. Now here he was, trying his luck with Minato again. Well, Minato hesitated, torn. He didn't want to outright refuse Jiraiya and risk offending him, but he also couldn't simply agree. Feeling stuck, he glanced at Tsunade for help. "Jiraiya." Tsunade's eyebrows shot up as she angrily snapped, "Are you still on this? Why can't you let it go? Minato's already in my squad, which makes him my student. Why are you trying to poach him from me? Do you not respect me? Do I need to beat some sense into you?" She raised a fist threateningly. "If you're that desperate for a disciple, go find another one. Leave mine alone. He doesn't need you. I can teach him everything he needs to know. And about Sage Mode, don't act like it's some exclusive skill of yours. I can take him to the Shikatsu forest and teach him their Sage Mode myself. You can keep your half-baked methods to yourself." Humphrey. Tsunade didn't need to guess why Jiraiya was acting like this. It was obvious the third Hokage had sent him. As for the third's motives, she understood them all too well. He wanted to recruit Minato, using his talent and his connections with Kaido and the others as leverage against the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans. It was nothing short of shameless manipulation, and it infuriated her. Jiraiya, being the messenger, became a convenient target for her anger. "But Tsunade, you don't even know Sage Mode yourself, right?" Jiraiya weakly argued, retreating a step as he noticed her temper flaring. "Shut up." Tsunade's eyes narrowed dangerously as she snapped, "Just because I haven't learned it yet doesn't mean I can't ask the Slug Sage to teach him. Did you master Sage Mode by yourself? Didn't the toads from Mount Myabaku teach you? And let's not forget, it took you years to even get halfway decent at it. You have no business bragging about teaching others. Now, get lost." Before Jiraiya could say another word, Tsunade disappeared in a flash, reappeared in front of him, and punched him squarely in the chest. Boom. With a loud crash, Jiraiya was sent flying through the air, disappearing from sight in a matter of seconds. "Ah!" His scream echoed briefly before fading. Lady Tsunade, do you think you might have killed him?" Minato asked cautiously, flinching slightly at the sound of breaking bones. "Relax." Tsunade waved dismissively. "I've done this plenty of times. At most, he'll be seriously injured and stuck in the hospital for half a month. He's not going to die. And if he uses the healing meds and supplements the Uchiha sell, he'll be fine in a week. That guy's tough as nails, trust me." As she spoke, Tsunade glanced at the second-floor window of the Hokage building and spotted the third Hokage glaring down at her with a stormy expression. "Humphrey." Tsunade scoffed, rolling her eyes. Without sparing him another look, she turned to Kaido and the others, waving enthusiastically. "All right, let's go. The Tsunade squad is officially formed. I'm treating you all to barbecue today. At the Akimeki clan's barbecue joint? Of course. Awesome. Thanks, Tsunade-sensei. Ha. Don't mention it. Just think of it as a little celebration." The Akimeki barbecue was renowned across Hidden Leaf Village for its amazing flavor. However, to Kaido and his team, who had grown accustomed to eating high nutrient-seeking and beast meat, it was more of a treat for the taste buds than anything else. Back in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage watched Tsunade and her group leave with a dark expression. Turning to Orochimaru, who stood silently nearby, he said grimly, "It seems we can't rely on Jiraiya anymore. Tsunade has also clearly drifted away from me. That leaves you, Orochimaru. I need you to guide Nawaki, Uchiha, and Uzumaki Reiko. Mold them into loyal shinobi of the village, loyal to me. Can I count on you?" Having lost faith in the others, the third pinned all his hopes on Orochimaru. If he could shape Nawaki, a Senju heir, into a loyal pawn, it would be a significant step toward controlling the Senju clan and undermining the Uchiha and Uzumaki alliances. The third was confident in his ability to manipulate Nawaki, who was naive and idealistic, much like his grandfather, the first Hokage. With a calculated smirk, the third Hokage began laying his plans. Chapter 95, Orochimaru scams the third Hokage. Hey. Orochimaru crossed his arms, a sly smile on his face as he looked at his teacher. So, you're asking me to manipulate my own students, huh? Don't you know how much they respect their teacher? The third Hokage's face twitched slightly at Orochimaru's words. Keeping a stern expression, he cut to the chase. Stop beating around the bush. What do you want? If anyone knew Orochimaru well, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Respect? Caring for his students? All nonsense. With Orochimaru, it was always about the price. Over the years, Orochimaru had become more and more pragmatic, almost disturbingly so. His obsession with the pursuit of immortality and mastering countless jutsu had stripped away whatever ideals he might have once had. He was no longer the obedient, respectful student he used to be. Not to mention, Orochimaru's recent involvement with Denzo was no accident. Hiruzen had intentionally turned a blind eye, hoping Orochimaru's ambitions could help keep Denzo's increasingly rogue root division in check. Still, it wasn't like Orochimaru had no respect for his teacher. Deep down, there was a sliver of genuine regard for the man who had guided him. I have two conditions, Orochimaru said, raising two fingers. I want the Edo Tensei technique and the spirit transformation jutsu. And if possible, I'd like copies of all the research notes from the second Hokage's studies on these techniques. What? The third Hokage's face darkened immediately, his brows furrowing deeply. What do you want those for? Especially Edo Tensei. That's a forbidden technique, it's sacrilegious and one of the most dangerous jutsu ever created. He was increasingly worried about Orochimaru's dangerous ambitions. The Orochimaru standing before him now was far removed from the once bright prodigy he had been. Oh, what else? Orochimaru smirked. Both techniques deal with souls, don't they? Naturally, I want to study the essence of the soul and uncover the secrets of immortality. Sensei, my goals have always been clear, you know this better than anyone. Orochimaru's tone was calm and almost conversational, but the third Hokage could sense the calculating mind behind those words. He knew Orochimaru didn't expect him to hand over the Edo Tensei technique without resistance. That demand was just a setup to negotiate for something else. This wasn't Orochimaru's first time employing such tactics. Absolutely not. Forget it. The third Hokage's voice was firm, though laced with frustration. You can have the spirit transformation jutsu, but not Edo Tensei. I won't stand by and let you go down this dark path. Oh? Orochimaru feigned surprise, dragging out the word teasingly. What dark path? Orochimaru thought to himself. This is just about you not wanting me to become uncontrollable. He knew his teacher too well to believe Hiruzen's reasoning. But arguing further would be a waste of time. Orochimaru nodded with mock sincerity. Fine, that'll do. But in that case, I can't promise to try my best unless you also give me 5,000 of those Uchiha manufactured nutritional pills. What? The third Hokage blinked in disbelief. 5,000? Why do you need so many of those? He wasn't just baffled by the number, it was also the fact that those pills were considered strategic resources. Come on, Sensei. You know they're incredibly effective for enhancing training results. I've been using them to push my limits, and at this point, I can't maintain my pace without them. Funds are tight, and I've had to cut back on my experiments just to keep up my training regimen. Hiruzen frowned deeply. 5,000 is too much. The village only gets around 10,000 pills allocated monthly, there's barely enough to go around as it is. The pills, manufactured by the Uchiha, were in high demand. Although production had increased significantly in recent years, monthly supplies were tightly regulated. Even with his position, Hiruzen often found it challenging to secure additional allocations for his faction. Orochimaru's request wasn't just excessive, it bordered on impossible. Too much? Then how about cash instead? Orochimaru offered, unbothered. I'll just buy them directly from Tsunade. I'm sure she'll give me a good deal, I am her brother's mentor, after all. The third Hokage froze for a moment, then scowled. Huh? The third Hokage's eyes lit up as he looked at Orochimaru. Are you saying you could get more of those nutritional pills from Tsunade? Hearing this, Orochimaru instantly understood what his teacher was implying and rolled his eyes. Sensei, stop overthinking this. This kind of favor can only be asked once, it's not something I can keep going back for. People run out of goodwill eventually. Besides, even if I were willing to burn through my personal connections for this, Tsunade and the Uchiha clan aren't stupid. They'll figure out I'm just acting as your middleman. When that happens, both of us will be in trouble. So, let's just drop that idea, okay? Here's the deal, Give me the spirit transformation jutsu and 5,000 pills worth of money. Take it or leave it. Orochimaru wasn't planning to brainwash anyone for the third Hokage, regardless of whether they struck a deal or not. Even if the third agreed, Orochimaru had no intention of following through. He wasn't foolish. The political landscape of Hidden Leaf Village was crystal clear to him. Anyone with a brain could see the future belonged to the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans. Helping the third Hokage target them now, that would be nothing but self-destruction. When it came to his core interests, not even his teacher could sway him. Fine. I'll agree to your terms. The third Hokage hesitated for a moment before finally giving in. Although 5,000 pills worth of money was a hefty sum, he had been embezzling funds from Hidden Leaf Village over the years and could barely scrape together the required amount. Alright then, hand over the cash and the jutsu. Once I have those, I'll get to work. Orochimaru shamelessly stretched out his hand. Fine, fine. Just don't screw this up. With a sigh, the third Hokage reluctantly transcribed the spirit transformation jutsu scroll and handed over 30 million ryo, his face filled with pain as he passed them to Orochimaru. Thanks, sensei. I'll be on my way now. Orochimaru accepted the items with a sly smile and quickly left the Hokage's office. Let's hope you succeed. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, mumbling to himself. Of course, this wasn't his main plan. He was counting on Denzo to take care of the Uchiha and their allies on the battlefield. After leaving the Hokage's office, Orochimaru rounded up Nawaki and the others, taking some time to find Tsunade and her group at the Akimaki barbecue shop. He joined them and ordered some food. During the meal, Orochimaru discreetly set up a soundproof barrier and shared the third Hokage's plans with Tsunade and the others. Even Nawaki was included in the discussion. What the hell? Is that old man insane? He really thinks he can pull this off? Tsunade's temper flared instantly, her face turning furious. Don't make me go and kill him right now. They hadn't acted against the third Hokage yet, not because they lacked the strength, but because the timing wasn't right. First, the third still had a decent reputation and a strong support base from his years of leadership. Second, Hidden Leaf Village was in the middle of a war. If infighting broke out now, the other four major villages would pounce on Hidden Leaf Village like vultures, dividing the land of fire among themselves. This wasn't something Tsunade or the Uchiha clan wanted to see happen. The third Hokage wanted to weaken the Uchiha and their allies on the battlefield, but Tsunade and her group had the same plan in reverse. In the end, whoever outsmarted the other would win. Besides, a significant number of their elite forces had already signed contracts with Kaido, granting them life-saving teleportation abilities. It was almost impossible for them to suffer heavy casualties. From start to finish, they were playing from an unbeatable position. Why would the Hokage act like this? This isn't how a Hokage should behave. Nawaki couldn't believe what he was hearing. Despite everything Kaido and the others had taught him, Nawaki still held on to a shred of idealism. He'd even harbored some lingering respect for the third Hokage. But now, Orochimaru's revelations shattered any goodwill he had left. The third Hokage wanted to brainwash him? To use him against the Senshu, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans in the future? Was there anything more sinister than this? That's no Hokage, he's a fraud. Nawaki's face turned red with anger, and he declared firmly. PFFT. Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle, patting Nawaki on the shoulder. Finally, you've come to your senses. How many times have we told you over the years? You kept thinking the old man as the third Hokage had a moral bottom line. Now, do you see his true colors? For his own gain, and his family's, he'll stoop to anything. Don't let him fool you again. If you ever let him manipulate you into betraying our clan, I'll strangle you myself before anyone else gets the chance. Nawaki flinched at his sister's words, his face turning pale as he shifted away from her. Relax, sis. I'd never betray our clan. Trust me, I'm not that stupid. You don't need to worry about me doing something that dumb. Just calm down, okay? He shuddered at the thought of his sister actually strangling him. Good. As long as you understand. Tsunade's expression softened, and she gave him a reassuring smile. Chapter 96, Orochimaru's future plans. Looks like the third Hokage is completely out of ideas. Coming up with something like this. Kaido chuckled and shook his head. Anyone under his contract couldn't betray him. If they tried, the contract would break instantly, erasing all memories related to it. Not to mention, Kaido would know right away. Who wouldn't agree with that? Orochimaru licked his lips, flashing a sly smile. My dear teacher has truly been cornered by your three clans teaming up against him. But, knowing him, he's bound to have more tricks up his sleeve. My guess is that his next big move will be waiting for your clan's shinobi on the battlefield. So, It'd be wise to warn your elite forces heading out to the front lines. My teacher and Denzo aren't people to underestimate. That's all I have to say." At that moment, Orochimaru shamelessly spilled all of the third Hokage and Denzo's secrets, practically aligning himself with Kaido and his allies. His actions left Kaido, Tsunade, and the others speechless as they exchanged incredulous looks. "Although we anticipated something like this, we still appreciate your warning, Orochimaru," Kaito said, masking his surprise. Checking Orochimaru's affinity toward him, Kaito noticed it was still only 45 points. He frowned. "I thought his sudden betrayal of the third meant he'd warmed up to me. Guess not. He's just hedging his bets, trying to cozy up to us as a backup plan." Realizing this, Kaito smiled faintly and asked, "So, what are you hoping to gain from us in return?" "Hey, you're as sharp as ever." Orochimaru laughed, his eyes glinting. "I don't want much, just to purchase a batch of nutritional pills from you. Plus, I'd like the option to buy more in the future. If possible, access to some higher grade pills would be ideal. Sure, I can refine the essence from ordinary pills to create advanced ones myself, but it's time consuming, and the results aren't as effective as your top tier versions." Currently, Orochimaru only had the 30 million ryo he squeezed out of the third. It would barely buy one batch of pills. But with the war starting, he knew it wouldn't be long before he could secure more funds. To him, chaos was a ladder. He never hesitated to climb it, using any means necessary. Wealthy nobles and merchants? To Orochimaru, they were just fat sheep waiting to be fleeced. If it weren't for the risks of exposure, he would have bled them dry already. In times of peace, such actions would quickly draw attention. But during wartime, a few dead merchants or nobles here and there wouldn't raise suspicion, as long as he covered his tracks and forged an alibi. Interesting. Kaido mused. You've been refining high-grade pills from ordinary ones? Do you have any samples? Let me take a look. Orochimaru nodded eagerly. Of course. I've been meaning to get your opinion. As the son of Naori-sama, you must have tried plenty of advanced pills yourself. What Orochimaru didn't realize was that Kaido himself had invented these pills. After all, who would believe that a 6-year-old could create something so advanced back then? This required mastery of medicine and pharmaceutical techniques beyond what most could comprehend. While Tsunade had often praised Kaido's brilliance in medical ninjutsu, only a few truly grasped the extent of his talent, and Orochimaru wasn't one of them. Orochimaru quickly retrieved a porcelain bottle from his pouch, shaking out a single pill. He handed it to Kaido. Here, take a look. Kaido took the pill, wrapping it in his chakra and analyzing it carefully. After a moment, he handed it back. You've done well to create this method for making high-grade pills. Kaido praised. Though it doesn't quite match the ones produced by my clan, it's still about 70% as effective. Not bad at all. No wonder your vitality, physique, and strength have improved so much in recent years. This must have played a big role. I'll sell you a batch of 100% effective pills, and in the future, I can provide you with a small share as well. Kaido continued. But these are for personal use only. You can't resell them or share them with others. Do you agree? Well, Kaido wasn't worried about anyone reverse engineering his pills, as most of the ingredients came from the One Piece world and were impossible to replicate in the ninja world. He didn't want to hand over anything that might boost the third's power. Of course. That's completely reasonable. Thank you. Orochimaru beamed, visibly relieved. He pulled out a box of money, placing it in front of Kaido. Here you go, 30 million ryo. I'd like to use it all to buy advanced pills. How many can I get? I'll give you 500 pills as a goodwill gesture. Kaido decided. Taking the box, he placed his hand on it, causing intricate sealing patterns to appear and engulf the box. A moment later, the box vanished in a puff of smoke, replaced by a sealed scroll. This looked like a display of sealing or summoning jutsu, but in reality, it was just a clever cover. Kaido had actually used the storage function of the space-time gate. He then handed the scroll to Orochimaru. Here you go. There are exactly 500 advanced nutritional pills inside. Check it and keep it safe. Thank you. Orochimaru eagerly accepted the scroll and expressed his gratitude. After unsealing it and inspecting the contents, he confirmed everything was in order and thanked Kaido again. He resealed most of the pills into another storage scroll, leaving only a small bottle with 10 pills. Taking one out, he sniffed it, examined it carefully, and then popped it into his mouth. Almost immediately, the effects kicked in. Orochimaru's analytical mind quickly assessed the results, his face lighting up with joy. As expected, these are over 30% more effective than the ones I refined. Not only that, but they're also much easier to absorb. This is a huge win. Absorption might seem like a minor detail, but it was critical. After all, Everyone has a limit to how much they can absorb and digest each day. This limitation greatly affects how quickly one's strength can grow. And with a higher absorption rate and better effectiveness, Orochimaru was confident he could significantly improve his strength within a few months. Still, he muttered to himself, even with these advanced pills, the training methods I currently know, along with my techniques for absorption, only allow for limited improvement. It's nothing like what the Uchiha or Tsunade have. Their strength skyrockets without any clear limit in sight. It's obvious they have superior training methods, ways to better absorb nutrients, enhance vitality, and maybe even improve their innate talent. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel regretful. How else could he explain the rapid growth of the entire Uchiha clan? Even within the Uchiha, not everyone was a born genius. Unfortunately, this wasn't the right time for him to dig deeper into their training secrets. He wasn't close enough to them yet. He needed to be patient. He saw this mission, along with the goodwill he was building, as a great opportunity. For that reason, Orochimaru decided not to brainwash the Waki, Uchiha, or Uzumaki Reiko. Instead, he would teach them to the best of his ability. They could become important bridges, helping him further his connections with the Uchiha and their allied clans in the future. Orochimaru also admired the Uchiha's ability to keep their secrets. It wasn't like people hadn't suspected the Uchiha of having superior training techniques. Many smart individuals in both Hidden Leaf Village and the ninja world had their theories. But so far, no one had successfully uncovered these secrets. Some who tried to target and capture Uchiha members mysteriously vanished, their bodies never found. It was strange. These Uchiha members also never resurfaced in Hidden Leaf Village either, as if they had vanished into thin air with the attackers. What Orochimaru didn't know was that Kaido had relocated these individuals to the One Piece world. There, they were tasked with establishing and expanding their forces. As long as they stayed out of sight in the ninja world, people would simply assume they were dead. Once Kaido gained full control of Hidden Leaf Village and eventually the ninja world, these individuals could openly return. Hey, don't mention it. Kaito smiled, waving off Orochimaru's thanks. If you're willing to align with us, there's no reason for us to push you away. In fact, we should interact and collaborate more in the future. I recognize your talent for research. Who knows? We might have opportunities for deeper cooperation down the line. Of course, any potential cooperation would hinge on Orochimaru entering into a contract with Kaido. After all, an uncontrolled Orochimaru was not someone Kaido wanted knowing too many secrets. That would make things far too unpredictable. Orochimaru, oblivious to Kaido's true thoughts, brightened up at his words. Absolutely. I look forward to working together more in the future. Nearby, Tsunade observed their conversation, barely suppressing her amusement. Orochimaru, oh, Orochimaru. No matter how cunning you think you are, you're willingly turning yourself into a fish caught on Kaido's hook. She couldn't wait for the day Orochimaru realized the truth. It was bound to be entertaining. After a hearty barbecue feast that left everyone satisfied, the night ended. The next morning, outside the Hokage Tower's announcement board, Tsunade, for once, arrived early and waited until Kaido and his team joined her. She then led the group to the Hokage's office to receive their mission. This had been the third Hokage's specific request. He wanted an opportunity to interact with Kaido and his group, hoping to sway them to his side. Tsunade and the others knew his intentions but didn't care. The third was wasting his efforts, his attempts were as futile as winking at a blind person. To maintain the image in front of her students, Tsunade surprisingly refrained from kicking the office doors today. Instead, she calmly opened the door and took Kaido and his team inside. Chapter 97, The First Ninja Mission. Old man, I've brought Kaido and the others to pick up some missions. Give me a few C-rank or B-rank tasks. I want to let them see some blood. As soon as Tsunade entered the office, she made her demands without any hesitation, completely ignoring Unitane Koharu and Mitakato Hamura, who were also present. What surprised her, though, was that these two notorious nags didn't reprimand her for her impoliteness today. How strange. Tsunade thought, but she didn't dwell on it. Whatever plans or odd moods these two had, it didn't matter to her. They were not on the same page. Also, the see some blood part? Total nonsense. Over the past 3 years, Kaido and the others had already spilled plenty of blood in the One Piece world. They had taken down countless criminals, pirates, fierce beasts, and even sea kings. They weren't lacking in combat experience. The real reason for their early graduation and these missions was to pave the way for Kaido and the others to gain legitimate battlefield merits and raise their reputations. Of course, the third Hokage didn't know this. Hearing Tsunade's request, he smiled and nodded. Sure. I've already prepared them for you. There are 5 missions to subjugate bandits, and they're all along the same route. They're yours. With that, He handed a scroll to Tsunade, working hard to maintain a kind and approachable demeanor. He looked at Kaido and the others with a warm smile and said, Kaido, Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato, you are all the shining stars of Hidden Leaf Village's next generation. Work hard to improve yourselves. And remember to stay safe during your missions. Your lives are the most important thing. Do you understand? Hearing this, Kaido and the others couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irony. They recalled how in the original timeline, Tsukumo Hatake had been driven to death after failing a mission. Compared to those actions, these current words of concern from the third Hokage felt insincere. So, you just say whatever suits your narrative, huh, hypocrite? Still, outwardly, they smiled and nodded politely. Understood. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Since you want to act, we'll play along. When the time comes, we'll expose your true face. Let's see if you can still smile then. Haha. No need to be so formal. I'd much rather you call me Grandpa Hokage. It's all for Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage laughed as he waved them off. Unfortunately for him, his words were completely disregarded. Grandpa? This old geezer? Not a chance. Alright. Enough small talk. Let's go. Tsunade cut in, rescuing Kaido and the others from the conversation. She turned and beckoned them to follow her, walking out without sparing the third another glance. Behind her, the third Hokage's smile faded as his face turned dark. This Tsunade. She's getting more and more disrespectful. He fumed internally. But for now, there wasn't much he could do about her. Outside the Hokage Tower, Tsunade and her group ran into Orochimaru, who was also leading his students to pick up a mission. Yo, sis. Did you get your mission already? What is it? From afar, Nawaki spotted Tsunade and the others and waved excitedly. Bam. Before he could react, Tsunade flashed forward and smacked him on the head, leaving a noticeable bump. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask about other people's missions? She scolded. Reckless as always. How can I trust you to handle missions if you keep acting like this? When are you going to grow up? Just yesterday, she had praised him for finally correcting his blind trust in the third Hokage. And now, he was back to his usual self. Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Look at Kaido and Minato, mature, intelligent, reliable. Why can't he be more like them? Ow! It hurts. Nawaki clutched his head, sucking in a breath of pain. With teary eyes, he mumbled, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please don't hit me anymore. His good mood for the day was officially ruined. At this rate, he figured his sister's violent tendencies would leave her single forever. Humphrey. Be more careful next time. Let's go. Tsunade huffed before giving Orochimaru a nod and leading Kaido and the others toward the village gate. Since they had already decided on this kind of missions the day before, they had packed their things in advance. There was no need to return home to prepare. Before long, they exited the gates of Hidden Leaf Village and disappeared into the forest, heading for their first mission destination. Meanwhile, at the route base, Denzo received news of Tsunade's team leaving for a mission. Denzo-sama, should we send someone to take care of them? An agent named Al asked directly. No, not for now. Denzo waved his hand, rejecting the idea. Tsunade has been at Kage level for over 2 years now. With her current strength and these brats' abilities, it would take at least 3 elite squads to deal with them. Let's hold off for now. Tsunade won't stay with them forever. Hiruzen has only given her 2 months. In 2 months, those 4 brats will be doing missions on their own. That's why Hiruzen agreed to let them form a team with a supervising teacher in the first place. Once Tsunade leaves, we'll make our move and eliminate them. For now, gather as much intel as possible. Don't miss anything. I have a feeling they're hiding more strength than they're letting on. When the time comes, aim for a clean kill, no loose ends. Understood? Yes. All accepted the orders without hesitation. Good. Keep tracking them, but don't get too close. For now, their situation is in your hands and your 2 teams. Don't screw this up. Denzo's tone was icy. For him, Kaido and his team were no ordinary individuals. Any attempt to take them out had to be flawless. Anything less would have catastrophic consequences. Yes. Al responded again. Good. You may go. After Al left, Denzo turned to Dove and instructed, you're to head to the Land of Rain and gather intelligence there. Also, find out Hanzo's movements, I'll need him soon. Yes. Dove nodded and left immediately. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Denzo muttered, though his tone shifted. No, everything must go smoothly. This plan must succeed. Otherwise, there will never be another chance to eliminate the Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju clans, and no opportunity to claim the position of Hokage. As Dove left, Denzo sat alone in the eerily silent underground hall. The faint crackling of candle flames filled the room as he whispered to himself. He knew that relying solely on his own resources, along with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, might not be enough to decisively defeat the elite Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki forces at the front lines. But if he could form an alliance with Henzo of the Salamander, everything could change. Although Denzo didn't think much of Henzo's so-called demigod title, believing it to be undeserved, he couldn't deny the man's strength. Denzo had witnessed the legendary battles of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha from a distance, and he firmly believed Henzo wasn't even in the same league as those titans. In fact, Henzo couldn't even compare to Senju Dobirama at his peak. For someone like that to call himself a demigod? Ridiculous. Still, Denzo couldn't overlook Henzo's expertise in poisons. If used properly, Henzo's poison techniques could provide Denzo with the perfect excuse to eliminate the elite forces of the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans without raising suspicion. 2 days later, the squad led by Kaito had arrived near the location of their first mission. Standing atop a large tree, they overlooked a bandit camp sprawled across a mountainside about a kilometer away. Kushina, unable to contain her eagerness, asked, "So? Are we going in now? I can sense around 215 people in that camp, 2 of them are Chunin, 5 are Gainian, and the rest are just regular bandits." She continued, her tone unimpressed. "Honestly, I could take them all down myself without breaking a sweat." To her, this C-rank mission felt like a joke. C-rank? Really? She'd much rather be out hunting sea kings or battling fierce beasts on some remote island. This was child's play. "Don't be so hasty," Kaito said with a small smile as he gently patted her head. "Remember, this mission isn't just about completing the task, it's about going through the process, following the rules, and getting the experience. And besides," he added, lowering his voice, "don't forget that there are root operatives tailing us from afar. They're here to gather intelligence on us. If you go all out and show too much, they'll definitely grow suspicious. There's no need to give away our full abilities. We'll handle these bandits using only the skills we've already demonstrated in training. That way, it'll seem normal and won't arouse any suspicions from root. And let's be honest," Kaito said with a smirk, "if I really wanted to end this quickly, one lightning strike would be more than enough." Kushina sighed in frustration but nodded. Fine. I'll do it your way. So, are we waiting until nightfall, or do we go now?" "We're going now," Kaito decided. Tsunade? She was just here as backup, letting Kaito and the others handle things. This was more of a field test for the younger generation than anything else. "Works for me." "Agreed. I'm in." With nods of approval from Mikoto, Minato, and Kushina, the plan was set. "Alright, here's the plan," Kaito said. "I'll take the front gate, Minato the back, Mikoto the left, and Kushina the right. Wait for my chakra flare as the signal, and then we'll strike simultaneously. Got it?" "Got it." With that, Kaito vanished in a blur, using the body flicker jutsu to dart toward the camp. Kaito didn't rely on advanced techniques like the Flying Thunder God or his powers from the One Piece world. He stuck to basic ninja skills, ensuring he didn't raise any flags with their stalkers. Within minutes, he reached the camp's front gate and perched on a tree, blending into the shadows. His enhanced senses, bolstered by observation haki, mapped out everything within a 3-kilometer radius. Once the squad was in position, Kaito released a fireball into the sky. The flame shot hundreds of meters up before exploding, lighting up the area. The bandits stationed at the gate barely had time to react. Before they could finish their warning, Kaito appeared among them in a flash, his blade cutting through the air. The sound of steel slicing flesh was the last thing the bandits heard. By the time Kaito moved into the camp's interior, the guards' bodies collapsed, blood spraying from their necks as their severed heads tumbled to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Their lifeless forms hit the dirt in eerie unison. Chapter 98, The Cruel Nature of Root and Anbu Kill. Kaito didn't pause for a second, moving at lightning speed towards the center of the mountain hideout. Even though he kept his performance at the level shown during their last assessment, for the bandits in this stronghold, it was nothing short of a massacre. Let alone Kaito, Minato, Kushina, and Mikoto were there too. In just a few minutes, the entire hideout, including the handful of Chunin and Gainin present, was wiped out by them. The stench of blood engulfed the hideout. Among the carnage, they also found dozens of women who had been captured by the bandits. "What should we do with these people?" Kushina and Mikoto asked, turning to Kaito. This incident had clearly shaken them, especially the miserable condition of those women. It made them reflect, if they weren't born into prominent clans or didn't have the strength of a ninja, they too could have suffered the same fate, unable to control their own destinies, their lives determined by the whims of evil men. That thought alone strengthened their resolve to train harder and grow even stronger. They realized that only when they were powerful enough to face any threat could they truly feel safe. Even then, they wouldn't stop pushing themselves. They wanted to stand proudly by Kaito's side, to fight alongside him. I asked them. Kaito said, they're mostly from nearby villages. Let's give them some money and food so they can return home safely. Got it. Kushina and Mikoto immediately agreed. They took some of the loot they'd confiscated and shared it with the women. After countless tearful thanks, the women left. Next, Kaito and his group didn't rush to leave either. They gathered the bandits' corpses into a pile and stored the rest of the loot in their storage space. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Without forming seals, Kaito stood a dozen meters away from the pile and exhaled. A massive platinum-colored fireball, over 10 meters in diameter, formed instantly and engulfed the pile. The terrifying heat incinerated the hundreds of bodies in moments, leaving behind a massive half-spherical pit over 10 meters wide. Even the edges of the pit showed signs of vitrification from the intense heat. Damn. Minato and the others narrowed their eyes at the sight. Kaito, no matter how many times I see it, your great fireball jutsu is just insane. Minato remarked. This kind of power, it's practically in the range of an A-rank fire-style technique, isn't it? Not just its size, the key was its scorching temperature and the speed at which it formed. There was no way to dodge it. Kushina giggled. That's him holding back, you know. I've seen him go all out before. The fireball was 50 meters in diameter and burned blue-white, so hot it probably exceeded 1,500 degrees. 50 meters? Blue-white flames? That's easily S-rank level. Minato exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock. Turning a basic C-rank great fireball jutsu into something like this. Only Kaito could pull something like that off. It seemed like every technique or training method became something unimaginable in his hands. They'd seen this happen time and again with him. It's not that big of a deal. Kaito said with a modest smile. But this time, I had to control the power so we don't spook those root ninjas, or the one behind them. Let's rest here tonight and head to the next mission point tomorrow. He added. Wait, why? Minato was confused. He glanced at the sky. It was still early afternoon, around 3 or 4. We could easily cover another 100 kilometers at our speed. Before Kaito could answer, Tsunade suddenly appeared, flashing a grin. You're staying because you want to ensure those women make it back safely, right? Huh? Kushina tilted her head, puzzled. What does that have to do with their safety? She asked. We've already saved them. Are you saying they'd still face danger even after this? Minato, quicker to catch on, thought about it and began piecing things together from Kaito and Tsunade's expressions. Kaito nodded. Tsunade's right. I don't trust the Root or even the Anbu to have a shred of decency. I've heard from my mother that sometimes Root and Anbu operatives do things without any regard for morality or basic humanity. They might even kill those women under the guise of keeping secrets. So yeah, we're staying the night. With us here, they wouldn't dare make a move. By tomorrow, those women will have already reached home. At that point, even if Root wanted to, they wouldn't have the time or the means to find them. And honestly, they wouldn't risk causing trouble like that in the Fire Nation's heartland. Minato and the others finally understood but felt even more frustrated. These bastards are truly despicable. Kushina fumed. It's all Denzo's fault. I swear, one day I'll wipe them out. No one as heartless as that should be allowed to exist. The thought of the women they saved possibly being hunted down after all they'd endured made her grit her teeth in anger. It only strengthened her determination to become stronger, so she could one day cut down all injustice in her path. It was clear to her, she needed to train harder and push her limits. Only then could she cut down all injustices in her path. Agreed. Mikoto and Minato nodded in unison, showing their support. Alright, stop looking so riled up. Kaito said with a chuckle. Let's take a break, eat something, and settle here for now. Afterward, we'll each leave a shadow clone behind and head over to the pirate world for training. Can't slack off, we haven't finished today's training routine yet. With that, Kaito led them to a cleaner spot nearby. He smoothed the ground with an earth-style jutsu, made some chairs, spread out a tablecloth, and then pulled out an assortment of food. Let's dig in. Since he planned to practice his eternal life jutsu later, eating was a must to sustain his energy. And as for feeling queasy about eating meat right after slaughtering so many people? Not a chance. Back in the pirate world, he had already grown used to such situations. The same was true for Mikoto and Kushina. They joined in without hesitation as soon as the food appeared, eagerly helping to demolish the feast. About half an hour later, after several tables of food were polished off and they were feeling comfortably full, they cleaned up and headed to the Mountain Bandits Hall. Each of them left a shadow clone behind, while their real bodies teleported to the pirate world to continue their daily training. Kuina, who was training when they arrived, stopped mid-move and looked at them with surprise. Kaido, Mikoto, Kushina, Minato. Didn't you say you'd be out on a mission today? How do you still have time to train here? Yeah, seriously. Perona's spirit form floated over, curiously circling them. After years of training, Perona had learned to convert her physical body into a spirit form, rather than leaving her body behind and exposing a major vulnerability. In the original timeline, she wouldn't have mastered this ability until years later, around 2 years after the Summit War. But thanks to all the resources and help Kaido provided, her progress had been accelerated significantly. Kushina chuckled. Well, we finished today's mission early, so we left shadow clones behind and came here to train. Miss me after a few days without seeing your big sister? She teased, reaching out to pinch Perona's cheek with a hand infused with spiritual energy and the adamantine chains of the Uzumaki clan. Of course, I did. Perona admitted defeat, nodding furiously. But as soon as Kushina let go, Perona zipped away in a flash, hiding behind Mikoto for cover. Ugh, those adamantine chains and spiritual energy are such cheats. She grumbled. How can they grab my spirit form? It makes no sense. She had once thought her ghostly form was invincible, until she met Kushina and other members of the Uzumaki clan. Hee, you're already plenty impressive. Kushina reassured her. That ghost fruit of yours is totally broken. Especially your negative ghosts, they're a nightmare for almost everyone. Her smile faltered slightly as she recalled something. Because, well, even she had fallen victim to those negative ghosts before. Yeah, no kidding. Minato and the others nodded, their faces darkening at the memory. Fortunately, Kaido had taught them ways to counter Perona's ghostly abilities. The most effective techniques involved using spiritual energy and certain sealing jutsu, like the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains. Sadly, those techniques couldn't be learned by outsiders. But there were similar sealing jutsu available, ones that didn't require the Uzumaki bloodline. Though not as powerful as the adamantine chains, they were more than enough to deal with Perona. After several hours of training in the pirate world, it was late at night when Kaido and the others finally wrapped up their session. They bathed, ate, and got some sleep, not back in the ninja world, but on Shimotsuki Island. The next morning, after breakfast and some practice, they returned to the ninja world and dispelled their shadow clones. When their memories merged, they confirmed everything had gone smoothly. The root ninjas hadn't dared move from their position 5 kilometers away from the hideout. Kushina and the others let out a sigh of relief. With that, the group set out for their next mission. Nearly half a month passed. By the time they completed their final bandit extermination mission, they returned to Hidden Leaf Village. The long duration was mostly due to travel time. As for the enemies, they didn't pose any real challenge to the group. After arriving back in Hidden Leaf Village, they took a brief 3-day break before accepting 5 more extermination missions from the 3rd Hokage. Time flew by. Before they knew it, nearly 2 months had passed since Kaido and his team had graduated. On this day, they completed another mission and returned to Hidden Leaf Village. Unlike their initial missions, which involved hunting bandits, their recent assignments included escorting, transporting supplies, gathering intelligence within the Fire Nation, and tracking spies. Bandit extermination missions were no longer necessary. At the start of wars, villages typically focused on clearing out local bandits to prevent enemy spies from blending in among them. Chapter 99, The 3rd Hokage's Scheme. Hokage's Office. Good work. The 3rd Hokage took the mission scroll from Tsunade and briefly reviewed it before speaking. The mission is complete, and the agreed 2-month time frame is up. The front lines have officially engaged in battle with the Hidden Rain. Although large-scale combat hasn't erupted yet, small skirmishes are happening non-stop. And it's not just with the Hidden Rain. There have been minor clashes with the Hidden Sand and Hidden Stone as well. Hidden Rain and Hidden Sand have also started skirmishing among themselves. The situation is complicated, especially with the Sand and Rain ninja, many of whom are skilled in poison techniques. We've already had several people incapacitated by their toxins. If it weren't for the antidotes produced by the Uchiha clan, our standard antidotes and our medical nin wouldn't have been able to counter these poisons effectively. That's why we need you on the front lines, Tsunade. There's no time to rest. I hope you can depart for the Rain Country's battlefield early tomorrow morning. Any objections? Orochimaru had already left for the front lines 2 days ago. Jiraiya had gone even earlier, accompanying the vanguard unit. Even Sakamo Hatake had been deployed. Got it. No problem here. Tsunade immediately nodded in agreement. Though she had her grievances about the 3rd Hokage and his family's schemes, she didn't want unnecessary casualties among the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Besides, Establishing herself on the front lines would allow her to help the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans in the future. It was also an opportunity to support people like Kaido and the others when they inevitably joined the fight. On top of that, Tsunade had another goal. She wanted to personally face Hanzo the Salamander, humbling him and carving out her own legacy. She refused to accept a title like Legendary Sannin granted by someone who had defeated her. To Tsunade, it felt more like an insult than an honor. Good. The third Hokage looked relieved, glad that Tsunade hadn't been difficult. Then he turned to Kaido and the others. As for you all, it's time for you to start handling missions independently. I'm sure you've been expecting this. Given how well you've performed recently, even completing B-rank missions, I've decided to promote you, Kaido, to Chunin. You'll now lead your own squad, previously known as Tsunade's team. Any questions? No, thank you, Lord Hokage. Kaido and the others shook their heads, though they couldn't help silently grumbling about the third Hokage's stinginess. Based on their performance so far, it wasn't unreasonable for the entire team to be promoted to Chunin. But clearly, the third Hokage thought otherwise. Still, they didn't let it bother them too much. There would be opportunities in the future. If, by the end of the war, they hadn't received the promotions they deserved. Kaido thought, I'll just overthrow the old man myself, become Hokage, and promote everyone to Jonin. Excellent. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. Then, his expression turned serious as he addressed Kaido. Kaido, you must have heard what I discussed with Tsunade earlier. The front lines desperately need the antidotes Uchiha clan produces. This concerns the lives of countless shinobi. Old man. Before the third Hokage could finish, Tsunade interrupted him with a furious shout. Her face twisted in anger as she glared at him. Why are you bringing this up with a 10-year-old kid? Is this something he should or even can handle? Have you no shame, scheming against a child? She could clearly see where this was going. The old man was trying to strong-arm Kaido into handing over the Uchiha clan's antidote formula. If she allowed it, Tsunade knew it wouldn't stop there. Next, he'd target the formulas for nutritional pills and who knows what else. This old geezer just doesn't know when to quit. Do you want Kaido to flip out, trash this office, and kill you on the spot? She thought to herself. If he does, how many lives do you think you have left? Tsunade, you. The third Hokage's face turned purple with frustration, but seeing Tsunade's fury and the icy glint in Kaido's eyes, he swallowed his retort. He was beginning to realize he had underestimated Kaido. This kid wasn't as harmless or simple as he seemed. Otherwise, why would a 10-year-old glare at him like that over a mere conversation? But there was little he could do. If he pushed too hard, the consequences would be disastrous. What a humiliating situation. What about me? Tsunade's face darkened further as she scolded him. If you have the guts, why don't you go talk to Lady Nari Uchiha about this? Let's see if she doesn't deal with you. Kaido is my student. If you think you can bully him, think again. If the village needs antidotes, they can purchase them from the Uchiha clan. Stop trying to take their secrets for free. If everyone acted like you, who'd want to contribute to the village in the future? Instead, the entire village would be full of discontent and distrust. You. The third Hokage's face turned an even darker shade of red, but after taking a few deep breaths, he managed to force out a strained smile and raised his hands in mock surrender. Fine, fine. I won't bring it up again. Let's just discuss purchasing the antidotes. The village's current stockpile of Uchiha antidotes is running low, nowhere near enough for the front lines. We need to buy more. Can the Uchiha clan supply them? He turned his gaze toward Kaido. Kaido smiled faintly. I think it's possible. There should be some stock available in the clan. He intentionally kept his response vague. The third Hokage didn't know the antidotes were all his own creation, and being too confident in his answer might reveal too much. Could the price be reduced a bit? You know, with the village at war, funds are tight. The third Hokage shamelessly pressed further. That's not up to me. Kaido shrugged, feigning helplessness. These matters are decided by my mother and the clan elders. What say does a 10-year-old like me have? You'd better discuss it with my mother directly, Lord Hokage. Don't make things difficult for me. He inwardly sneered at the old man's tactics. First, the Hokage wanted the formula for free. Now, he was trying to negotiate a discount. Not a chance. As for the claim that the village lacked funds, Kaido didn't believe it for a second. The daimyo of the Fire Nation allocated substantial funding to Hidden Leaf Village every year. The village also had its mission fees, among other sources of income. Moreover, Kaido's mother had mentioned that over a month ago, the daimyo had approved an additional 10 billion ryo in war funds for Hidden Leaf Village. No money. Sure, and pigs fly. At most, they'd sell a bit more of the antidote stockpile to the village. But bulk selling other things, like nutritional pills? Not a chance. As soon as Kaido and his squad left the Hokage's office, they headed straight to his family's home. Coincidentally, Naori Uchiha was at home at the time. Mikoto and Kushina couldn't hold back and started talking over each other, explaining everything that had happened and detailing the third Hokage's scheming. Bang! Naori Uchiha slammed her hand on the table, leaving a deep handprint. Her eyebrows arched sharply as she roared, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you dare to scheme against my son? You must have a death wish." She turned to Kaido with a fiery glare. "Kaido, how about Mom goes and kills that dog right now? What do you think?" Kaido waved his hands helplessly, looking exasperated. "Forget it, Mom. We've endured for so many years already, a little longer won't hurt. Once the war is over, we'll deal with him properly. Killing him outright would be too easy. I want him utterly disgraced, his name cursed for generations. If we act now, it'll throw the village into chaos and weaken us, giving the other shinobi villages an opening to exploit. We need to wait a little longer. I'm pretty sure he'll try to send me and our squad to the battlefield soon." Kaido continued. "When that happens, I'll coordinate with our allies on the front lines. We'll first take out the elites of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, then finish off Denzo. That'll be the first part of our revenge. Mom, while I'm away, you and the others in the village need to keep an eye on the Hokage. Don't let him go crazy. Also, if you can, push him to send even more of their clan's ninjas to the front lines. That'll work out just fine for us. Killing the third Hokage wouldn't be enough." Kaido wanted him to lose everything, his reputation, his allies, his power, before finally meeting his end. If the third dared to scheme against him, he would face the consequences. "Fine, we'll do it your way." Naori agreed after some thought. "But when you're out on the front lines, be careful. And protect Mikoto and Kushina too. As for the village and the clan, don't worry about those. Mom and this old woman Mido are here. We'll keep everything under control." Naori smiled reassuringly as she spoke, but there was a flicker of eagerness in her eyes. Deep down, she wouldn't mind if the third Hokage made a move in the village, then she'd have every reason to kill him outright. As for getting him to send a second batch of Sarutobi and Shimura elites to the front lines, we'll see. If the opportunity arises, we'll definitely go for it. Though for that to work, Denzo can't die during the first wave. If he does, the third, no matter how clever, won't send more of their elite forces to their deaths. How we handle this, I'll leave to you. If you get the chance to kill Denzo, go ahead. Even if we can't take out the second batch of their elites on the battlefield, there'll still be chances to deal with them after the war. No rush. After the war, Naori was determined to wipe out the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. As for the Midokado and Uchiha clans, that was still up in the air. Recently, Naori had noticed something interesting. Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu seemed to be subtly distancing themselves from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Denzo, as though cutting ties. It wasn't obvious yet, but the trend was there. There were even hints of goodwill toward the Uchiha and Senju clans. That was worth considering. Naori began to wonder if it would be possible to recruit them, to have them gather evidence of Hiruzen's and Denzo's crimes and publicly condemn them after the war. Having Hamura and Koharu spearhead the accusations against them would be both poetic and devastating. Would they agree? Worst-case scenario, when the time came to settle accounts, she could spare their lives. But they'd have to cough up everything they'd taken over the years. Any participation in harming the Senju or Uchiha clans would have to be accounted for. And their power? That was non-negotiable, they'd lose it. Sounds good. Kaito nodded after listening. We'll see how things play out. If the chance comes up, I'll take out Denzo and their elites on the front lines. Otherwise, we'll deal with them after the war. Denzo's shameless tactics are what worry me most. The man has no bottom line, he'll do anything to stir up trouble. Do what you think is best. Naori said calmly, her confidence stemming from her overwhelming strength. Oh, and one more thing. Naori's expression turned serious. She looked at Kaido, Mikoto, and the others. When you're on the front lines, be on guard against Black Zetsu and Madara Uchiha. I'm worried they'll stir up trouble and look for a successor. Mikoto and Kaido, both of you could be potential targets for them. And with how close Minato and Kushina are to you two, they might use them as pawns to force you into awakening your Mangekyo Sharingan. Naori didn't trust Madara's morals at all. Even though Kaido, Mikoto, and the current Uchiha clan didn't need such extreme methods to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan anymore, thanks to techniques like Sharingan meditation, chakra refinement, and life force technique focus training, Madara and Black Zetsu didn't know that. And they couldn't let them find out, at least not yet. In the future, when Kaito unified the shinobi world and subdued Madara, maybe then they could share those techniques. After all, Madara as an ally would be incredibly useful. Got it. We'll be careful. Kaido and the others nodded in agreement. If Black Zetsu or Madara shows up, there's no way they'll escape our observation Haki. Kaido added with a smirk. And if things get dicey, I'll call you and Lady Mido over to gang up on Madara. That'd be a fun sight. Both Naori and Lady Mido were already Super Kage level and getting stronger. Even in a one-on-one fight against the aging Madara, their victory wasn't guaranteed, but together? The old Madara wouldn't stand a chance. Chapter 100, Meeting Tsukumo Hatake and Baby Kakashi. By the way, Mom, how much longer do you think it'll take for your Sharingan to fully evolve into the Eternal Mangekyo? Kaido suddenly turned to ask his mother. For the past 3 years, her bloodline and Sharingan had been nourished by the Life Force Jutsu, the Primal Chakra Refinement Jutsu, and the Sharingan meditation method. He could sense her ocular power steadily growing stronger, yet she hadn't fully transformed it yet. Her Super Kage level strength was supported by other aspects, not by the Eternal Mangekyo. But once she awakened it, he figured her power would likely skyrocket to the peak of Super Kage level. That? Probably another 6 months to a year. She estimated. It's not that fast. Bloodline restoration and ocular power transformation aren't easy processes. This kind of thing can't be rushed. She paused before advising, you and Mikoto. I hope both of you can directly evolve your Sharingan from 3 Tomoe straight into the Eternal Mangekyo. That way, your potential should be even greater. Unlike me, who has to spend more time compensating for lost potential. Naori Uchiha spoke earnestly, her tone filled with concern. Rushing to unlock the Mangekyo prematurely was a mistake she hoped they wouldn't repeat. The natural progression to the Eternal Mangekyo was the right path. Got it. Kaido and Mikoto nodded together. I've always planned it that way. Kaido added confidently. That's why I've been holding back on unlocking my Mangekyo, even though I've had the capability for a while. I've been focusing on expanding my Sharingan's potential and purifying my bloodline to its fullest. If I wanted to, with my physical and mental strength, I could have forced the Mangekyo open ages ago. For ordinary Uchiha, this might have been nearly impossible. But for someone like Kaido, it would have been child's play. Same here. Mikoto laughed. If it weren't for Kaido's advice, I might have rushed into unlocking my Mangekyo too. Right now, I don't even need it to improve my strength. Otherwise, I could unlock it anytime, I can feel that much. When your physique, mental energy, and bloodline reach a certain level, the signs become obvious. Good, that's reassuring. Naori said with relief. Kaido grinned slyly. Actually, I didn't just share this advice with Mikoto. Oh? Naori looked at him curiously. I've told the same thing to all the Uchiha I've made contracts with. He revealed. Otherwise, why do you think none of them have awakened their Mangekyo in the past few years, despite having the potential? It's not because they lack ability, right? Naori raised an eyebrow in surprise. I see. I hadn't thought about it before, but now it's clear, it's all part of your plan. Smart. With the techniques you've provided them, they'll be able to awaken their Eternal Mangekyo eventually. And since those methods greatly enhance their overall strength, they don't need to rush into it either. That's the most stable approach. If we want to conquer the One Piece world in the future, we'll need a trustworthy and powerful force by our side. Exactly. Kaito nodded. The Uchiha have immense potential, and with proper nurturing, they'll become invaluable assets. The One Piece world was vast. Without enough high-level combat power, controlling it, even with dominance, wouldn't be enough. But knowing her son, Naori figured he wasn't the type to settle for ruling through sheer intimidation. A complete and unified world was probably what Kaido truly wanted. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast at Kaido's home, Tsunade was ready to head to the front lines. Ugh. Once I'm out there, who knows when I'll get to enjoy food like this again. Tsunade complained. Daily training will probably just mean living off high-grade nutrient pills. She grumbled as she prepared to leave. Honestly, if it were up to her, she wouldn't even go to the front lines. Fighting and killing? Not her thing. But for the sake of the family and Kaido, she had no choice. Kaito smirked. Come on, sensei. Why don't you just teleport to the One Piece world for a meal whenever you feel like it? With the bases we've set up over there, you've got access to kitchens stocked with sea king and beast meat 24 out of 7. You really think you'll go hungry? Use your shadow clones. Don't let the old ways of the battlefield trap your thinking. Hell, you could even teleport back here for meals if you wanted to. This spatial gate is there for a reason, just make sure no one sees you. By now, they'd explored and lit up a large portion of the map in both the Ninja and One Piece worlds. Maybe soon enough, Kaido would have access to just about anywhere in the Ninja world at a moment's notice. Wait, that's true. Tsunade clapped her hands together as if the idea had just struck her. How did I forget about that? Then she glared at Kaido. This is your fault. If it weren't for all the missions you've dragged me on lately, I wouldn't have fallen into this old mindset. Huh? How is this my fault? Kaito said, baffled. Besides, haven't we been doing exactly that? Every chance we get, we head over to the One Piece world for food and rest. Are you seriously forgetting that? Tsunade, did you lose your memory or something? Tsunade. It seemed like she really had. So, did her brain suddenly get foggy? No way that was possible. She immediately put on a fierce expression, waved her hand dismissively, and said, I don't care. It's still your fault. Whatever. I'm not wasting my time arguing with you. I'm heading out now. See you on the battlefield. After saying that, Tsunade disappeared in a flash. She left behind a completely exasperated Kaido. Seriously. I've never seen someone so stubborn. He shook his head in disbelief. PFFT. Kushina and Mikoto, standing nearby, couldn't hold back their laughter. Over the next 2 days, Kaido and the others spent their time immersed in training. By the third day, before they could head to the Hokage's office, an Anbu operative arrived with a message. The Hokage had summoned them for a mission. Wow, it's like he's worried we might back out. This is so obvious it's almost laughable. Kaido commented as he acknowledged the message and prepared to leave with Kushina, Mikoto, and Minato. As they walked, Kaido communicated telepathically to the group. Yeah, definitely. Kushina replied with a scornful look. Still, since he's decided to make a move, we won't have any guilt taking action against him or his clan later. This actually works in our favor. Plus, she added, we were planning to go to the front lines anyway. Kaido, you need to build enough reputation and earn sufficient merits to position yourself for becoming Hokage in the future. Exactly. Minato and Mikoto chimed in telepathically, nodding in agreement. Even Minato had long seen through the third Hokage's true nature. He had no objections to taking him down. Soon, they arrived at the Hokage's office. Standing outside the door, they pushed it open and stepped inside. Greetings, Lord Hokage. Upon entering, the four of them gave a polite bow to the third Hokage as a greeting. They immediately noticed another person present, a tall, white-haired man with a ponytail. This man had a gentle smile, but his presence was sharp, like an unsheathed sword. Kakashi's dad. Tsukumo Hatake? All four of them immediately recognized him. They had heard of him long ago and were curious to meet him in person. Kaido, Minato, and Mikoto were especially eager to observe his kenjutsu and compare it to the swordsmanship techniques from the One Piece world. But now wasn't the time for that. They pushed those thoughts aside for the moment. You're here. The third Hokage said with a false smile as he looked at them. But this time, he didn't waste words. After all, he was already planning to get rid of them. He immediately handed Kaito a mission scroll and said, this is your task. In a few days, a batch of critical supplies needs to be delivered to the front lines. We'll need multiple ninja squads to escort it, and you'll be one of them. This is Tsukumo Hatake. From here on out, you'll be working under him. For this escort mission, he's in charge. Normally, a supply escort wouldn't require someone of Tsukumo's caliber. But recently, one shipment had been intercepted by San Ninja. This batch of supplies can't be lost, failure will jeopardize the front lines. More importantly, this shipment includes a large amount of rare nutritional pills, Uchiha antidotes, and restorative elixirs, a recent delivery from the Uchiha. Worth 2 billion ryo, so it is no small matter. The third Hokage was really worried. If this batch were stolen, it would take at least a month to restock, even if he paid out of pocket. The only other option would be for the Uchiha to dip into their family reserves, a highly unlikely scenario. The Uchiha had publicly declared that their monthly allocations were set, with no extras. Going back on that would damage their credibility. Tsukumo himself had returned recently because his wife had just given birth. Yes, Kakashi Hatake had been born 5 days ago. Unfortunately, even though he cherished his time at home, Tsukumo couldn't extend his leave. Reluctantly, he had to head back to the battlefield. It's nice to meet you all. I'm Tsukumo Hatake. I've heard about your talents and reputation. It's great to finally meet you in person. Let's work well together. Kaido and the others nodded, waving their hands modestly. Tsukumo-san, you're too kind. We should be the ones asking for your guidance. We're still young and might make mistakes along the way. Please feel free to correct us. Though Kaido was already stronger than Tsukumo, an elite-level shinobi, no one else knew that. So, staying humble and leaving a good impression was essential. Kaido also wanted to seize the opportunity to build Tsukumo's trust and goodwill for the future. Tsukumo was an upright and honest person. If he couldn't be brought over to their side now, Kaido worried that Tsukumo might one day become an obstacle, following the third Hokage's orders to oppose them. That would be a waste. Kaito had plans to groom Tsukumo and send him to the One Piece world to shine, maybe even face off against swordsmen like Mihawk. And, of course, Kakashi was also worth investing. Chapter 101, Tsukumo's unusually high affection level. Haha. No problem. If you ever have any questions, feel free to ask me. Kaido could sense it. Tsukumo seemed to have quite a favorable impression of him. Tsukumo Hatake laughed cheerfully as he responded. His gaze and demeanor were warm, almost familial. Curious about this unexpected friendliness, Kaido instinctively used his ability to check Tsukumo's affection level toward him. Oh? What he discovered shocked him. Tsukumo's affection level was already at 63 points. That was extremely high, especially considering they didn't even know each other before this. There must be something I'm unaware of here. I'll have to figure it out later. Kaido thought. Alright, you all should head out quickly. The supplies are urgently needed at the front lines. The third Hokage's voice suddenly interrupted them, his tone sharp. For some reason, seeing Tsukumo and Kaido get along so well left him feeling sour. If he could openly act against Kaido right now, he wouldn't have assigned him to this escort mission. But with Tsukumo's presence, it was almost guaranteed that the task would go smoothly, leaving no excuse to harm Kaido and his team directly. Still, the Hokage thought this was the safest way to cover his tracks. If Kaido and his companions died during the mission, anyone with half a brain would suspect the third Hokage's involvement. Denzo, don't let me down. The Hokage muttered internally. This kind of task was best left to the Shadow Hokage. Denzo. And if something went wrong, the Hokage could easily shift all the blame onto him. If the Uchiha clan and Uzumaki Mido pushed back too hard, sacrificing Denzo would resolve the issue. As the Hokage, his reputation had to remain spotless. Yes, sir. Tsukumo immediately straightened up, his cheerful demeanor replaced by professionalism. He called Kaido and his team to follow him as they left the Hokage's office and headed toward the village gates. By the time they arrived, dozens of carriages and hundreds of regular drivers had gathered. Close to 100 ninja were also stationed there to assist. When Tsukumo appeared, the ninjas present immediately saluted him respectfully. Many of them also noticed Kaido and his team. The famed Genius Squad was widely known in the village, and most of the ninja smiled and nodded toward them. For such a talented group with strong backing, forming a friendly connection was only logical. Especially since Kaido's family currently had a monopoly on precious resources like nutritional pills and restorative elixirs. If there wasn't any major conflict with Kaido's team, the Hidden Leaf Village ninja wouldn't mind showing some goodwill. Who knew? Maybe building a good relationship with Kaito would make it easier to buy the coveted Uchiha exclusive advanced nutritional pills in the future. Of course, not everyone was friendly. There were a few individuals who openly displayed disdain toward Kaido's team. These were mostly ninjas from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. They had long harbored resentment toward the rising power of the Uchiha and other clans, feeling their own wealth and influence dwindling. Coupled with the third Hokage's manipulative rhetoric, their animosity was obvious. Alright, is everyone and everything ready? Tsukumo observed the scene carefully, but his expression remained calm as he asked. Everything's ready, sir. We can move out anytime. A veteran ninja stepped forward and confirmed. Good. Let's get moving then. Tsukumo nodded in satisfaction. He turned to a Byakugan ninja and said, Hizashi, I'll need you to keep a close watch along the way using your Byakugan. This shipment must not be lost. Yes, understood. Hyuga Hizashi, the father of Neji Hyuga, nodded firmly. Oh, so it's him. Hearing the name, Kaido glanced at Hizashi and made a mental note. This guy might be the key to bringing the entire Hyuga clan under my control in the future. Kaido couldn't help but think about his plans. In his vision for Hidden Leaf Village's future, the Hyuga clan would eventually fall under his leadership. Once he became Hokage, he wouldn't tolerate the existence of the caged bird seal that let the main Hyuga family control the branch family's lives. Such a system was a ticking time bomb, unstable and unpredictable. It had to be reformed. Hizashi, being a branch member and a natural sympathizer, was the perfect starting point. For now, though, that was a long-term goal. The immediate objective was to raise Hizashi's affection level to 80 and secure a contract with him. While Kaito was deep in thought, the convoy officially set off, moving steadily toward the borders of the Land of Rain. During the journey, Tsukumo made an effort to engage with Kaito and his team. This allowed them to bond quickly. It was during one of these casual conversations that Kaito finally learned why Tsukumo held him in such high regard. Honestly, I should be thanking your family, Kaito. Tsukumo said with a warm smile. Eh? Kaito was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, Uncle Tsukumo, why do you say that? I had a faint feeling you held a good impression of me, but isn't this the first time we've met? Did someone from my clan help you with something major? Something like that. Sakamo chuckled and nodded. He explained, it's not exactly that, but let's just say the nutritional and restorative medicines sold by your clan saved my wife's life. My wife's health had been deteriorating ever since she conceived my son. It started because of an old injury she sustained in the past, which had damaged her core vitality. Even under such conditions, she insisted on carrying our child. This only made her condition worse. Normally, it was almost certain she wouldn't survive the childbirth. But thanks to the nutritional pills and restorative medicines your family sells, her body was strengthened and her vitality restored. Over time, the medicines even healed her internal injuries and repaired the damage to her core vitality. None of the worst-case scenarios came to pass. On the contrary, she's in great health now, and so is our child. Our child is far healthier than I ever imagined. Sakamo could sense it. His child's physical constitution and vitality were extraordinary right from birth. Looking at his condition, his talent in the future will definitely be exceptional. If I ensure he continues taking these nutritional pills over the next few years, there's no doubt in my mind that he'll surpass even me one day. It's all thanks to your Uchiha clan. Without these pills, such a miracle would have been impossible. I'm deeply grateful to the Uchiha. Naturally, I hold you in high regard as well. Sakamo smiled with genuine warmth, his face glowing with happiness. So that's how it is. Kaido and the others suddenly understood. Kaito spoke up, congratulations, Uncle Sakamo, on the safe birth of your child and your wife's recovery. As for thanking the Uchiha clan, that's really unnecessary. We sell medicine, and you paid for it. It was just a regular transaction, there's no need to elevate it to such a level. Kaido thought to himself, this man sure knows how to express gratitude. Most people wouldn't think this way. No. Sakamo shook his head firmly. That's not how I see it. Fair is fair. Even though it's just business, no one can deny the contributions the Uchiha clan's pharmacy has made to Hidden Leaf Village's strength and to healing the wounded. I've bought medicines from other places before, but they never worked for my wife. Only the Uchiha's medicines did. And when it comes to gratitude, as the one who benefited, I decide what's worth appreciating. You don't need to overthink it. Hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Sakamo. He knew he could never be such a person, but that didn't stop him from admiring such integrity. Even Minato and the others looked at Sakamo with newfound respect. The group traveled cautiously due to the abundance of supplies they were carrying and the need to stay alert for potential enemy attacks, so their pace was slow. By nightfall, they had only covered about 100 kilometers. Sakamo then ordered the group to set up camp and rest, planning to resume the journey the next day. Since leaving shadow clones behind wasn't an option, Kaido and the others made do with high-grade nutritional pills for the night. Sakamo noticed that the pills Kaido and his team were taking were nothing like the ones available on the market. The vitality contained in those pills was at least 10 times greater than any commercially available ones. As I thought, the Uchiha clan has access to a much more advanced version of these nutritional pills. Have even their allies, the Senju and Uzumaki clans, started using them now? It seems I need to strengthen my relationship with Kaido and the Uchiha clan. Maybe I can arrange to regularly purchase some of these advanced pills from them. Sakamo was genuinely tempted by the idea. He wanted to buy the pills not just for his wife and son, to further enhance their vitality and health, but also for himself. With advanced pills, his own strength could reach new heights. Even the standard pills had already helped him recover from old injuries and vitality loss sustained during his years of training. They had strengthened his body, increased his chakra reserves, and accelerated his progress on the path of a Kage-level ninja. If he could get the advanced pills, Sakamo was confident he could reach a level comparable to Hanzo within a few years. His chakra reserves would no longer feel so limited. Yes, in the past 2 months, Sakamo had faced off against Hanzo several times. So far, he wasn't Hanzo's match. Each encounter left him at a disadvantage before long. As for the strange attitude the third Hokage had toward Kaido and his team back in the Hokage's office, Sakamo had a rough idea of the reason. It was nothing more than the fact that the Uchiha clan had been growing stronger over the past few years. Their alliance with the Senju and Uzumaki clans only intensified the unease among the third and his faction. But Sakamo didn't concern himself with such politics. Chapter 102, Trying to Trade Swordsmanship with Sakamo. Sakamo Hotage's loyalty was always to Hidden Leaf Village, not specifically to the third Hokage. If the Uchiha clan ever harmed Hidden Leaf Village's interests, he wouldn't hesitate to act against them. But if it was only the interests of the third Hokage or the clans supporting him that were at stake, then it wasn't his concern. This was the principle he lived by. Uncle Sakamo, I've heard that you're highly skilled in swordsmanship. Some even say you're one of Hidden Leaf Village's top sword masters. They say you've perfected the fusion of ninjutsu and sword techniques. Is that true? After finishing his meal, Kaido casually approached Tsukumo, pretending to ask out of curiosity. Building a relationship naturally required finding a topic of mutual interest, and swordsmanship was perfect for this. Ahem. Tsukumo coughed awkwardly when he heard Kaito's words. That's not entirely true. I do have some decent sword skills and have even developed my own style of ninjutsu-based swordsmanship. But the fusion isn't perfect yet, there's still room for improvement. I'm working hard to refine it. However, calling me the strongest swordmaster in Hidden Leaf Village is definitely an exaggeration. There are plenty of other skilled swordsmen in Hidden Leaf Village, especially from families that specialize in swordsmanship. For example, your Uchiha clan has its fair share of capable swordsmen. You should know that better than I do, Kaido. Though deep down, Tsukumo believed he could rightfully claim the title of Hidden Leaf Village's strongest swordsman, he knew better than to boast. Making such claims would be arrogant and likely offend others. There's a saying, in literature, there's no absolute first place, and in martial arts, even no second place. Claiming to be the best only invites endless challenges and trouble. Human nature is complicated, few are willing to accept that they'll always be second to someone else. You're being too modest. Kaito smiled and shook his head. Us Uchiha. Sure, some of us are decent with a sword, but for the most part, swordsmanship is just a secondary skill. The Uchiha still primarily rely on the Sharingan. That's not entirely accurate. Tsukumo said, raising an eyebrow. Maybe that was true 2 or 3 years ago, but lately, many Uchiha have emerged with strong sword skills. And their swordsmanship is different from the existing styles in the ninja world. It's intriguing and inspiring to watch. This was something Tsukumo had only recently learned. The Uchiha clan's elite had demonstrated this unique style of swordsmanship openly on the battlefield, making it impossible for him not to notice. If possible, he wanted to learn it for himself. However, from his observations, this swordsmanship seemed to place significant demands on the user's physical condition. It was a purely physical swordsmanship style, entirely independent of chakra. And it was different from the pure swordsmanship practiced in the Land of Iron. Clearly, the Uchiha had their secrets, and this swordsmanship was one of them. Everyone knew the Uchiha clan had significant secrets. 3 years ago, they were nothing like this. Many people and factions had tried to uncover their mysteries, even going as far as ambushing Uchiha ninjas on missions. But no one had succeeded. Not a single Uchiha corpse had been recovered. This only made the clan more enigmatic. Oh? So you've noticed? Kaido raised an eyebrow, amused. Well, it's true. Quite a few Uchiha on the front lines are using that style of swordsmanship. But none of them have truly mastered it. We don't even have a single true sword master. It's not worth mentioning. Uncle Tsukumo, if you're interested, we could exchange insights or even trade techniques. What do you think? After all, Tsukumo was destined to be contracted by him in the future. Trading now was practically free in the long run. Besides, Kaido trusted Tsukumo's character. Even if he learned the techniques, he wouldn't spread them recklessly. If it were someone like the third Hokage, Kaido wouldn't have even considered sharing. Huh? Tsukumo had been planning to slowly get closer with Kaido and then gradually explore the possibility of an exchange or trade. He hadn't expected Kaido to be so direct, openly proposing an exchange. This genuinely surprised Tsukumo. Are you sure you have the authority to make this decision? This concerns the interests of the Uchiha clan, after all. If you don't, I can't risk trading with you. The last thing I want is to offend the Uchiha. If you're serious about this, you should discuss it with Lady Nari Uchiha or your clan head. Have them handle it officially. Tsukumo's response was measured. He didn't want anyone thinking he was taking advantage of a child, which could easily sour relations with the Uchiha. That would be a disaster. You're really cautious, huh? Kaido couldn't help but roll his eyes, though he understood Tsukumo's reasoning. Alright, I'll have my mother send you an official letter soon. Otherwise, even if I say I can make the call, you probably still wouldn't dare to trade. This was ridiculous to Kaido. In the end, it boiled down to his age. If he were an adult and in charge, none of this would have been an issue. He wouldn't have to use his mother's name or the clan's authority to back him up so often. This wasn't ideal for earning personal goodwill. It was because he understood this that he chose to join the battle this time, to rack up as many achievements as possible and prepare for the day he could take full control of Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, if he kept procrastinating, when would he be able to unify the ninja world, recruit most of the top fighters and talents, and launch a full-scale invasion of the One Piece world? While Tsukumo wasn't in a rush to trade, Kaido was eager to win his favor and secure their bond as quickly as possible. Haha. Tsukumo chuckled lightly, taking a serious look at Kaido. Now I'm starting to believe you might actually have the authority to make such a decision. Still, just to be safe, let's wait for Lady Naori's approval. He was genuinely looking forward to future trades and exchanges with Kaito. Tsukumo could sense that Kaito was no ordinary swordsman. But it seemed like Kaito was deliberately keeping his skills hidden. On the other hand, the swordsmanship auras around Minato Namikaze and Mikoto Uchiha were much more apparent, though their skills weren't quite there yet. Tsukumo thought to himself that once they were on good terms, perhaps he could trade for some high-grade nutrient pills from Kaito. If that worked out, it would save him the trouble of coming up with other plans. The night passed uneventfully. Perhaps because they were still relatively close to Hidden Leaf Village, in the heart of the Land of Fire, no enemy ninjas attacked them. 3 more days went by. By now, Kaito and his group had traveled over 300 kilometers, nearly 400. They were less than 100 kilometers from the border of the Land of Rain. Here, they began encountering ambushes. Not only were there rain ninjas, but also Hidden Stones Village ninjas disguised as sand ninjas, and sand ninjas disguised as Hidden Stones Village ninjas, everything you could think of. But Tsukumo, leading Kaito and the others, easily defeated or drove them all away. Of course, Kaito hadn't revealed his Flying Thunder God Jutsu, his space-time gate, or the majority of his strength yet. Otherwise, none of these enemies would have escaped alive. He was deliberately holding back, not for any trivial reason but to set a trap for Denzo and his Root Division later. When the time came to crush them, that would be the moment he unleashed his full power and ended the war in one decisive blow. Those 2 Root squads are still tailing us. Gotta hand it to them, they're extremely persistent. As they neared the frontline camp, now less than 30 kilometers away, Kaito sensed the movements of their unwanted followers. These ninjas had kept their distance because the convoy included Hyuga Hizashi, staying about 15 kilometers back. If not for Kaito and Kushina's extensive sensory range, they might have gone unnoticed. Even Tsukumo and the others had no idea they were being followed. They're still there? Minato and Mikoto both frowned upon hearing this. Mikoto's eyes flashed cold as she sent a telepathic message, Kaito, let's just get rid of these pests already. They're disgusting. With them around, we're constantly inconvenienced. Agreed. Kushina and Minato nodded in unison. No rush. Kaito replied, shaking his head and speaking through their telepathic link. If we act now, it'll alert Denzo and ruin the plan. We've already put up with this for 2 months, what's a few more days? Now that we're near the front lines, judging by the 3rd Hokage's setup, it seems Denzo plans to trap us here and eliminate us. So, we just need to wait patiently and observe. Denzo will make his move soon enough. When he does, we'll take him and his lackeys down all at once. If they acted prematurely, it would only make Denzo more cautious and paranoid, complicating things further. Good point. Let's hope Denzo moves quickly. Mikoto and the others nodded, understanding the plan. Half a day later, Kaito and his group finally reached the Hidden Leaf Village frontline camp in the Land of Rain. The moment they arrived, Denzo was informed. Send word to Kaito's squad immediately. Have them join the patrol team and remain stationed at the frontline camp under orders. Denzo instructed a ninja from the Saratobi clan. Understood. The Saratobi ninja smirked slightly and left to carry out the order. Hey, Denzo smirked as he sat alone in the command tent, pulling out a letter and glancing at it. Hiruzen. You've finally shown some decisiveness. I didn't expect you to be so eager to get rid of Kaito Uchiha and his team. Looks like they really ticked you off. If only you'd been this decisive sooner. With that, Denzo used a small fire-style jutsu to burn the letter to ashes. He'd been itching to do this for a while. Since they couldn't serve his purposes, it was better to destroy such talents. From the intel I've gathered, it seems both Kaito Uchiha and Mikoto possess the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, huh? Hey, good. That means I'll be getting 2 more pairs of 3 Tomoe Sharingan for my collection. Denzo's heart swelled with satisfaction. For over 2 years now, it had become nearly impossible to ambush Uchiha members and steal their Sharingan during missions. Every time, the Uchiha managed to recover their fallen comrades' bodies before anyone else could. Denzo even suspected that some of these so-called deaths were staged, with the Uchiha secretly hiding their injured instead. Because before their disappearance, none of these Uchiha were ever confirmed dead, just gravely injured. If treated in time, they could easily survive. Chapter 103, Denzo's Conspiracy and Kaito's Counterplan. Right now, the Uchiha clan just so happens to possess incredibly effective healing medicines and advanced medical techniques. Their secret weapon? A top-notch doctor named Dr. Kira, who they somehow managed to recruit. Her medical skills are absolutely exceptional. Denzo and the 3rd Hokage even suspect she's the mastermind behind all those remarkable Uchiha medicines. They had thought about contacting her, even trying to recruit her. At first, they actually had a chance. Before the Uchiha brought her to Hidden Leaf Village, she ran a small clinic on Short Path Street. But by the time Denzo and the others found out, she'd already been recruited by the Uchiha and taken into their clan's territory, never to leave again. But that's enough backstory. The point is, those people who vanished may or may not still be alive. And after they disappeared, their whereabouts became a complete mystery. Some even suspected an internal cleansing operation had covered it all up. Now that everyone's in place, the show can officially begin. I need someone to go see Hanzo again. Denzo thought, issuing orders. Meanwhile, Kaido and his group quickly received the news of Denzo's latest plans. Denzo had assigned them to the front lines, placing them in a patrol unit. Kaido wasn't surprised at all. Patrol duty, huh? PFFT. That's the perfect setup for laying traps. He thought with a cold smirk. Let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve, Denzo. Just as Kaito was mulling things over, Tsunade approached them quickly. Kaido. Mikoto. Kushina. Minato. You're all here on the front lines? What kind of mission did Denzo assign you? She asked, visibly worried. Patrol duty. Kaido answered bluntly. I see. Got it. Tsunade replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. She glanced around, sensing the area wasn't secure. Without saying another word, she led the four of them into her tent. After setting up a soundproof barrier, she finally spoke. It looks like Denzo is planning to set a trap for you during your patrol to take you out. She said gravely. I overheard him mumbling to himself in his tent a few days ago using my sensory abilities. He said that Hiruzen had sent him a letter, asking him to deal with you. Tsunade's expression grew complicated. To think he's stooped this low. All for power. He's completely ruthless. Well, she added, since he's made his move, we shouldn't hesitate either. Kaito smirked. So, he's finally getting desperate, huh? Last time we refused to give him the medicine formula, it must have hit a nerve. Looks like he just couldn't hold it in any longer. But you know what? This works in our favor. Sensei, have you discussed anything with the other clan leaders recently? How's the setup going? He couldn't let the third Hokage and Denzo keep running wild. It was time to deal with them once and for all. There was a plan in place. Tsunade admitted, but your arrival changes things, both for us and for Denzo. I bet he's planning to not only trap you four but also target the elite forces of the Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju clans stationed here. He'll try to wipe us out in one swoop. After all, if you die, the Uchiha, Uzumaki, Senju, and even I, will undoubtedly revolt. And when that happens, Denzo won't be able to keep things under control. Kaito nodded, understanding the logic. Good point. If that's the case, we can turn his plan against him. Use it to take out him, the third Hokage, and their loyalists in one go. Denzo would have to deploy his best people, root operatives and the elite forces from their allied clans. Regular shinobi or even Anbu wouldn't cut it for a mission like this. Most of them aren't completely loyal to Denzo or the third Hokage. They wouldn't risk everything for their schemes. Tsunade nodded. Exactly. But don't forget, Denzo's also working with Hanzo of the Salamander. We need to be prepared for Hanzo to jump in at any moment. What? Kaito exclaimed. That guy's really got no bottom line, huh? And Hanzo agreed to this? Tsunade shrugged. Of course. On the Rain Country front lines, our three clans' allied forces are the strongest. We've been dealing heavy losses to the Rain Ninja lately. Hanzo's been holding a grudge against us for a while now. So when Denzo proposed teaming up to set an inescapable trap, Hanzo had no reason to say no. This intel came straight from our sensory ninjas' reports. They're pretty reliable. Kaito scoffed. Hanzo might not fully trust Denzo. He'll probably worry it's all a setup to get rid of him too. But what if it's real? After all, in recent years, the conflicts between the Uchiha, the three clans, the third Hokage, and Denzo had become so intense that even Hanzo, the semi-god of the Rain Village, had heard about it. Hanzo could clearly see that on the front lines, Denzo often targeted the three clan shinobi on purpose. He'd assign them to the most dangerous positions, where casualties were the highest. Rain Country's intel system wasn't just for show, after all. Sure, even if all this was just an elaborate ploy by Denzo, Hanzo didn't care. He was prepared. As the semi-god Hanzo, he wasn't afraid of Denzo's schemes. In fact, he was confident he could turn the tables with his own counter-trap. Even if he couldn't annihilate most of Hidden Leaf Village's elite frontline forces, his salamander's toxic mist field gave him the ability to retreat with his forces at any time, no problem. And looking at the current situation, Hidden Leaf Village didn't have anyone capable of genuinely threatening him. Tsukumo Hatake? Not a chance. Tsunade, or Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Even less so. As for Denzo. Hanzo didn't even take him seriously. In his eyes, Denzo was nothing more than a sewer rat, crafty and underhanded, sure, but lacking any real strength. He wasn't even on par with Orochimaru or Tsunade in his mind. Is that so? Kaito nodded in understanding, then muttered thoughtfully, actually, this could be good for us. I was wondering how we could counter Denzo, his allied clans, and root shinobi while making it look like the enemy's fault to clear our names. After all, we can't exactly just announce, hey, they tried to kill us first. That would only cause chaos within our forces. And that's not something we want during a war. But now, with Hanzo joining the mix, we don't have to worry about any of that. When the time comes, we can just blame everything on Hanzo. In fact, we might not even need to shift the blame. We could just let Hanzo's own hands deal with them. At this point, Kaido turned to Tsunade with a sly smile and asked, isn't Hanzo known for using large-scale toxic mist attacks to poison his enemies? Yeah. Tsunade confirmed with a nod. Why? Does that help with your plan to kill Denzo and pin it on Hanzo? Something like that. Kaido replied with a devious grin. Hearing this, Tsunade and the others perked up, eager to hear more. Spill it. They urged. Actually, Kaito said, smiling. It's common knowledge that any great doctor or pharmacist also tends to be a skilled poison master. Medicine and poison are two sides of the same coin. Take you, for example, sensei. Your ability to cure high-level poisons means you could easily create ones yourself if you wanted to. Tsunade raised an eyebrow but didn't deny it. While it wasn't her style, she knew it was true. Kushina and the others didn't quite get it, but Tsunade, as a top-tier medic, immediately understood Kaido's intent. Her eyes widened as she stared at him. Wait. Are you planning to modify Hanzo's toxic mist with an even deadlier poison to kill Denzo, his men, and maybe even Hanzo himself? Huh? Kushina and the others froze, staring at Kaido in shock. You can actually pull something like that off? It's nearly impossible for most people. Tsunade admitted, her tone complicated. The variables are just too many. But Kaido can do it. His medical skills surpassed mine 3 years ago. Since then, he's only improved at an insane rate. I can't even imagine how skilled he is now. If he's suggesting it, he's got the ability to back it up. Exactly. Kaito said confidently. With my current skills, as long as I get a sample of Hanzo's poison, I can easily create a super toxin that blends into his mist, spreading silently and killing swiftly. When the time comes, Denzo, his allied clans, and root shinobi won't even know what hit them. As for Hanzo's men, it'll depend on whether they're wearing protective masks. If they are, they might survive. If not. Kaido shrugged. Well, that's not my concern. But honestly, it's better if Hanzo's poison doesn't wipe out his own forces. If Rain Ninja die too, it might blow our cover. No one would believe Hanzo would kill his own men. Better to leave Hanzo and the Rain Ninja alive so we can deal with them head-on later. That way, we can both frame Hanzo for killing Denzo and claim the credit for defeating him and his forces. Perfect, right? We'll milk Hanzo for all he's worth. He should feel honored. Poor Hanzo, you devil, but what about our own people? Tsunade asked. Will you give them an antidote ahead of time? Won't that raise suspicion? Not at all. Kaido replied. Over the past 2 months, I've been distributing anti-poison pills. Anyone who takes one will be immune to all known top-tier poisons in the ninja world. Hanzo's poison, even with my modifications, will fall within that range of immunity. And besides, by the time this happens, Denzo will have already made his move. The gloves will be off. No need to hold back. We just need to finish the job and clean up afterward. As long as Hanzo and the Rain Ninja are taken care of, we'll be golden. Chapter 104, Who is really trapped? Well, that makes sense. Tsunade nodded knowingly, a relieved smile spreading across her face. Alright, let's go with your plan. Later tonight, we'll secretly gather the frontline leaders of the 3 clans for another round of discussions. We need to make sure every aspect is confirmed. She added. Distribute your antidote pills as well, then we'll just sit tight and wait for Denzo and Hanzo to make their move. With Kaido's strategy in play, things had become much simpler. Got it. Kaito nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way. Suddenly, Tsunade added, we also need to consider the sand and stone villages. Lately, we've been having conflicts with them, not full-blown battles, but smaller clashes keep happening. It's clear they're gearing up to fight us too. I'm worried they might catch wind of our movements and adjust their plans accordingly. We have to prepare for that possibility. We can't afford to kill Denzo, the 4 clan ninjas, and Hanzo's forces, only to have the sand and stone villages swoop in and claim victory like a hunter behind a mantis. This was a very real possibility. As the strategist, Kaito had to consider every potential scenario. You're right. Kaito nodded approvingly. In fact, we can't even ignore Madara Uchiha. Granted, the chances of him interfering are slim, but what if? No one could predict what choice Madara might make when the time came. In short, preparing for every possible outcome was the safest bet. Even if nothing happened, all it cost was a bit more mental effort. Madara, huh? Let's hope he doesn't show up this time. If he does, we might have to call in reinforcements, like my grandmother and Lady Nori. But if it really comes to that, we'll have no choice but to flip the table. That won't do your efforts to win people over any good, Tsunade said, hesitating before nodding reluctantly. Forcing the third Hokage to step down, even with his shady dealings exposed later, would still leave a bad impression. Plus, if Uzumaki Mido and Nori Uchiha stepped in, they would steal the spotlight. Kaito wouldn't have the chance to gain favor or build influence. That was definitely not ideal. So Tsunade could only hope Madara stayed out of it this time. Agreed. Kaito nodded again. That night, Tsunade used a communication seal to summon the three frontline leaders to a meeting via their shadow clones. The group had a detailed discussion, refining the plan to account for every possible scenario before finally adjourning. At the same time, Kaito handed out antidote pills to the three leaders, who distributed them to the frontline ninjas under their command. Then, it was back to business as usual as they waited for things to unfold. From the next day, as expected, Kaito and his team were assigned patrol duties, marking the start of their frontline mission. Throughout this period, they could sense that the root ninjas hadn't let up their surveillance of them, not one bit. In fact, the monitoring had intensified, with an additional squad joining the effort. Now, there were 3 squads tailing them, seemingly intent on tracking their every move and collecting any useful information. Meanwhile, the operatives Denzo had sent reached Hanzo for another secret meeting, delivering a letter from Denzo. What's Denzo up to this time? Hanzo asked, raising an eyebrow. The root ninja simply replied, read the letter, and you'll understand. Once you've finished, please respond quickly so I can report back. Hanzo shrugged and opened the letter, his eyes widening as he read. By the time he finished, his expression was a mix of disbelief and disdain. Well, Hanzo sneered. Denzo sure has guts this time, doesn't he? Planning to wipe out the elite forces of the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans in one fell swoop? That even includes Nori Uchiha's son and the Uzumaki princess? If he pulls this off, Hidden Leaf Village will be in chaos. This guy will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, he doesn't care if it destroys Hidden Leaf Village in the process. Hanzo scoffed at Denzo's ruthlessness. If someone like him existed in a land of rain, Hanzo wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him immediately, otherwise, he'd never sleep soundly. But since Denzo was a Hidden Leaf Village problem, things were different. So, what's your answer? The root ninja asked again, unfazed by Hanzo's mockery. Hanzo studied the ninja for a moment, then smirked. A brainwashed pawn, huh? Classic Denzo. This plan benefits both me and the land of rain, so there's no reason for me to refuse. Go back and tell Denzo I agree. However, we need to plan carefully to lure the enemy into our ambush zone. Otherwise, dreaming of annihilating so many elite ninjas in one go is just that, a dream. From their skirmishes, Hanzo had already realized how tough and resilient the 3 clans were. Not to mention their physical strength and stamina, which far surpassed that of regular ninjas. Those nutritional pills of theirs. I'll have to get my hands on a batch someday. Hanzo thought to himself. Such a treasure, something that could enhance physical strength, vitality, and chakra reserves, how could he not covet it? If this plan succeeded, he could use the opportunity to crush Hidden Leaf Village's frontline forces and then invade the Land of Fire's heartlands. Seizing the Land of Fire's territory would not only showcase the strength of Hanzo and the Hidden Rain Village but also force recognition of the Rain Village as the 6th major shinobi village. Afterward, he could even unite with the Stone, Sand, Cloud, and Mist villages to launch a full-scale assault on the Land of Fire, carving it up between them. If he emerged victorious, this wasn't an impossible goal. With this thought, Hanzo's ambition burned even brighter. I understand. I'll return and report to Lord Denzo immediately. The root ninja said with a nod before swiftly departing. He raced back to Hidden Leaf Village's forward camp in the Land of Rain and reported the outcome to Denzo. Haha. Excellent. Denzo's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Hanzo's agreement. With this, the most crucial part of the plan is in place. Later, Hanzo and Denzo found an opportunity to meet in secret. They discussed the plan in detail before parting ways again. Half a month later at the Hidden Leaf Village camp, a sudden emergency signal came from Kaito's squad and over a dozen other patrol squads. Tsunade and the 3 clans' leaders were shocked, their expressions turning grim. They immediately approached Denzo to explain the situation, requesting permission to lead the three clans' ninja forces in a rescue mission. Denzo made a decisive call, granting their request and even promising to bring part of his forces as reinforcements, while instructing them to move ahead. At the same time, he claimed that most of the camp's troops needed to stay behind to guard against potential ambushes from Hanzo, the Sand, or the Stone Ninja. Tsunade, already aware of Denzo's scheming thanks to her observation skills, had no objections. She readily agreed and gathered the three clans' ninja forces. She personally led them to Kaido's location. Hours later, in a valley in the Land of Rain, Hanzo stood on a high ledge at the entrance of the valley, overlooking the hundreds of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas from the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans entering the valley below. Without hesitation, he summoned his salamander. The massive creature spewed a dense, poisonous mist into the valley, carried further by the wind and fog. The toxic cloud quickly spread, sealing off the valley entrance and expanding in all directions. Quick! Block the valley. Trailing about a kilometer behind the three clans' ninja, Denzo's eyes lit up at the sight. He immediately ordered the Sarutobi clan, the three other ninja clans, and the root operatives to act. The four clans' ninjas and root members quickly obeyed. Earth Style, Mud Wall. In unison, over 100 ninjas skilled in Earth Style stepped forward and unleashed their jutsu. With a deafening rumble, a massive earthen wall, several hundred meters long and dozens of meters high, rose at the valley entrance. Its thickness exceeded 10 meters, sealing off the valley completely. Not good. Inside the valley, the three clans' ninjas had just reunited with Kaido's group. Seeing the scene unfold at both ends, many panicked and cried out in alarm. These were the uninformed members of the three clans who hadn't been brought into Kaido's plan. Winning over adults' loyalty and trust wasn't an easy task, especially when Kaido hadn't yet demonstrated enough strength or prestige. Stay calm. Everything is going according to plan. Kaido's voice suddenly echoed in the minds of every ninja present. Is that Kaido-sama's voice? What's going on? The panicked ninjas froze in confusion, turning their gazes to Kaido. They couldn't figure out how he'd transmitted his voice, but that wasn't important now, survival was. Before they could ask anything, Kaido spoke again. Everyone, take the antidote pills you were given earlier. These will make you immune to Hanzo's poison. As he spoke, Kaido swallowed his own pill and crouched down, pressing a hand to the ground. Boom. Instantly, intricate sealing symbols radiated from the ground, spreading across the entire valley. The seal expanded rapidly, encompassing not only the valley but also Denzo's and Hanzo's forces outside. In moments, a massive barrier, over 3 kilometers in diameter, appeared in midair. What the? Damn it! A sealing barrier? When did they set this up? A barrier of this magnitude would have required extensive preparation, skilled seal masters, and a huge amount of chakra. How could they pull this off? Damn it! We've been outplayed. Both Hanzo and Denzo's faces darkened as the realization hit them. Their initial smug expressions vanished, replaced by shock and fury. Attack the barrier. Quickly, before it's too late. The poison mist is spreading. Denzo shouted, his gaze darting between the valley and its surroundings. Seeing the toxic fog spreading faster, his expression grew even grimmer. He barked orders at the 4 clans ninjas and root operatives under his command. As they moved to attack the barrier, Denzo dashed toward its edge while weaving hand seals. Chapter 105, The Death of Denzo Wind Style, Vacuum Great Sphere. In an instant, a massive high-pressure wind sphere shot toward the barrier. Z. However, when the vacuum great sphere struck the barrier, it didn't even cause a ripple. The attack was quickly neutralized and faded away. Denzo's face darkened as he growled, his expression twisted with rage. Damn Uzumaki clan. You're something else. To think you'd set up such a powerful barrier in advance. Are you planning to betray Hidden Leaf Village? I should have known. This mission went far too smoothly, didn't it? You knew I was plotting against you all along and played along on purpose. But if that's the case, you're trapped here with us. In the end, won't this just benefit Hanzo and his Rain Ninja? Denzo couldn't make sense of it. A moment later, his expression hardened. There's no way you could have stored enough chakra to maintain such a large barrier for long. Attack. Everyone attack the barrier with me. If we don't break through, we'll all die. Denzo turned and shouted orders to the ninja forces of the 4 clans and his root operatives behind him. Yes, Lord Denzo. The ninjas stiffened at his urgency, realizing the gravity of the situation. They immediately began launching attacks on the barrier. Kaido, observing this through his sensory abilities, smirked disdainfully at Denzo's words. If you'd come and asked to temporarily join forces to kill Hanzo for Hidden Leaf Village, I might have had some respect for you. But thinking you can break this barrier? Keep dreaming. Kaito had spent the past half-month meticulously preparing the barrier. He had even created a specialized array device capable of setting it up anywhere. This array device wasn't just for deployment, it also stored massive amounts of chakra. Over the last 2 weeks, Kaito had all 3 clans ninjas at the front line inject a portion of their chakra into the device daily. He even took it back to Hidden Leaf Village, where elite ninjas from the 3 clans, including those from the pirate world, also contributed chakra. As a result, the barrier array buried beneath the valley now contained an astonishing amount of chakra. Even if Denzo and Hanzo's forces kept attacking relentlessly, it would take at least 2 hours to deplete the chakra reserves. In that time, Kaito could wipe them out several times over. If needed, he could assign ninjas to maintain the barrier and continue injecting chakra into it, extending its duration even further. But there was no need. Now that the 3 clans ninjas had taken the antidote, Kaito wasted no time. He took out a vial of poison and hurled it into the air. Bang! The ceramic vial shattered, releasing a cloud of special, colorless, and odorless poison that merged with Hanzo's toxic mist. The new poison spread rapidly, quickly integrating into all the existing toxic mist. Even if Hanzo's salamander released more poison, the new toxin would continue to proliferate, ensuring every bit of mist carried this deadly enhancement. This new poison wasn't just more lethal, it was a top-tier toxin with a unique property. It could only survive by merging with other toxins. If the toxic mist dissipated, the poison would lose its medium and vanish along with it, leaving no trace. Because of this limitation, Kaito dared to use it. Otherwise, this toxin could have blanketed the entire shinobi world within days due to its terrifying rate of reproduction. What's that? What did that brat just do? Hanzo, observing from above, noticed the scene and frowned deeply. Although he couldn't pinpoint what had happened, he had an ominous feeling. Soon, his toxic mist completely enveloped the valley, covering the 3 clans ninja alliance, Kaito's forces. Phew. Is it over? Hanzo exhaled slightly, thinking the battle was won. But when he extended his sensory abilities, he was shocked to find that none of the ninjas covered by the mist had been affected. What? That's impossible. Hanzo's expression twisted in disbelief. Have they completely neutralized my salamander's poison? Even I can't do that. He couldn't fathom how the 3 clans ninjas had achieved this. It seems I'll have to resort to brute force. Hanzo muttered. Good thing I agreed to Denzo's request and gave him a batch of my antidotes. As long as we eliminate them within an hour, it shouldn't be a problem. With the combined strength of my forces and Denzo's, we outnumber the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki forces several times over. There's no reason we should lose. Hanzo tried to reassure himself. It was true, he had sold Denzo a batch of antidotes for his poison, just enough to supply Saratobi's forces, the other 4 clans, and the root operatives with 1 vial each for 1 fight. But each antidote only lasted an hour before becoming ineffective. Was Hanzo worried that Denzo might use the antidotes to reverse engineer a countermeasure against his poisons? Not at all. Hanzo didn't fear that possibility in the slightest. The antidote was ridiculously expensive to produce, and one of the ingredients was exclusive to the Hidden Rain Village. Researching this further, Hidden Leaf Village would be better off sticking to Uchiha clan's antidotes. They were not only more effective but also much cheaper. For just this batch of 1,000 antidote vials, Hanzo had charged Denzo a staggering 1 billion ryo. And Denzo agreed. Clearly, Denzo was desperate to save his own force. Now Hanzo wasn't in a rush to charge into battle. Instead, he waited for the toxic mist to fully spread across the barrier space. He was also waiting for Denzo's forces to take the antidote and attack the Uchiha and allied ninjas with him. Rushing in alone would cause unnecessary losses, not worth it. So, Hanzo continued releasing poison, patiently biding his time. The toxic mist rapidly expanded, creeping closer to Denzo's forces and squeezing their already limited space. What's going on? I'm waiting for Denzo to make a move, but what are the Uchiha and their allies waiting for? Hanzo frowned as he observed the quiet Uchiha alliance below, murmuring to himself in confusion. He couldn't figure it out. Could they have another hidden ace up their sleeve? Meanwhile, on Denzo's side, the toxic mist was closing in fast, leaving them no room to retreat. Denzo's face was ashen with anger. Damn it. Why hasn't this barrier been broken yet? Owl. What's the status of the Uchiha forces? How many of them are still alive? Who's maintaining the barrier? Denzo turned to Owl, a ninja with remarkable sensory abilities. Owl replied grimly, Lord Denzo, from what I can sense, none of them are poisoned, let alone dead. It seems the toxic mist isn't affecting them at all. Also, neither they nor Hanzo's forces are making any moves. I suspect they're waiting for us to act first. Denzo's expression darkened further as he turned to his ninjas. We have no choice. Take the antidotes and join forces with Hanzo to attack them. The ninjas from the four clans and root nodded reluctantly. Take the antidotes. There's no other way. Once you've taken them, charge at the Uchiha forces immediately. Attack with Hanzo and eliminate them as quickly as possible. After that, we can either fight Hanzo or retreat. Denzo issued the orders, seeing no other option. He uncorked a vial of Hanzo's prized antidote and drank it. Seeing this, the rest of the ninjas followed suit, each consuming their own antidote. Charge. Denzo waved his hand, leading his forces into the toxic mist. But before they'd even run 10 meters, Denzo and his men began to feel their breaths grow labored. Their bodies grew heavy, and their minds foggy. Something's wrong. I'm poisoned. How is this possible? Why isn't Hanzo's antidote working? It doesn't make sense. I checked these antidotes, they're genuine. Why are we still poisoned? Denzo's limbs went numb, his breath came in shallow gasps, and despair filled his eyes. I don't understand. Lord Denzo. It's the poison. Something's not right with this poison. Owl, struggling to stay conscious, croaked, this isn't Hanzo's normal toxin. It's too strong and fast-acting. We've been tricked. Denzo's eyes widened in horror as realization dawned. The symptoms they were experiencing weren't the same as those from Hanzo's poison. This was something far more lethal. If Hanzo's poison had been this potent all along, they would have been wiped out ages ago. What? Where did this come from? I'm not ready to die. Denzo's vision blurred, his body grew colder, and with a deep sense of regret, he fell lifeless to the ground, his consciousness slipping into eternal darkness. If only he had seen Kaido tossing that vial into the toxic mist earlier. Perhaps then, he might have realized this was all Kaito's doing. But Denzo and his forces had been too focused on breaking the barrier, unaware of what had truly transpired. Lord Denzo. Al reached out to grab Denzo's fallen body, but he too succumbed to the poison moments later. Thud. Thud. One by one, the ninjas of the four clans and root fell to the ground, lifeless. Finally. Denzo and his men are all dead. Kaido, sensing their demise, clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention. Now it's time to settle the score with Hanzo and the Rain Ninja. Let's end this war. He turned to Tsunade and the others. I'll take care of Hanzo. You handle the rest of the Rain Ninjas. No. Tsunade shook her head and said firmly, let me take on Hanzo first. I'll hold him off while you deal with the small fry. With your lightning abilities, you're perfect for clearing out weaker enemies. Once you're done, come back and help me with Hanzo. Besides, I've got a score to settle with him myself. Before Kaido could protest, Tsunade stomped the ground with a loud bang. And launched herself toward Hanzo on the high ground, ready for battle. Chapter 106, The Death of Hanzo. Well, I guess this is the only way. Alright, everyone, do as you like. I'll start now. With those words, Kaito stomped his foot on the ground, and to everyone's shock, he directly dispelled the barrier. Sparks of lightning began to arc around his body. Zap. In the next instant, his entire body transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from sight, shooting straight into the ominous storm clouds above. Zzz. The dark clouds grew even darker, crackling with fierce lightning. Ah, this is amazing. This is exactly what I needed. Now fully immersed in the storm, Kaido, who had merged with the lightning, started converting the storm clouds into thunder clouds, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. It was as if the entire storm was now his personal playground, and he could feel his control over the lightning within it reach new heights. At this moment, all the charged particles in the atmosphere seemed to be at his command. Unleashing his sensory abilities, Kaido instantly pinpointed the positions of the rain shinobi below. 100 billion volt, thunder tribulation. Crack boom. In the blink of an eye, under the stunned gazes of more than 2,000 rain shinobi and several commanders, hundreds of thick lightning bolts, each as wide as a person's arm, crashed down from the thunderclouds onto the rain shinobi below. The speed was simply terrifying. While a handful of Jonin and elite Jonin managed to narrowly dodge, the majority of the rain shinobi weren't so lucky. Those locked onto by Kaito had no chance. In an instant, hundreds of rain shinobi were reduced to charred corpses, blackened and smoking as they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The sight of thousands of ninja being killed in an instant left the Uchiha and the allied clans ninjas gasping in shock. Holy! Kaido-sama's lightning techniques are terrifying. He's like a god of thunder. Is something like this even possible with human power? Kaido-sama is invincible. The allied ninjas stared up at the stormy sky in awe, their faces filled with admiration and disbelief. This devastating lightning attack was beyond anything they had ever imagined. What? This can't be real. Hanzo, who had been battling Tsunade, also noticed the horrifying scene and was utterly stunned. He couldn't ignore it, even if he wanted to. The sheer scale of destruction and the massive loss of his range shinobi were impossible to overlook. You brat. You're dead. Seeing nearly 1,000 of his subordinates wiped out in an instant, Hanzo was enraged, his murderous intent flaring. He desperately wanted to kill Kaito on the spot. But the problem was, he couldn't even locate Kaito in the stormy sky. Fighting me and still distracted? Die, you bastard. Hanzo's momentary lapse didn't escape Tsunada's sharp eyes. Taking advantage of his distraction, Tsunada launched a powerful attack. Her fist slammed into Hanzo, who barely managed to raise his sword to block in time, sensing the danger at the last second. However, the sheer force of her punch smashed through his defense. Crack. The sword absorbed some of the impact but still struck his left shoulder, shattering the bones there. Hanzo's left arm went limp, hanging uselessly by his side. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground several hundred meters away, creating a massive crater. Cough cough. Damn it. I underestimated her. What monstrous strength. Hanzo staggered to his feet, his whole body feeling like it was falling apart. Before he could recover, Tsunada used instant transmission to dash toward him, giving him no time to regroup. At the same time, crack boom. The thunderclouds above flared again, dazzling the sky with bolts of lightning. Another 1,000 lightning strikes rained down, obliterating the remaining range shinobi below. No. Hanzo's desperate cry echoed, but it was too late. Kaito had no intention of stopping. Hanzo had started this war and even conspired with Denzo to ambush them. If he wanted to fight dirty, he had to accept the consequences. No matter how tragic Hanzo's expression became, Kaito remained unmoved. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. Even though the range shinobi were somewhat prepared this time, only a handful of Jonin and elite Jonin managed to survive. Of the 2,000 range shinobi who had initially gathered, fewer than 100 remained. Meanwhile, the charged particles within the storm clouds had been nearly exhausted. The once dark and oppressive thunderclouds now appeared lighter and more translucent. Zap. A bolt of lightning shot down from the clouds, and Kaito reappeared on the battlefield. Huff. Huff. Breathing heavily, he glanced at the remaining range shinobi, ready to attack again. But before he could move. Kaito, wait. Leave the rest to us. You've already done enough. Let us handle the leftovers. Mikoto and the others ran up, stopping him in his tracks. Yeah, Kaito-sama. You've earned a break, or maybe you could go help Tsunada-sama deal with Hanzo. Either way, you don't need to handle these weaklings. Let us do something too. The allied clan's ninjas gathered around, eager to contribute. Kaito sighed and relented. Alright, they're all yours. Don't let me down. They grinned, drawing their weapons and charging toward the remaining range shinobi. At last, they had a chance to act instead of feeling useless. Even those bound to Kaito and aware of the whole plan, they were feeling even more frustrated than the others. Originally, they thought such a big operation would involve an intense fight against the enemy, slicing off a few heads along the way. They even anticipated significant risks and a brutal battle. But the reality? They didn't even need to lift a finger. They just walked into the trap, popped an anti-poison pill, and that's it. It felt unreal. Alright, fine. These guys are yours to deal with now. Just be careful, though. The remaining ones are the elites of the elites. If they manage to avoid my earlier attacks, they're no joke. Don't let anyone get hurt. Kaito nodded helplessly. He was especially concerned because some of the troops this time weren't bound by contracts with him. That meant no life-saving teleportation charms for them. If they died, they'd stay dead. Understood. Leave it to us. Boom. Meanwhile, on Hanzo's side, he was briefly stunned again. This time, however, he was somewhat prepared and avoided taking further serious injuries. After trading a few blows with Tsunada, he suddenly caught the force of her monstrous punch with his blade, absorbing the impact. The next moment, he was flung through the air by her terrifying strength. Adjusting his direction midair, Hanzo sped toward Kaito like a missile. Watch out, Kaito. Tsunada's face changed slightly as she shouted a warning. Wow, delivery service? That's overly polite. Kaito had already noticed Hanzo before Tsunada even said anything. After all, he had his observation hockey on full alert. There was no way such a sneak attack would work. Seeing Hanzo hurtling toward him, Kaito smirked. With a quick flick of his wrist, he pulled out dozens of flying thunder god kunai and threw them with precision and blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, they landed within 100-meter radius around Hanzo, who was closing the gap in an instant with his current speed. Clang! 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 Hanzo swung his blade furiously, deflecting the kunai that came close enough to pose a threat. But he ignored the others, focusing solely on Kaito. Ha! A petty trick. You think these can hurt me? So, I was right, You're out of chakra after using that lightning-style technique earlier, aren't you? Now, die. As he batted away the remaining kunai, Hanzo charged forward with a menacing grin. However, swish. In the next instant, Kaito vanished from his spot, reappearing directly above Hanzo. A sharp blade gleamed in his hand, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Ishinryu, flow-severing slash. A cold light flashed as Hanzo felt a chill at his neck. He froze, eyes wide, his mouth uttering two final words, not possible. Then, blood spurted from his neck. His head, propelled by the momentum, flew several meters before hitting the ground. Hanzo's lifeless body collapsed, his eyes still open in disbelief. That's it? The demigod Hanzo just got sliced by Lord Kaido? Isn't that kind of anticlimactic? Or maybe it's because Lord Kaido is just too powerful. Yeah, who knew he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Amazing. So, we've won? Is the war with the Land of Rain finally over? Maybe. But there's still Sand and Stone Ninja to deal with. Guess it depends on what they decide to do next. Long live Lord Kaido. After a brief shock, the Uchiha and other allied clans erupted into cheers. This war, from the beginning to the end, had been almost entirely wrapped up by Kaito's brilliance. In their eyes, he had become a towering figure, his reputation soaring to godlike heights. Kaito instinctively used his innate ability to check their feelings. To his delight, every single ninja there had a favorable opinion of him, with scores surpassing 80 points. As for the remaining Rain Ninja, they had been stunned by Hanzo's death and were promptly taken down by the allied forces in a fierce assault. Not a single one was left alive. Haha, what a jackpot. Looks like we've got ourselves a new batch of workers. Kaido thought, feeling quite pleased. And with no need to worry about their safety on the battlefield anymore, he relaxed. At that moment, Tsunade appeared beside him in a flash, smacking him on the shoulder. Ignoring his pained groan, she playfully scolded, "Not bad, huh? I've been fighting him all this time, and you took him out with just one move. Ugh. I really envy people like you who can master the Flying Thunder God technique. That space-time ninjutsu, it's a total game changer. You never know what kind of miracle it'll pull off. Actually, Tsunade, and all the other contractors, you guys can probably learn it too. If you just keep using the teleportation function, your space-time abilities should gradually develop and improve. Haven't you noticed?" Kaido hesitated before explaining. He had figured this out himself while training with the Flying Thunder God technique, noticing his innate talent growing over time. He had even shared this discovery with his mother, Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato. Chapter 107, Teaching Tsunade the Improved Flying Thunder God Jutsu, huh? Tsunade's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Are you serious? Why didn't you mention this before? When did you figure it out?" Kaito scratched the back of his head awkwardly and replied, "It's been a while, I guess. Didn't I tell you?" Actually, it had been several years since he noticed it. About 3 months after starting to train in the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he had completed the verification process. He could have sworn he told Tsunade about it. Didn't he? Well, if not, he must have forgotten. With so many things to train and not enough time in the day, forgetting something was perfectly normal for him. Crack, crack, crack. Of course you didn't. Tsunade's face darkened as she clenched her fists, glaring at Kaido with a menacing look. Gritting her teeth, she growled, "You forgot something this important? Seriously?" In the next moment, she pressed her fists against his temples, twisting them aggressively. "Ah!" Kaido winced and hissed in pain, quickly swatting her hands away. All right. I forgot, okay? It happens when there's too much going on. I thought I had already told you. And besides, it's not too late to know now, is it? You've been under contract for years, used teleportation countless times, and your talent for space-time techniques has already hit the ceiling. On top of that, you've mastered plenty of sealing techniques yourself. Learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu should be quick and easy for you now. Especially since I've already improved and simplified the Flying Thunder God Jutsu further. All you have to do is follow the training steps, and it shouldn't take long before you master it and start using it effectively. Here, let me pass the updated training method directly to you." As he spoke, Kaido raised his hand and lightly tapped Tsunade's forehead. Using his mental energy, he transmitted the refined Flying Thunder God Jutsu and some of his experiences directly into her mind. With his current mental strength and quality, transmitting information and experience was no longer a challenge. Receiving the influx of information, Tsunade quickly closed her eyes to digest it all, temporarily forgetting to argue with Kaido. Meanwhile, Kaido turned to Mikoto and the others. "Huh? What's wrong with Tsunade? Is she about to break through or something?" Mikoto noticed Tsunade's unusual behavior and couldn't help but ask. Not exactly. Kaito scratched his head again, looking embarrassed. She's just processing the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and related experiences I passed on to her. Eh? Mikoto and the others were momentarily stunned. Didn't you already teach Tsunade the Flying Thunder God Jutsu a long time ago? Don't tell me. You forgot? Ahaha. Kaito let out an awkward laugh. Yeah, I forgot. There was just too much going on back then. I never got around to it. Well, at least I'm making up for it now. With her talent, she might catch up in no time. Honestly, she might even master it faster than you guys. At this, Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato, who had all completed the prerequisite sealing technique training, felt a sudden surge of pressure. They were just about to begin formal training in the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Hearing Kaito's words, they couldn't help but feel the need to work harder. Guess we've got to step up our game. Minato said with a wry smile, shaking his head. As the conversation continued, more and more Uchiha clan members, along with the other two clans allied with them, began gathering around. They looked at Kaito with expressions of awe and admiration, unsure what to say. The Uchiha, in particular, were stunned. Even those who had been contracted didn't fully realize how strong Kaito had become. Up until recently, many of them had still viewed him as a mere child, a young master to be protected. But now it was clear, Kaito was no ordinary kid. He was already a top-tier powerhouse. Seeing their reactions, Kaito thought for a moment before stomping his foot lightly. Immediately, a barrier reactivated, covering a 3-kilometer radius around them. Huh? Coincidentally, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, who had been trying to sneak closer, were stopped by the barrier. What's going on? Why can't we get through this barrier? The two were shocked. They quickly realized they couldn't penetrate it. This is the second time. Looks like this is the work of the Uzumaki clan. There was such a massive commotion earlier, clearly, an unprecedented battle took place here. But what was the outcome? Whatever the case, we should retreat for now. If this barrier can stop us, it's likely we've already been detected. Let's go. Without hesitation, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu sank into the ground and swiftly retreated. Damn Uzumaki clan. Black Zetsu muttered as they fled. It seems they've already discovered our existence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have developed the sealing barrier specifically targeting us. I need to find a way to wipe out the Uzumaki clan and erase this kind of sealing technique. Even as they retreated several dozen kilometers away, Black Zetsu couldn't shake his curiosity. He decided to wait nearby until the people in the valley left and the barrier was lifted so he could investigate further. There had to be valuable information to glean. Back to Kaito's side with the barrier reactivated, the surrounding crowd was visibly alert. Did something happen, Lord Kaito? Uchiha asked nervously. The others scanned their surroundings warily, some activating their observation haki to sense any disturbances. However, their efforts yielded nothing unusual. At that moment, Kaito clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back to him. With a reassuring smile, he said, "Relax. There's no new enemy here. This area is temporarily safe." He paused, letting the crowd calm down and look at him curiously before continuing. "The reason I activated the barrier isn't because of enemies but because some of you are about to undergo something important." His words piqued the curiosity of the crowd. Some of them began to realize where this was heading. "I'm sure many of you have noticed that some of your clansmen seem to harbor secrets, acting mysteriously at times, right? And haven't some of them experienced rapid strength growth in recent years?" Those who were already under contract with Kaito immediately understood. They exchanged knowing smiles and glanced at their uncontracted comrades with excitement. It was clear that Kaito believed these individuals were ready. Given the display of Kaito's power earlier, it was only natural for everyone present to be in awe. The alliances between the three clans were strong, and admiration for him ran deep. Huh? Many among the uncontracted crowd looked surprised. "Lord Kaito, how did you know? Does this have something to do with you, Kaito-sama?" "Exactly." Kaito nodded. "It's because their goodwill toward me met the required threshold. They entered a contract with me, gaining immense benefits in return. Of course, there's a price. Once contracted, they'll be bound to me to some extent. Previously, those of you who weren't contracted simply didn't meet the conditions. But now, you've all reached the necessary level. So, I'm here to ask, would you like to sign a contract with me? Take your time to consider it. Of course, this is entirely voluntary. No one will be forced." Though he gave them the option, Kaito was confident no one would refuse. Goodwill levels of 80 or higher practically guaranteed trust and loyalty. Unsurprisingly, the uncontracted individuals immediately expressed their willingness to sign. Kaito wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, he conjured hundreds of runes, sending one to each uncontracted person. "Touch the rune and choose agree in your mind." That's all it takes," he instructed. The crowd eagerly complied, each person touching the rune in front of them. A stream of light flowed from the runes into their arms, traveling up to their minds and settling in the center of their consciousness. Moments later, a surge of information flooded their brains, forcing them to close their eyes and focus on processing it. "This is the first time I've seen such a large-scale contract ceremony," Tsunade remarked as she approached, smiling. It was clear she had already digested the revised Flying Thunder God training method Kaido had shared with her. "I've seen the younger generations undergoing group contracts before," Mikoto added with a grin. "But never on this scale. How long do you think it'll take you to master it?" Kaido asked, turning to Tsunade. Tsunade tapped her chin thoughtfully. "I have to admit, you were right. My spatial abilities are already pretty decent. After learning the Flying Thunder God technique, I can clearly perceive spatial dimensions. I just need to fill in a few gaps in my ceiling knowledge. With that, I should be able to get the basics down in about 2 weeks. Thanks for this. Your revised method is so much better than my granduncle's original version. With his, even with my spatial talent, it'd probably take me years to learn." I wouldn't say that." Kaido chuckled. "Creating a technique like the Flying Thunder God is incredibly difficult, let alone it's a powerful space-time ninjutsu. Back then, your granduncle achieving that much was already amazing. And for a genius like him, he probably thought his training method would be manageable for anyone with spatial talent. People tend to use themselves as a benchmark when creating things. Your granduncle was no exception. In truth, the second Hokage's version of the Flying Thunder God technique was tailored for prodigies. Only exceptional geniuses could understand and master it." "Yeah. Now that I think about it, you're probably right," Tsunade admitted, recalling her own experience with developing medical ninjutsu. "I had similar issues when creating my medical ninjutsu and writing down my techniques. So it wasn't that he couldn't make a more accessible version. He either didn't see the need or didn't realize there was a problem. Probably both." Kaido agreed with a smile. Chapter 108, Searching Denzo's Memories. At this moment, the new contractees had just about digested the information Kaido had given them and began opening their eyes one after another. They couldn't help but burst into excited chatter. "So that's how it is. No wonder these guys improve so quickly in their training. It's all thanks to Lord Kaido's incredible gifts. Damn it. Why didn't any of you tell me earlier?" "Exactly. I've missed out on so much. If I'd known, I would have approached Lord Kaido myself and worked my way into his good graces. Danny, you used to be far behind me, but these past few years, your growth has been explosive. Even your talent has increased. I thought you'd just figured things out, but turns out it's all because Lord Kaido is basically hacking the system. This is so unfair." "No, I think it's totally fair. I mean, I was the first one to reach the approval threshold for Lord Kaido's favor." "Haha. I agree. Being on Lord Kaido's side is an advantage in itself. Damn it. Don't get cocky. I've formed my contract now too, and I'll catch up soon, and surpass you again, just wait and see." "Hey, I'll be waiting. But don't think I'll stop moving forward either." The scene became lively as everyone began teasing and debating with one another, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future. With Kaido's buff, they were all confident that becoming Kage level, or even beyond Kage level, was merely a matter of time. After about 10 minutes, Kaido clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "Alright, everyone, stop chatting for now. Let's get to work cleaning up the battlefield. Bury all the Rain Ninja corpses except for Hanzo and the Jonin level ones. The Jonin will be sealed in scrolls to bring back to the village later. As for Hanzo's body, I'll personally handle it. Also, don't forget Denzo's group and the other Root Ninja corpses on the other side of the valley. Collect those properly to bring back to the village as evidence. We don't want anyone accusing us of anything. Let's move quickly so we can get this done before nightfall and return to the frontline camp. Tomorrow, we might have to launch an attack on the Rain Village itself." "Understood." The ninjas swiftly acknowledged the orders and got to work. Meanwhile, Tsunade casually followed Kaido, watching as he gathered Hanzo's body. She curiously asked, "What do you need Hanzo's body for?" Kaido sealed Hanzo's body and head together in a sealing scroll and stored it in his dimensional space. "Well, it's the corpse of a near Kage-level powerhouse. It might come in handy someday. We could use it for our own Edo Tensei resurrection or prevent others from using it for theirs. Either way, it's useful. And I'll destroy any remaining blood traces too." Raising his hand, Kaido unleashed a bolt of lightning that scorched all of Hanzo's blood trails clean. Satisfied, he turned back to Tsunade. "By the way, Tsunade, what about the salamander?" Tsunade shrugged helplessly. "That thing's too cunning and cowardly. I hit it hard with a single powerful punch, and it immediately reverse summoned itself. I couldn't stop it. What, are you interested in that salamander summon? That ugly, poisonous creature? Seriously, you'd be better off contracting with my slugs instead. No, I'm not interested. Kaito said, exasperated. I was just curious since I didn't see its body. As for contracting with slugs? Sure. I was planning to bring it up after the war anyway. I'll go to Shikatsu Forest to meet the slug sage and learn sage mode too. It's about time I started training in it. He couldn't wait to adapt sage mode into a version most suited for humans and achieve a breakthrough in his abilities. A technique granting true immortality after sage mode, perhaps? He mused excitedly. Sage mode, huh? Tsunoda's expression darkened slightly as if recalling unpleasant memories. She took a deep breath. If it's you, I'm sure you can learn it. Hee. I think so too. Kaito grinned confidently. Then, curious, he asked, so, did you fail to learn sage mode from Shikatsu Forest back then? Yeah. Tsunoda admitted with a wry smile. It's tough for me. The hardest part is merging with nature and maintaining a calm, distraction-free mind. Neither I nor Orochimaru could manage it. She added. But Jiraiya, that idiot, somehow pulled it off. It frustrated both of us to no end. To make it worse, Jiraiya would rub it in our faces and brag about it every chance he got. It was infuriating. And he's not even that good at it, barely halfway decent. Orochimaru and I concluded that sage mode might only be attainable for simple-minded fools or those with childlike purity. With you, though, who knows? You always defy expectations. Kaito chuckled.